Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives, the Cannabis Control Bill 2020, in the name of the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Cannabis Control Bill 2020 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Cannabis Control Bill 2020 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Cannabis Control Bill 2020 will be taken later in the proceedings.
The Sexual Offences Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021, in the name of the Attorney General. Papers.
Vice President.
No, it's you. Where am I? Madam President, I have the honor to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The 34th Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended December 31st, 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Utilities, and the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The annual report and consolidated financial statements of accounts of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The report of the Cabinet-appointed expert committee to investigate the causes of the island-wide power outage on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, and the report of the Cabinet-appointed team to conduct an independent investigation into the abuse of children at children's homes, rehabilitation centers, and other institutions which provide residential care for children.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
Madam President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The second report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity, second session 2021 to 2022, 12th Parliament on the human rights of socially displaced persons in Trinidad and Tobago, with specific focus on their treatment and relocation from Port of Spain public spaces.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in the name of Senator the Honorable Randall Mitchell. The interim report of the Joint Select Committee on the Representation of the People Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 in the second session 2021-2022 of the 12th Parliament. Do I go on? Madam President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The fifth report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of the National Schools Dietary Services Limited, NSDSL, for the financial years 2016 to 2019, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations in the report of the Auditor General on a special audit of the school nutrition program managed by NSDSL, second session, 12th Parliament.
Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
President, there are 4 questions for oral answer on the order paper, and the government is prepared to answer each and all of them.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, question number 75 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, good morning. Madam President, this is an extremely strange question because the 2021 annual report of the National Insurance Board was laid in the House of Representatives on February 11th, 2022, and in the Senate on February 15th, 2022.
Senator Mark.
The Honorable Minister, what was the reason for the 2 months and 7 days delay for the laying of this very important report, which was due, according to law, on November the 30th, 2021? Can the Honourable Minister...
Senator Mark, there's no need to repeat the question. I will not allow it based on the question that was posed and the answer that was given.
Madam President, can I ask the Minister who stated this report was tabled on February the 7th in the House, can the Minister tell this Honourable Senate when did the government receive the 2021 NIB report?
Senator Mark, for the same reasons, I will not allow that question.
Madam President, can I ask through you why the report, which was due to be tabled by November the 30th, 2021, why was it laid 2 months later? Can the Minister indicate to us, Madam President,
Senator Mark,
whether there was a...
No, Senator Mark, that question is also not allowed. I would ask you to have a look at the question that you initially posed to the Minister. So that question is not allowed based on the question that was posed and the answer that was given.
Can I proceed, Madam President?
Yes. Next question.
Question number 76 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to you, Madam President, and good morning to all members of this honorable chamber. The matter is presently before the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago, and in view of the sub judice rule, I am unable to comment any further on this issue.
I would like your ruling on a matter that is before a judge as opposed to a jury that is posed to a minister as it relates to the sub judice rule. Please.
Senator Mark, you can ask your supplemental questions. I have listened to the response of the minister. There's no need for me to give a ruling based on the practice that has been adopted in this chamber with respect to these responses and what we have been doing in the past. So you are free to ask some questions if you wish.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister, in light of his response, whether he can share with this Honourable Senate, without breaching or interfering with the matter that is currently before a judge in the High Court, whether he can share with us any reasons for the decision of the government to lift this ban 2 years subsequent to its imposition?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, can I ask, you said you're not taking questions because this is a... I understand, Madam President, in terms of the sub judice rule, very familiar, like yourself, with the sub judice rule. I'm just asking you whether this question, without violating that rule, cannot be addressed by the minister.
Senator Mark, do you have further supplemental questions? Or do you want to move on to the next question?
Madam President, let me go to question number 77.
You're moving on to the next question? Yes?
Can I?
Just 1 second. Let's just... Senator Mark?
Yes, I'd like to pose question number 77 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Very good morning. Good morning, and thanks to you, Madam President, and good morning to the members of this Honorable Senate. Madam President, this question is stale, out of date, and otiose. The Minister of National Security met with lifeguards and their representatives on January the 22nd, 2022, and lifeguards have reverted to their normal hours of work, that is to say, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the 31st of January, 2022. Thank you, Madam President.
President, can the Honorable Minister indicate prior to this meeting in January of 2022, why did the government unilaterally alter and or breach the terms and conditions of employment of these lifeguards without any negotiations or consultation with their representative recognized majority union?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Honorable Minister indicate to this House, based on his response, what were the terms and conditions of settlement, or may I recast, can the Minister indicate what was agreed upon between the parties, that is, the lifeguard and their union, and the Honorable Minister, when they met to address this very important issue?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can I ask the Minister whether some of the issues confronting the lifeguards in this country, including lack of equipment, infrastructure, and other critical facilities, were the subject of discussions when they met on January 2022? Madam President.
Minister.
Madam President, I know my friend on the other side perhaps has a penchant for wanting to get involved in confidential and private discussions. I would not support him on that occasion and therefore cannot prefer an answer.
Senator Mark.
I do not have Pegasus software or hardware. Madam President, may I ask my beleaguered honorable friend if he can share with this honorable Senate any material information which he, as honorable minister, does not consider or do not consider, Madam President, as confidential, secret, and or private, that he can share with his honorable Senate based on discussions held between the parties?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Do I have a supplemental again?
No, I think you asked your four.
I have exhausted mine?
Yes, yes.
So sorry.
Senator Sipasad.
President, question number 138 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has no direct responsibility for regulating occupational safety and health in Trinidad and Tobago, and as such has not launched any audit of diving standards and practices of companies which utilize commercial divers. It should be noted that the Occupational Safety and Health Agency, which reports to the Ministry of Labour, is responsible for treating with workplace health, safety, and the welfare of workers. However, it should also be noted that one of the terms of reference of the Commission of Inquiry into the incident that led to the death of 4 LMCS Limited divers who were contracted by Parlvieu Trading Company Limited to perform underwater maintenance on a sea pipeline is to examine generally the policy, the procedures, practices, and conduct relating to the employees and organized labor for these types of maintenance exercises for Parlvieu and other companies. Further, commissioners acting within the Commission of Inquiry Act, Chapter 1901, have the powers of the High Court to summon witnesses, to call for the production of books, plans, and documents, and to examine a witness and parties concerned on oath. In the circumstances, it is felt that the commissioners should be allowed to complete their work without interference. Parts 2 and 3, therefore, of the question are therefore not applicable. Thank you.
Senator Mark?
Chair, can I ask through you whether the government is prepared to provide the Senate with any information relevant to the standards and practices that companies involved in this particular business ought to at least establish via an appropriate audit involving the Bureau of Standards as that body that is responsible for these standards and practices? Can the minister indicate whether the government is prepared to share with us such information?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, may I ask you again whether the Honourable Minister and the government by extension is using the Commission of Inquiry, which is yet to begin, to seek not to address questions that have been legitimately put and approved by your office as an independent arm of any Commission of Inquiry? Can the Minister indicate whether it is an attempt
no, Senator
to
Mark,
cover?
I won't allow that question. And I would ask members, please, we need to lower our voices because there's some disturbance here that I'm hearing. Okay? Any other questions? Senator Mark?
Is it my voice?
Senator Mark, you have other questions to ask?
No, I just wanted to
Have I ever said to you that your voice is a disturbance, Senator Mark?
Because, these days I'm very moderate.
To the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Representation of People Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 in the second session 2021-2022 12th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to September 2nd, 2022 to complete its work and submit a final report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Representation of the People Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 be granted an extension to September the 2nd, 2022 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, having regard to the motion passed in the Senate on Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, in relation to speaking time during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, and following discussions with the leader and coordinator of the benches opposite, I beg to move that Standing Order 43-1 no longer stand suspended and the time limit for speeches in debates be restored.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Standing Order 43-1 no longer stand suspended and the time limit for speeches in debates be restored. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public Business, Government Business, Bill second reading.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Regulatory Control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, and connected matters be now read a second time. Madam President, I consider this both an honor and a privilege to be permitted to address members of this august Senate with respect to the Cannabis Control Bill 2020. And may I, before I embark on the substantive matters before us, say a few prefatory words. I wish, first of all, Madam President, to acknowledge the work of the chairman of the Joint Select Committee, my predecessor in office, the Honorable Faris Al-Rawi, Member of Parliament. And in particular, his winding up debate in the House of Representatives on the 29th of April, 2022 on this bill. I wish also to highlight, Madam President, that contributing to the considerable work which we are engaged on today and which has taken the time of the other House are the reports of the Joint Select Committees appointed to consider and report on the Cannabis Control Bill 2020, which report acknowledges the agreement of both sides in the House of Representatives, and I look forward to that continued commitment to purpose from the other side this morning. I would wish to highlight, with respect to the bill before us this morning, Madam President, certain aspects of that bill which I emphasize must bear remembering and underline. The first being the recognition in that bill of what my predecessor in office referred to as the local content. The bill recognizes that there is a significant involvement and endeavor of the members of this community of Trinidad and Tobago, the national community, and it therefore gives recognition as we move to regularize the handling of cannabis to the local content that must be acknowledged throughout, and to reap the benefits of the decriminalization as we now move to the regulated use, which I will return to in the substantive comments on the bill. Madam Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge the work not only of my predecessor in office, but the Honorable Minister of National Security, the Honorable Mr. Senator Hines, who have walked the talk throughout Trinidad and Tobago, participating with and engaging the people of Trinidad and Tobago in lively debate and public consultation on the work of the Joint Select Committee and its report with respect to this bill. The expertise of personnel I also wish to draw on and to recognize in the contributions which have been made to the content of this bill, and I particularly wish to acknowledge the work of those experts, in particular Mr. Marcus Ramkisoon, to whose report I will return in due course, and I thank him here for the record. Madam Speaker, Madam President, the bill which is before us today is a development on the earlier passage of the amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act, Amendment Act 2019, which decriminalized certain aspects of the use of the drug, which is commonly known as marijuana, but now properly and comprehensively defined in the bill before us as cannabis. That decriminalization has decriminalized certain quantities of cannabis and cannabis resin, has prohibited the use of the substance in public spaces, in educational institutions, and places of work, among others. 2 years after the enactment of the Act, numerous positive societal and legal effects of the decriminalization of cannabis, possession, use, and personal cultivation in Trinidad and Tobago have been identified. And I've already acknowledged that there have been serious consultations by those who have worked on this bill with the stakeholders in the community, which led to the passage of the bill in the lower house. What we are seeking to do today, Madam President, is to move beyond, and positively to move beyond decriminalization, and to provide for the regulatory control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority and connected matters. And we are specifically concerned to regulate the use and handling so that we can reap the benefits, societal, legal, and economic, of the proper use, cultivation, and sale, and medicinal and religious use of the cannabis and its related products. The bill creates an authority which establishes a board, Madam President, whose members are appointed by the President and whose functions include the granting, amending, suspending, revoking, or cancelling of licenses, inspecting, monitoring, and assessing the handling of cannabis, taking enforcement measures in the event of non-compliance, and establishing and maintaining a register of licenses and other connected functions. It considers medicinal cannabis, allowing a medical practitioner to prescribe its use with specific dose limitation and a pharmacist to dispense same. Medical marijuana can help patients suffering from various illnesses, such as cancer and epilepsy being some of the harshest diseases. Due to the new medical advances, cannabis has been proven to be something of a medical miracle for epilepsy patients across the world. Having done that research, and I want to return when I speak a little further on to the issue of research, why should we then continue to criminalize people who are able to effectively and safely use cannabis to alleviate the symptoms of long-term health conditions? By analogy, Madam President, cannabis was decriminalized in 2015 in Jamaica, and for a small country, Jamaica has made significant strides in building an industry in a short amount of time. Jamaica in 2018 opened its first medical cannabis at Kaya Farms, and there are now medicinal dispensaries throughout the island. Madam President, I would like to take members, with your leave, through the clauses of the bill before us, and in that regard, I would invite members to follow me as I go through the bill essentials, which I believe all members have before them. Clause 4 of the bill establishes a body corporate known as the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, which would be responsible for the regulatory control of the handling of cannabis under this bill, vested with such powers as are necessary or expedient for the performance of its functions. Clause 5 of the bill establishes the functions of the authority, and in particular, I wish to emphasize, among others, because no one should be left out, but I consider it, in my respectful opinion, important to emphasize sections 5.1J and 5.3B. Why do I emphasize that? Section 5.1J says that the function of the authority is J, to provide for the distribution of educational materials and the conduct of training programs in relation to the development and use of cannabis and the development of the cannabis industry. And section 5.3B tells us that in the performance of its functions, the authority shall be facilitate scientific research in respect of cannabis and, where applicable, apply the results of such research in the development of the cannabis industry. I consider these particular sections of Section 5 of the bill under consideration to be important, Madam Speaker, because, Madam President, I beg your pardon, because it is important to recognize that in any developing society, and I use the word developing synonymously with evolving, and I use it evolving deliberately because I abhor the use of terms lesser developed and more developed. We are all one humankind, and we progress through our deliberate efforts to improve our lot for ourselves and our fellow citizens. And I consider the research capacity, which is contemplated by this bill to be bestowed on the authority, to be important for the simple reason that we recognize as we pass this bill, I hope, that there is work to be done by the authority that involves research that will continue to seek out and identify the positive attributes of this particular cannabis and to be able to deploy it as we continue to apply the provisions of the bill for the better use of cannabis in educational institutions, in medicinal institutions, and also in economic activity. I would, just for a moment, hark back to, and we are all, as students of history, we are all cognizant of the days of prohibition in the United States of America. There was a point at which alcohol was prohibited, but by dint of human endeavor and our efforts to improve our lot, we have seen that we move beyond prohibition, as we are now moving beyond decriminalization with respect to cannabis. And what we are seeking to do is to regulate its use, to deepen our research of the potential benefits which we can gain from its use, and thereby to develop our society for the benefit of all of us. So that is my emphasis, without decrying or diminishing the value of any of the other functions of the authority. Clause 6 of the bill, Madam President, provides for the appointment of a 9-member board of directors of the authority, and we are reminded that that board shall be appointed by the President from among persons who are skilled and resourced and experienced in very significant disciplines. And they are listed there in the bill essentials, which are before members of Parliament, members of this august House, the Senate. I will not read them all, but again I emphasize what I consider to be some of the areas that are of significance in terms of the skill set that is being brought to the authority as the members of the board are to be appointed. So we have persons versed in finance and accounting, we have persons versed in medicine, persons versed in scientific research, law enforcement, education, and of course, drug rehabilitation. It speaks, Madam President, to the seriousness with which this government undertakes to commit the authority to a task that will be fully skilled, very capable, and therefore able to respond to the needs of the society and to the demands that are being brought upon the authority as it progresses. Clause 6, of course, provides for the remuneration of the members of the board, and that remuneration shall be reviewed by the Salaries Review Commission. Revocation of appointment is dealt with in Clause 8, and the instances where a member of the board shall have his or her appointment revoked, those instances are set out in Clause 8. I need not belabor them. They are not dissimilar to many of the other bases on which other boards and indeed even members of the judiciary will find themselves disqualified and or have their appointments revoked in the case of their inability to continue to discharge the trust which this Senate, which this Parliament is vesting in them. Immunity of members, we have to recognize, Madam Speaker, that as we embark upon our myriad responsibilities in the authority given to us by different statutes, we are human. We will make mistakes. But once those mistakes are made in good faith and in earnest purpose and the desire for the betterment of our fellow citizens, we have to permit a certain degree of latitude to our fellow citizens who take on the heavy responsibility of the functions of the board to make those mistakes without having to be hauled before courts or indeed the police for misfeasance or acts that do not amount to misfeasance. So we allow, by Clause 10 of the bill, a degree of personal immunity to members of the board, and I think that that is to be commended, and I commend that to members of this House. The quorum and decisions of the board, of course, will have to be...
Attorney General.
Honorable President, just a point of clarification, Honorable Attorney General, through the Honorable Speaker, President rather. In Clause 10, the term gross negligence as opposed to negligence. I was wondering if you could clarify why we inserted this concept of gross. Because I'm looking at previous legislation as it relates to immunity, and there's no suggestion of gross. So I just want to get some clarification as to the thinking of the government as it relates to this new concept that has been inserted here. To the Honorable President.
Thank you, Senator Mark. And it is never for me to say that I would suggest that you speak too softly. So if I didn't hear you fully, I attribute it to the mask which shrouds your normal delivery. So if I did not hear you fully, please forgive me. If I understand you correctly, you are concerned with the introduction of the qualifying word gross to qualify the word negligence, and you are concerned to appreciate why is that qualification introduced to the word negligence, correct? Thank you. Well, it goes to what I was saying earlier, Senator Mark. We have to allow human error to be committed unless it is of a quality and comes with an intent that takes it beyond the realm of ordinary human error. I can be driving a car down the road tomorrow, and my young child might be in the passenger seat or even behind me, in the seat behind me, and I hear a sound which alarms me, and I turn back instinctively as a parent to respond to that sound, and I hit the car in front of me. That is negligence, but that is not gross negligence. So we have to permit a degree of latitude to the driver of this vehicle, the authority, the members of the board, to recognize that some error will be permitted without them being held personally accountable. Otherwise, what we will find, Senator, is that we will be unable to recruit talented, committed patriots to serve on this authority. Have I addressed your concern sufficiently, Senator?
Through the Honorable President, that at the committee stage, Honorable Attorney General, we will pursue that matter a little more. Okay? Thanks very much for your clarification.
Madam President, with your leave, may I continue? Thank you. So I was at clause 10, and I was speaking to the immunity, and I think that I have addressed that sufficiently. I had moved to clause 12, quorum and decisions of the board. We have clause 13, which allows the board to appoint committees, because of course the members of the board can't do all the work, so they will appoint committees to do further work in the interest of moving the authority's business along. Disclosure of interest. Of course, we recognize that those persons who are charged with regulating the handling, cultivation, use, handling is a complete term that includes cultivation, use, transporting, etc. Those persons must not have an interest in the very industry that they are regulating, and therefore if there is any suggestion known to them that they have an interest, they are not allowed to participate in the affairs of the board. They must disclose that interest, and you will see in further sessions, members of this honorable and august Senate, that there are bases on which they can be disqualified for having an interest in the very industry that they're regulating. And of course, clause 15, there must be, in my respectful submission, and the drafters of this clause in their wisdom have introduced, there must be provision for a chief executive officer, which will allow a person of sufficient experience in finance, management, or accounting to be responsible for the daily management of the authority, subject, of course, to the directions of the board. And that person, the CEO, also is prohibited from having an interest in the very industry which he is regulating and is the chief executive officer of. Clause 16 similarly provides for the board of the authority to be assisted and supported by the staff of the authority, and we see also that the authority can engage an expert, an advisor, or consultant on contract to assist in conducting its regulatory responsibilities. Those persons will also be subject to the disclosure requirements of the Act, and failing the appropriate disclosure are liable to be committed on summary conviction. Of course, clause 17, I move next. The bill empowers the board to delegate certain of its functions and that of the CEO or designated officer by written instrument as necessary. The written instrument being necessary to ensure clarity in the fact of designation and delegation of authority. Confidentiality, we recognize in the holistic view of the bill before us that there are a number of different facets to the functioning of the authority. That is to say, it has medicinal purposes, it has religious purposes, and other purposes. There will be medical doctors involved, there will be patients involved, and therefore, within reason, the affairs of the business of the board must be treated in a confidential manner, subject, of course, to law. Clause 20 of the bill establishes the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority Fund, which shall comprise monies from appropriations by Parliament, fees, etc. And I would recommend for the attention of members the fact that when you look at the remit that is allowed to the authority to charge fees, I compliment that fact for the very reason that we have to ensure that this authority will be self-sustaining, it will be earning fees from the different work that it does, and it will not have to turn to the consolidated fund, which is one of the sources of its revenue for its continual and constant survival. The authority is strictly prohibited from borrowing any sums or accepting or receiving any money by way of grant or donation from any person or entity regulated by the authority, and I think that that is self-explicit, speaks for itself. The application of the fund is provided for Clause 21 and tells us the instances in which monies contained in the fund may be applied in defraying the authority's expenses. The authority must keep proper accounts, and we see that Clause 24 of the bill tells us the manner of the accounting that must be done. The audit of the accounts is established by Section 25. These are public accounts as stipulated under Section 116 of the Constitution, and once the accounts of the authority have been audited, the Auditor General must submit his report in accordance with Section 116 of the Constitution and simultaneously forward a copy of the report to the Minister. There is, of course, the power to borrow, but I've already touched on that. Clause 26, power to invest, and that speaks to the fact that the authority is recognized as a body that must be self-sustaining. So it gives, Clause 27 gives power to the authority to invest monies in security not immediately required to be expended to meet any obligations. Clause 28 exempts the authority and its assets from taxation of every kind and description. That is self-explicit and set out in Clause 28 of the bill. And we do that, we recommend that, particularly at this inception period where we are embarking on a new endeavor, a new industry that must be given the support that it can get from the society for the benefits that it will bring to the society at the societal level, at the medicinal level, and the economic level. The authority is required by Clause 29 to submit annually to Parliament a report of its activities during that calendar year within 3 months after the end of each calendar year. So we here, when we pass this bill, as I anticipate optimistically we shall, have the confidence of knowing that we are entrusted with an oversight of the functioning of the authority, which must come back to us annually and produce a report for our review, our criticism, our support, or otherwise. Licenses are varied and several. Clause 30. A cultivator's license, a research and development license, a laboratory license, a processor license, a retail distributor license, an import license, an export license, a transport license. And I have no doubt we will hear more in due course from other members of this House who will speak to the medicinal import of this authority and the quality of health that will be improved by the appropriate licensing regime that will be provided for. Similarly, we will hear more on the import and export licenses and the revenue attraction that will be permitted. Madam President, I believe one of our members wishes to ask a question of me.
Senator Mark.
Let me just.
So, Senator Mark, I remind you that...
Yes, it's just a clarification.
Yeah.
But I don't want to come across muffled, that's all. Honorable Attorney General, through the Honorable President, just wanted you to clarify in terms of the cultivator license, there is wholesale in terms of its product or plant. I was just wondering if we want a level playing field, why the cultivator cannot engage in retailing. So right now, according to 29A, he's only confined to wholesaling. So I'm asking your good self if the government would consider amending this part to allow retailing to take place in this particular area.
Thank you, Senator Mark. I wonder whether you would be kind enough, Senator Mark, to permit me to, within the allotted time that is allocated to me, to make this opening statement as I pilot the bill. I wonder whether, given the experience that you have sitting in that other place, whether you would permit me to complete my pilot. The question is a valid question, but if you would, I would like to complete the pilot, and we can address those matters at the appropriate point. Thank you very much. So, Madam President, with your leave, I had moved to the power to borrow. I had touched on that, the power to invest. I had touched on that exemption from taxes annual report, and I had engaged the licenses at the point at which, in another place, I would say my learned friend, Mr. Mark, Senator Mark, rose to interrogate me. If I may move on, I was about to touch on the fact that we also have to recognize that cannabis in other societies as well as our own has an almost sacred and revered status. And we recognize that cannabis should be allowed under license to be used for religious purposes, and we make provision for that in the cultivation, in the licenses that are to be issued under the bill that we are considering. Eligibility for a license is provided for at Clause 31. You must be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, a permanent resident of Trinidad and Tobago, or a citizen of a CARICOM member state other than Trinidad and Tobago. Ample provision is made there, and I commend that to members. And of course, there is provision for the controller of the religious organizations and applications for licenses being properly regulated. That is spelled out in quite a lot of detail, and I am sure we will engage in conversations on that. Clause 32 provides for the authority to request further information relative to the application from an applicant for a license. And once the license is granted, the authority is empowered to publish in the Gazette at least twice during a period of 2 weeks in 2 daily newspapers in circulation, relevant information for the attention of members of the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to licenses that are applied for, granted, and you will see further on in the bill, licenses that are either suspended or revoked. So that the intention of this legislation in its nascent stage, where we are introducing this for the first time for the development of a serious industry, is that throughout the process must be transparent and the public must be allowed to follow the development of the industry as it regulates itself and is regulated by the authority. Madam President, we move on. We look at clauses 34 through to 47, the deal 48, the deal with details of the licenses. We look at clauses 49 through to 53, which deal with terms and conditions of licenses. That is all spelled out in detail. When we get to part 5 of the bill, we deal with medical cannabis, and this is something which I hope in due course the Minister of Health will assist us with so that we can better understand the assurances that we will be receiving from those who are empowered to regulate the medical health of this country. Clauses 43, 44 through to 47 deal with medical cannabis. And then we go to part 6, cannabis for religious purposes. I have touched on that, and we have seen that clauses 48 through to 51 deal with cannabis for religious purposes, recognizing the very, I say without meaning anything other than the use of the word, the sacred use to which cannabis has been used and put to good use throughout not just Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the Caribbean. And we respect that, and we give cognizance to that. We have a register system, Madam President, clauses 52 to 59, so that the establishment and maintenance of registers by the authority in respect of each type of license is to be maintained by the Chief Executive Officer and the authority. And again, that speaks to the system of transparency that this bill envisages, so that throughout, members of the public will be aware of what is being done under the auspices of this bill and what is being regulated under the watchful eye of the authority, the Chief Executive Officer, the supervisory authority, and that is an important point. In its financial activity, we will see when we look at the bill in its individual clauses that the supervisory authority of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago has a supervisory function to ensure that the use to which this bill is put in terms of its use and the money that it earns is not used for illicit or illegal purposes. A very important provision in my respectful view in the bill. And we see, Madam President, Part 8 of the bill deals with inspections throughout the life of the regulated industry. There will be inspectors who will be enabled to inspect the use to which the cannabis is being put, including the power to enter premises. Inspectors will have the power to enter premises specified in a license other than a dwelling house without a warrant, and that is to ensure that no abuse is made of the regulation that this bill is asking this House to approve. Clause 64 provides for the powers of inspectors. These powers include, as we have set out here, power to enter premises, to verify compliance with the Act, to take photographs, to seize anything which may be of evidential value for the prosecution of an offense, and to direct the temporary suspension of any activity which the inspector, he or she, reasonably believes to be in contravention of the Act. And 65, Clause 65 of the bill prescribes for the issuing of a warrant by a magistrate where there are reasonable grounds for believing that an offense under the proposed act has been or is about to be committed in any dwelling house. And then there are the miscellaneous provisions of the act, of the bill, Madam President, 66 through to 69. And I emphasize, without delimiting or limiting the importance of clauses 66 through to 69, I emphasize clause 69, which tells us that the authority will have the power to provide for and to make regulations. And that will be an important part of the functioning of the authority, to provide for regulations, because the bill gives the enabling framework within which the regulation is to take effect, but it will be the responsibility of the board, as it speaks to the discharge of its functions, to be able to regulate and to prescribe for regulation by well-drafted regulations done in consultation with all relevant stakeholders. Madam President, with respect, as we move beyond the clauses of the bill, I will say a little bit about the benefits to the society which this bill intends to introduce, and what we have by way of benefits, Madam President. We have to take note immediately that given the decriminalization that has been introduced by the amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act, there has been a decrease in dependency on the illicit market, as individuals are now allowed to cultivate their personal supply needs. There is also less risk-taking behavior by consumers, and the statistics have shown a decrease of foot traffic in the areas known for illicit cannabis sales, where other aspects of criminality often exist. So what we are witnessing already in the non-regulated reality that has been introduced by the mere fact of decriminalization is that we are separating the everyday use of cannabis from the areas that involve criminal activity, and therefore we are saving members of our society, valuable members of our society, from the negative stigmatization that has been traditionally associated with cannabis, and criminalization, and encouraging ourselves to have a more positive outlook on cannabis use in the community, less fear by consumers of engaging positively in academic or work pursuits, more interest in the plant as medicine, and increased willingness to learn about the substance. And I've already emphasized the important task of research that is going to be encouraged under this bill. Very significantly, Madam President, there will be, and already the records are showing, less separation of families, as the prevalence of cannabis use in Trinidad and Tobago is substantial, and prior to the amendments of the law, which has already been introduced in 2019, parents found in possession of cannabis could have been separated from their children by the state, leading to more dysfunctional and broken family structures. The amended law therefore allows more families to stay together, and the bill that we have under consideration now is looking to provide for a more holistic environment in which we can separate ourselves from this scourge that has afflicted families, having persons, fathers and mothers, put into our prisons and exposed to the more hardened elements of the prison population, separated from their children for having, to use a colloquial expression, one or two spliffs in their possession. That is something we want to move beyond as we embrace the value inherent in every human being, mother and child, in this society. There is an ever-increasing emerging market and demand for agricultural supplies, and therefore supporting new and existing agricultural business, promoting the emergence of new specialist and specialized cannabis cultivation and consumption supply stores, distributors, and even local manufacturers of specialized products, thereby positively affecting economic diversification. And this is where the local content, which has been spoken to very eloquently by my predecessor in the lower house, the local content that is recognized will be given to the investment by members of this community to grow and build an industry out of a plant that can bring significant economic benefits, properly regulated, to all of the people of this country, and I commend it. We have, as one of the other benefits, cultivation for personal use, increased interest in horticulture and agriculture, savings on regular cannabis expenditure by consumers, development of local cannabis genetics, access to better and safer quality cannabis. We also have the positive legal effects of the legislation, Madam President. Already we have the drastic decrease in cannabis arrests, as the vast majority of arrests prior to the amendments becoming enacted were for cannabis possession of less than 100 grams. That has been on the decrease, and the statistics which the Joint Select Committees have been able to obtain from the judiciary speak to almost a 70% decrease in the convictions that are reaching the courts. We speak as well, Madam President, to having to spend a lot less taxpayer dollars towards processing and incarcerating individuals for cannabis possession of less than 100 grams, and exposing persons who are not criminals to the hardened elements within the criminal environment of our prisons with the known, obvious, and almost ineluctable results that incarceration in our prisons bring about. The law has reflected considerations from most of the discussions, and I commend the members of the Joint Select Committee under the chairmanship of my predecessor, Honorable Al-Rawi, for the discussions and points arising from public stakeholder and expert consultations with the legalized possession limit, cultivation for personal use limit, legalized use in private spaces, and expunging of the offenses from the criminal records of past offenders. Fixed penalty notices for certain offenses will bring revenue to the national purse, as opposed to creating expenditure by arrests, prosecution, and incarceration. There are also benefits to the criminal justice system. The drastic decrease in traffic, and by traffic I mean human traffic, of cases at the magistrates' courts, decreasing backlog and allowing the courts to to concentrate on more substantive matters engaging the control of criminal activity in the society.
Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I may have to ask Mr. Mark for a little bit more of his time. Thank you. Madam President, that brings me to the conclusion almost of my submission today, to make the point that what we are looking to embrace in our society is a truism. That is to say, law does not operate in a vacuum, statute law less so. A statute is intended to guide and regulate the conduct and affirm and regulate the conduct of those to whom it is addressed, its content taken in recognition of the cultural, economic, political, and social conditions of the society within which it is intended to operate. And I dare say, Madam President, that with the creativity, the entrepreneurial skill, and the vast talent that is available in the society or national community of Trinidad and Tobago, we can look forward to a thriving, rich, enduring industry. Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Regulatory Control of the Handling of Cannabis for Certain Purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority and connected matters be now read a second time. Senator Lachmidial.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute today on this bill that is before us here for consideration. Madam President, when I entered the Senate and committees were appointed, I was appointed to sit on this committee, and it truly was a good experience, an eye-opening experience, because it allowed me to process and to listen and to consider a diverse range of views on the issue of cannabis. And one of the things that, as I've gotten older, that I realize that you must do at times is to put aside, whatever views and notions you may have, preconceived notions about a certain topic, and really consider it. And I've had that opportunity through this committee to do that because, of course, sometimes when we hear about cannabis, there are certain negative connotations that come with the use of cannabis, and we tend to associate its use as a criminal activity. But with the decriminalization of marijuana, which I have seen firsthand some of the positive effects that the Honorable Attorney General spoke about. Forgive me, I intended to start off by congratulating the Attorney General. I think this is the first time he has presented in this House, so forgive me for not starting off and say thank you. Congratulations, Learned Senior, on your presentation. But we missed him while he was away. We did not, I had the opportunity to really listen, and I've seen firsthand some of the positive effects that the Attorney General spoke about in terms of our judicial system being not so burdened by the number of cases. For myself, I had some concerns raised both at the committee stage, and so this is an easy debate for me because I'm essentially just going to raise some of the same concerns that I had, and I will touch on them because I know that my colleagues will drill down a little bit deeper into some of those concerns. And I think here we have our style in this House is to look at things from a policy perspective and the social aspects and have a discussion. Madam President, the use of cannabis has been around for centuries. As far back as, I think they talk about 2000 BC in Central Asia and China and in India, there are records which speak to various types of uses being put to this plant material for different reasons, medicinal and religious, and those are the two major ones. But of course, the recreational use of cannabis has become more and more popular in our society. This, however, has led to some also negative social impacts, such as addiction. And I think that addiction and the protection of those who are vulnerable in society must be of critical importance to us when we consider the policy underlying this bill. And my approach while I was sitting in the committee, as well as my approach in preparing for today's debate, is that we must always look at pros and cons and how we can maximize the pros out of this proposal here before us in the form of a bill and minimize the cons. And so some of the things that I want to propose would deal with that. Addiction is still a very serious issue, and as far back as my university days, I saw for myself how some very brilliant minds could be affected by the abuse of drugs, not use, but abuse of drugs. And that doesn't just, that is not an issue that resides solely with the use of cannabis or marijuana, as we call it, but with anything. It can pertain to alcohol, it could pertain to cigarettes and the health effects of it and so on, even other types of social activity like gambling. But as a society, we have moved forward and we have accepted that things bring positives like economic benefits, and that's the primary benefit that we see from regulating something like the cannabis industry. And we have found, or we have taken a decision as a society to move forward and regulate it so that we can minimize the effects like addiction and abuse and all of the negative consequences that flow from it. The disappointing thing is that much of what we need to understand about how this industry would be regulated is not contained in this bill. It will come later on in regulations. And I do feel that for us to have a meaningful debate on something as new as this, and I say groundbreaking because it really is, I would never have thought 10 or 15 years ago, or maybe more, maybe 20 years ago, that we would ever be having a conversation about legalizing the use or regulating the cannabis industry. So it is very new to us. And without seeing the regulations in front of us, it really is impossible for us to, I think, have a truly meaningful debate and to make sure that what we are passing here is something that's truly beneficial to society. And I want to urge the government that when we are dealing with things like this, it happened with the procurement as well. We waited a very long time to see the procurement regulations, which we had a lot of concerns about. And I really do hope that this doesn't follow suit and that this is not what happens with this, because to get an industry off the ground and operational, it's not just about passing this piece of legislation. And anybody in the public hearing that we're having a debate today thinks that once this bill is passed tomorrow, they could have access to the use of cannabis. And there's a long, long road ahead that will involve these regulations that have to be very carefully crafted, because the bulk of it, this is a skeleton. What is before us today is essentially just a skeleton. And the committee did not have the opportunity as well to really discuss the regulations. What many of our concerns raised at the committee stage, we were told that those things have to be fleshed out in the regulations. Now, of course, one of the responses that we get all the time is that the board has to be appointed under this piece of legislation and that they will work on the regulations. But in a case like that, something as simple as the fees for licensing, understanding how the fees would be structured for the different types of licenses here is of significant impact for us to say whether or not we agree that there are benefits to society by passing this piece of legislation, because the fees will determine accessibility of persons to participate in this industry. And without having that knowledge, I think we are severely constrained in our comments here today. So I want to make a couple of comments. As I mentioned, the social area, I want to deal with a couple of the other areas that I said my colleagues would drill down to as well. With respect to the medicinal value, Madam President, I think it is accepted now that there are benefits. I know several people who attest, not living in Trinidad and Tobago, of course, outside of this country, in the United States and so on, who attest to the medicinal properties of cannabis and its use for pain management and also the management of asthma, serious asthma. So I've spoken to people about that, and I've spoken to them, and I've heard them, speak about the benefits. And outside of Trinidad and Tobago, we have a lot of research and development taking place right now, and I'll get to that point later on about the need for research and development and the funding of it. But if cannabis is going to be used for pain management and for other types of medical afflictions, then we also have to look at the point of rehabilitation, because like any pharmaceutical, there is a risk of addiction. And so one of the first things that I would like to propose is in terms of an amendment, and I would ask the Honourable Attorney General to consider it, is that the application of the fund as discussed in Clause 21 of the bill specifically state that some of the fees collected under the licensing regime of this authority be applied for rehabilitation. Rehabilitation, if I'm not mistaken, is actually one of the things listed when we speak about the Seized Assets Fund, where you can seize the proceeds of drug trafficking and so on. And I believe that it belongs here as well, because rehabilitation services for persons suffering from drug addiction is severely under-resourced in this country. I have had the unfortunate experience through my professional practice of dealing with many persons who were sent to what was supposed to be the rehabilitation facility at Piparo. And it is not a facility, it is in dire need of resourcing. So if we are going to regulate this industry and we are going to be collecting fees from persons who want to participate in this industry, I do feel that the need for a big investment in rehabilitation facilities is warranted, and it will, again, help us with that balancing of the pros and cons when we deal with the development of this new industry. So that is the first amendment that I would want to propose. With respect to the general dispensing of the drug, of the cannabis or cannabis products by medical practitioners, and I believe this was raised, we have a number of doctors in the other place, and I think that they raised this, or the need for training and monitoring. Would the medical persons who are licensed to dispense cannabis be required to obtain ongoing medical training? Because you see, we don't have a system in Trinidad and Tobago. It's not common for people to have one doctor for everything or for their entire life. Many of us visit various medical practitioners for different things. It's a matter of convenience and so on, how we seek medical assistance. We still have a large portion of our population that rely on the primary healthcare system. I don't know if this type of, if it's envisioned that this type of medical treatment would be available through our primary healthcare system, and by that I mean health centers. But every time you go to a health center, you see a different doctor. Now, this is where I believe, and when I was reading this, I thought about something that the Partnership Administration had tried to introduce just before the meeting office of the health card, and having a digitalized health card system. I know that the Minister of Digitalization has spoken about it, and we were waiting on it. We thought it would have come about to help with the vaccination program, but I think that's like the work from home policy. The pandemic is over and we haven't seen it. But you know, if we had pursued the option of that digital health card, we could have seamlessly transitioned into having digital records available to private as well as public healthcare providers who could understand a person's entire medical history and be able to prescribe cannabis in a very safe and effective manner. But we go through 5-year cycles of programs in this country, and it's very unfortunate. And you know, because something could be as valuable as, you know, as this would be scrapped simply because we have a change of administration. And I think that's it's something that we need to change as a country as we move forward. Now, the other thing is that ongoing medical training by the practitioners who will be dispensing this is necessary to be able to detect the point of addiction. Because like painkillers and other things, there could be addiction and by persons who are using it for medical reasons. So at some point in time, and perhaps it will be in the regulations, but it's not just the dispensary, not just the licensing regime and all of that, and people who are handling it that have to be regulated, but the people who are now going to be dispensing it, pharmacists, doctors, and so on, who are writing the prescription. I think that there would be need to regulate them as well to ensure that what they are doing is proper, because they are taking on a serious responsibility. And of course, medical practitioners have standards and so on, and that they would be regulated by, and the medical board would be required to regulate them. But that is the fleshing out of this whole thing that we have to think forward about. That every single person who participates in this would need some sort of training so that they could detect the abuse, they could detect dependency. I think Barbados, because they have already established their licensing authority and they are moving forward in the industry, I think that they have established a program at the university across there where they could train persons, pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, and so on, because every person involved needs to be aware of how this drug could be affected. Madam President, with respect to the dispensing of cannabis as well for medicinal purposes, the presence of cannabis products in a house where there are minors is also very, is something that we have to talk about. It's not as commonly heard about here, but in the United States, for example, people who are on prescription painkillers have a serious problem when it gets into the hands of minors and other persons who want to use it for recreational purposes and enjoyment. And that is something that I flag here as an issue moving forward. Not that you can legislate for every single thing in a bill, but as a part of the social problem that may arise out of legalizing this industry and regulating it. So regulating an industry is not about regulating a licensing regime alone. Again, what about law enforcement? What about people who are monitoring those who are being issued prescriptions to use this product? Who is checking on them in their home when they have access to this product and making sure that vulnerable persons around them, children and so on, are not getting access to it? We don't have that type of infrastructure in our country to monitor these things. So it is another problem that could arise when we embark upon this endeavor. And I'm not saying that I am against it, but I do have to say that before you embark on something like this and you roll it out, we must consider these options. I wanted to touch briefly on the issue of the licenses. I do have some concerns about the authority itself, but I think Senator Mark would touch more on that. But with respect to the licenses, as I said before, the way the licenses are designed, the cost to someone who wants to really grow a business would be, I think, beyond the reach of many of our, what we call the small farmers. Now, let us be realistic. The people who have the experience in cultivating marijuana in this country are not people who are easily going to have access to capital. They are not people who are going to sit behind their MacBook and type up a business plan and go to the bank to get financing. They are not people who own large and vast amounts of property. And if it is that when these regulations do come forward, whenever that may be, we see that the requirements for a license are so stringent that they become far outside the reach of the people who are currently cultivating right now. What we are going to have is a bill before us that achieves only one thing, and that is the promotion of big business at the expense of our small farmers. And that, Madam President, has always been my most serious concern about this. And it is a concern that I do not think is unique to me or to anyone in this country or to the country as a whole, because I have seen where that same concern has been raised. The Attorney General made reference to the development of the industry in Jamaica. And Jamaica, which has been primarily, at least in our region, and I think around the world, associated with the cannabis industry, I started to look at some of the issues that they have faced, because of course they are a little bit ahead of us in terms of the development of this industry. And it was raised by one of their members of parliament, in their parliament as well, saying that the farmers, the traditional farmers, have complained that the fees are too high and that it is beyond their reach. So at a sitting of their parliament, I want to quote from an article from New Caribbean Featured. The article is dated March 4th, 2021, and it quotes the speech made in the Parliament by Member of Parliament, I think it's the opposition in Jamaica, Lisa Hanna. And she was speaking about the fact that the small farmers are being pushed out. The requirements for the licenses are so small. Madam President, if we want our farmers in Trinidad and Tobago, the farmers in Bish and Maruga and so on, having practiced in the criminal arena, particularly in South Trinidad, I have become quite awkward with some of the more established small farmers. But I could tell you, there are so many issues that they face now. And these are the people who for the last 50 years have been running and dodging from the police, albeit, yes, because they are involved in something that's illegal. But if they have been the ones who have been advocating for this, then it is up to us to ensure that there's a space created for them. And I am very concerned, and I would like to hear, for example, how the government firstly intends to deal with the licensing and to ensure it is not beyond the reach of these small farmers. I would like to hear about some of the requirements further down the road that would be imposed upon persons who want licenses. I would like to hear about the assistance that will be given in terms of access to capital and land for these persons. And I would like to hear, most importantly, what the government is going to do to address the issue of land tenure in this country that affects not only the ganja farmers who are now going to be able to perhaps, and we hope, access licenses to be able to participate in this industry, but all farmers who are affected by the issue of land tenure. But the bottom line is the vast majority, if not all, of the persons currently involved in cultivation of ganja in Trinidad and Tobago are doing so illegally, on not just because it is illegal, but illegally occupying lands, and state lands to a large extent. So having a bill like this has repercussions for other areas that require a serious policy development approach by the government. And without those issues being tackled frontally, then this will not make any sense. This, by itself, will only facilitate the persons who can have access to easy capital, who are already established in their businesses and who can diversify now and embark upon this. This, without a proper policy of land management and a land use policy from the government, will only deal with those persons who already have access to export and distribution channels and so on. It will not help grow and develop the small businesses in this country, and that is the biggest concern that I have. I do not want to see that what we are doing here today and the work of our committee and the work that we do here as a parliament essentially ends up being a locking out of the small farmers. So one of the things that I found interesting in that article that I spoke about was the proposal that the government establish a national ganja lab, that they call it, where they could manufacture and process the ganja products. Because by doing so, and the government taking an active role in the processing and the manufacturing, that is the costly aspect of it. There are costly aspects in cultivation as well. You have to look at things like retention, ponds and access, roads to agricultural lands and all of that. But that's infrastructure. That's an investment that you can make and then you can go down the road. But if you really want our ganja farmers to have access to the processing phase and and for our, as a country, for us to have a good product that we can put out there in terms of cannabis products, I think some level of government investment is necessary. And in Jamaica, I've seen for myself that the suggestion has been made, because that manufacturing and processing will allow for the small farmers to then sell their product to a government or a government-funded facility that can assist with the processing and marketing and distribution and so on. Because let us be real, it is just simply not within the capacity of some of our small farmers right now to jump straight into this business and all of a sudden overnight turn into entrepreneurs without some hand-holding and assistance from the government. So, Madam President, with respect to the licensing, and I mentioned the fees, I took a look at what was available around the Caribbean, and I found that Barbados had published their fees. They are as well, they have their licensing authority. It's called the BMCLA because they focus on the medical aspects. So it's called the Barbados Medical Cannabis Authority, Licensing Authority. And they have similar licenses to us. A cultivator's license, processing license, and so on, those range when you do the conversion of about $1,000 US. When you get to the processing license and the export licenses, those range close to perhaps about $3,000 US. If a person in this country wants to get into this industry and they wish to cultivate and really become entrepreneurs in a business, they would require at least 4 licenses if they were to really grow their business. And that's a cultivator's license, a processor's license, the, sorry, sometimes I can't understand my own handwriting. The processor's license, the retail distributor's license, and if you really want to grow your business, of course, what we are trying to promote mostly here is for persons to get into export. They will require the export license. And they may also, if you are dealing with have your own distribution channels and so on, you may require a transport license. When you add up all of those licensing fees, now of course, perhaps people will start off with one thing and grow and grow and grow, but it still could be very cost prohibitive. So I just use Barbados as an example of the fees. I'm using Jamaica as what has been highlighted in that article as a concern raised about the small farmers. And why I believe that the investment by the government in some sort of facility that will facilitate manufacturing and distribution and export and all of that of this product is for this reason. Internationally, selling cannabis or cannabis products derived from the cannabis plant is not like selling two spliff on the corner. You have to be standardized. You have to have compliance with all sorts of regulations. You have to have quality product. You have to basically understand horticultural science if you want to produce a product that is going to be competitive, not just locally, but internationally. Because what will happen again is that without the resources being given to our smaller farmers who can actually who could do this, that they will continue to try to grow and so on their small plots of land that they may be illegally occupying and so on, is that the big businesses will be able to make those investments. They will be able to invest in labs with, where you can control the lighting and so on. I understand that the amount of light that is placed on the cannabis plant affects the level of, is it called THC that is in the product, which is what gets you high, basically. And so the quality of the product that you are producing, I see the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs is laughing at me. I don't know how else to explain it, but that's what's getting high, right? And but that is something that you have to control the lighting and so on to be able to get your product. So if you really want to be able to compete internationally or even regionally, where you have other countries in the region who are out of the gate long before us, and are already doing this, then we need that type of investment because our small farmers can't do it. And as I said before, will people be willing to even make that sort of investment in the private sector, in the established businesses? And when we consider that, you have to consider this licensing regime as well. There's a term being put on these licenses. And when you're asking people to make investments and so on, it is very troubling where that security is not there in the form of a license. So if we want to encourage people to invest, when I went to Barbados website for their authority, I mean, they are basically advertising and encouraging investments and so on. And I really do hope that when our authority is set up, and I heard the Honorable Attorney General speak about the role of the authority in research and development, and that's good, research and development, but I want to urge them to take it further. They must market our industry. They must help to market the industry because we have to compete. Everybody, when you think of marijuana, thinks Jamaica. And when I went to university, it was the first time I was told that, sometimes the best ganja in the Caribbean doesn't come from Jamaica, that I heard that St. Vincent is actually better. St. Vincent also has an authority and they have legalized it as well. And what they have done, which I thought was very interesting, and I hope that our authority could perhaps take it into consideration, is that they waived licensing fees for a period of 2 years when it came to what they call the traditional cultivator. And that is the type of foresight that I wish we would have in this country, where we would make things easier for people and we would not, equality of treatment is not the same rule for everybody, Equality of treatment is making rules that caters to everybody and their circumstances and their situations. And I see it happening in St. Vincent, and I hope that we could have the same thing happening here, and I hope that the authority that is established, and I wish that the role of the authority could have been fleshed out more in this bill in terms of the role that they must play in promoting this industry. I think that one of the most colorful debates we had at the committee stage, and debates aren't really fleshed out in the minutes of the committee, but was with respect to the religious licenses. And the reason for that is because this notion of a sacramental dispensary, I think, is causing a lot of concern. Now, again, in context, we now have regulation of non-profit organizations in this country. And religious bodies have to be registered and regulated as non-profit organizations, I believe. And that was the discussion that we were having with respect to becoming eligible for religious to have access to the sacramental dispensary licenses and so on. Many other countries in the region have stayed away from this because of, I think, how controversial it is and how difficult it is to regulate. I asked at the committee stage, what is stopping anyone from starting their own religion and saying that the principle that underlies their religious belief is the use of ganja? It is still highly debated amongst established religious groups now as to whether or not the use of this drug is part of the religion or should be and otherwise. And I had some conversations with persons who I know subscribe to certain religions, and I asked them about their thoughts on this and, applying for licenses and so on. And, humorously, one person told me, he said, that will never work. He said, because just applying for license and agreeing to be regulated, and he said, that's Babylon thing. We don't subscribe to that. So I said, okay, well, I understand your aversion to regulation, but we still have to, impose laws and all of that. And I asked the question because I also went out there to find out on the ground what people thought about this regime. And with the religious aspect of it, most people feel that it is almost impossible to regulate people's religious belief. How do you regulate a religious belief, and who makes the decision that the use of cannabis is, part and parcel and really something that belongs or is known to belong to a particular religion and not another religion, not a new religion. We have new religions coming up all the time. I see people talking about all these Hollywood-style religions and all of that, and we like to follow things so they can actually come down here. How are you going to regulate that use of these religious organizations for handling and so on? The other thing is that even though we are calling these dispensaries that religious organizations are allowed to apply to have, there's a prohibition on profits. Because, again, we treat religious organizations as non-profit organizations here. But, Madam President, I see the first thing that jumped out to me when I looked at that, and my biggest concern is the abuse of non-profit organizations, and more so religious non-profit organizations, for tax evasion. Because if I register and I start a religion today, and by next month I register as a non-profit organization, and by next year I have been running my Church of Jayanti for a year, and I come to them and say that one of the serious philosophical underpinnings of my religion is the use of cannabis, and I apply for this religious license, I will then be able to conduct all of my business through an NPO, a registered NPO religious organization with cannabis. And who is going to really check on me to see that I'm not making profits? I think that we have this discussion all the time among some of my friends where they say they don't know if politics or religion is more profitable, because religious bodies are being abused for profit under the guise of religion. And it has a lot to do with the lack of supervision for taxes. So when we start this process of giving licenses to religious businesses, say, well, you're not allowed to sell for profit and all of that, I don't know if we are creating, an avenue here for indiscriminate use, for unsupervised, to some extent, use and so on. There's an option to have events that the minister could give permission for. These things I have very serious concerns about, particularly because I think in 90% of the religions and religious practices that we see around this country, children are involved. Everybody here probably started off, and some of us keep it up, going to our whatever religious body we belong to with our parents. So are we going to say to a particular religious body, whether they are legitimate or not, and whether they are new or they are old, if they wish to use this, that children cannot be there on the premises? We cannot have, you cannot invite children to participate and all of that. Serious problems can arise when we are doing that. The other thing that I find a little bit challenging with this religious license is the amount that they are allowed to dispense to each person. It is the same amount that you're allowed to have if you're out there normally, the 30 grams, the amount that the person is supposed to eyeball, so they can give it out. So what really is the purpose of giving the dispensary license to a religious organization? I mean, is it like communion. You could buy the bread and the grape juice outside, but you want to come to the body and collect it from the priest. I mean, I don't understand the logic then. Why, if it is that the only amount you can get at the religious dispensary is the same that you can have in your possession outside due to the decriminalization, why then do we need to license the religious bodies? And I'm just asking that plain up and simple, given the concern of the abuse of NPOs, taxation, difficulty with regulating. Religion is a touchy subject. So when you have a religious body now with a license and you want to try to regulate and supervise them and supervise what they believe to be their supervisory, their practice, I don't know that it makes any sense, because the persons who subscribe to the religion could use the same amount of marijuana outside. So that in itself, I think, it worth some consideration. And again, I said I was part of the discussion, and I know that this whole aspect of the sacramental use and a license to a particular body to be able to dispense it for sacramental use. Because what we don't want, and my concern is that the people who are at the head of these organs, not the people who use it, it's not the congregation you blame, is the management all the time, right? I don't want them to have the ability to abuse the religious organization and ultimately profit from it using the NPO and the organizations. And I think that the term dispensary, is a bit misleading when we come to the religious aspect of it. So, Madam President, very quickly, I just want to touch on a few other things, which would be, for example, the inspection regime. This inspection regime is very similar to what we saw when we did the Gambling and Betting Act. And the same concerns that I raised there, I raise them again here. At clause 60, it starts at clause 58, but at clause 63, an inspector conducting an inspection may be accompanied by a police officer.
Senator Lachmidial, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just about to ask. And when you are accompanied by a police officer and you have the wide range of powers that these inspectors have under clause 62, and specifically I'm raising the issue of asking questions, questioning persons on the premises, and seizing anything which may be of evidential value for prosecution. Madam President, the fact that you must agree as a condition of your license to allow these inspectors to enter your premises, I believe to be a violation of your constitutional rights. And I flagged it in the gambling bill. I flag it again here today for the attention of the Attorney General, who will, I hope, not tell me about Surat, because that's all we have heard about in the last couple of years that we've been here. But I strongly believe that your right to the enjoyment of property, your right to protection of the law, and your right under Section 5(2)(d) for protection against self-incrimination and so on could be trampled upon by these provisions. Perhaps not by the provisions as they are here. That remains to be tested. But it could be that those rights could be infringed in the conduct of these inspections. And I do believe that putting it as a condition of your license that you agree that these inspectors can come into your premises once you are open. Now, it does not say, and the wording is very the wording is a bit unclear to me, but it talks about whether they are open for business or anybody being present. I can't find it right now. I don't want to waste time with that. But I think the wording needs to be refined. If I am on my business place on a Sunday and I'm not open and I'm not dispensing cannabis and so on, can the inspector show up and come into my premises with a police officer and question me and seize documents? I find that to be a serious issue for consideration when we think about the rights and freedoms of people, whether you are involved in a business activity that we deem to be dangerous or of concern or not. It is thing. And the fact of the matter is the bill makes provision for a warrant to be obtained if you believe there is a breach of the law. Now, of course, an inspection regime is one way that you can detect if there is a breach of the law, but the fact that you could enter someone's premises with a police officer, and that is a condition of your license. And then, if you obstruct them in doing so, you can be found guilty of an offense. You are saying to the people who want to participate in this industry, the people who have spent the last 50 years of their life running from the police and cultivating marijuana, the people who now have an opportunity to earn a legitimate living from something that they have been doing, but for which the world now recognizes as having value, you must tell them that they must sacrifice their constitutional rights in order to obtain a license. And that I find to be very worrying, troubling, and perhaps offensive in a country that has respect for the rule of law and in a democratic state. And so with those few words, I ask the Attorney General to give greater consideration to that inspection section of this bill. I have raised the concerns about the medical dispensation and monitoring. I hope that in raising some of the concerns of the economic issues and access, and I know my other persons on my bench will raise those issues, but I hope that I have couch this debate where I think it needs to be in terms of consideration of the greater and wider considerations than simply establishing an authority that could give out licenses to people and collect fees for it, Madam President. And with those few words, I thank you.
Senator C. Prasad. Senator C. Prasad.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Cannabis Control Bill 2020. Madam President, before I start, please allow me to congratulate the Honourable Attorney General on his maiden contribution in this chamber. A little background on cannabis in Trinidad and Tobago. The Ganja Ordinance of 1915, resulting from colonial interests' desire to increase their wealth, decreed that all cannabis sold be stored in bonded warehouses and distributed only to sellers who paid a license fee. In 1925, cannabis was classified as a dangerous drug and became illegal. Those of us mature enough will remember 40 years ago, reggae star Peter Tosh released his song Legalize It, protesting the criminalization of cannabis. The possibility that such a revolutionary step could be contemplated seemed well outside the realm of possibility. But times have changed. In public places, the present fad is vaping exotic oils in specialty designer lounges. Some of us may recall stories of groups of elder gentlemen gathered around a chillum or a hookah, freeing their minds, but that was 100 years ago. Now in some countries, specialty parlors are legally available exclusively for recreational cannabis use. For example, on May 7th of this year, the first cannabis consumption lounge opened at Coconut Grove Beach Club in St. Vincent. It's worth noting that some of the most brilliant works were produced by visual artists, poets, writers, and other creative people like Leonardo da Vinci, Lord Tennyson, Virginia Woolf, Vincent van Gogh, and Bob Marley, who it is rumored indulged in mind-enhancing substances. Whether there's a direct correlation with their creativity and drugs is uncertain. Cannabis originated in the Kush Mountains in the Indian subcontinent and has been used in Ayurvedic medicine for more than 5,000 years. It has more than 500 chemical compounds which are still under research and study. It's also referenced in the sacred texts of the Vedas, and some of its uses include medicinal, recreational, and religious purposes. Already, neighboring islands such as Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, Dominica, St. Vincent, and St. Kitts and Nevis have modernized their cannabis laws and created a cannabis agricultural sector. Canada has become the second country with a legal national cannabis marketplace, having legalized it federally in 2018, making it the largest in the world. Canadian public cannabis companies such as Canopy Growth, Tilray, and Aurora Cannabis have valuations more than 10 times their American multi-state counterparts, despite operating in a country with a population the size of California. The bill today has come full circle, from almost 100 years of control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes to the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority. The Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, clauses 4 to 18, will determine the rules for qualification and granting of licenses for cultivation, research and development, laboratories, processing, retail distribution, import and export, and transport. It is conceivable that a single establishment may wish to engage in all these activities by creating branches or subsets of the organization. I have not seen any provision for this eventuality or limitation of the activities of such an enterprise. But how can the authority ensure best practices so that optimum benefits accrue to the new industry and the country as a whole? Madam President, for a cannabis market to exist, a structured approach to cannabis production and supply is critical. Cannabis farming, as it exists in other countries, should create a new industry in Trinidad and Tobago to meet global demand for medicinal and recreational cannabis products. The legal cannabis industry potentially hold economic benefits such as jobs, new businesses, expanded markets, and export sales. And it is safe to assume that this bill is late in the game, given that larger countries with better infrastructure, finance, technology, and capability have already developed mature products and markets. Forbes estimates that the global cannabis market will grow from US $28.3 billion in 2021 to US $197 billion in 2028 at a compound annual growth rate of 32.04% between 2021 and 2028. The cannabis industry's economic impact in the United States is projected to be US $100 billion by December 2022 and US $158 billion by 2026. So for every US dollar spent by cannabis consumers and patients, US $1.8 is injected into the economy. Currently, the legal cannabis industry employs approximately 520,000 persons in the United States. This is projected to grow to 800,000 by 2026. Latin America and the Caribbean has a potential cannabis market of over 35 million adult use customers and 5 million patients, with an estimated market value of US $20 million in 2020 and is projected to grow to over 500 million by 2024. This is according to Prohibition Partners. The region has low labor and construction costs, and the overall cost of production is estimated to be 80% lower than North America. Further, the spending reach of those persons and enterprises interfacing with the cannabis industry, these are like accountants, restaurants, car dealerships, etc., cannot be discounted. It is estimated that for each acre of cultivated cannabis, 10 jobs are created. So, if in Trinidad we were to cultivate 20,000 acres in active cannabis development, we could create potentially 200,000 jobs. This can be of tremendous benefit in Trinidad and Tobago's post-COVID-19 economic recovery and create a valuable non-energy sector. However, the best yields and quality are derived in controlled agricultural environments, as shown by the farms in Colorado. Research into and development of superior strains are ongoing in such farms. The Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority therefore has a lot of catching up to do. Commercially viable products generally have a long lead time to come to market, even with the input of both local and international expertise. It is no secret that the legal and illegal vibrant local market for recreational cannabis use already exists. However, the benefits of this market to the country at this time are negligible or non-existent. This is because payment of taxes such as VAT, etc., are not coming to the economy. A benefit of the decriminalization of cannabis by the passage of the amendment of the Dangerous Act in December 2019 has seen a 78% decline in drug-related cases in the magistrates' court. This has helped unclog the country's legal justice system. So this bill legalizes the commercial production and sale of cannabis for medicinal, therapeutic, and religious use. Once the bill is passed, cannabis will be treated like any other controlled substance, which are legal and regulated. In clauses 4 to 18, the Cannabis Licensing Authority is established. This authority is responsible for regulating and controlling commercial cannabis licensing and production. The operations of the Cannabis Authority is to be funded by the government. It is essential that the government allocate all the necessary resources so that the authority can function efficiently and effectively. However, the initial funding requirements for the first years of operations may not be readily available in these lean economic times. The Board of Directors, Clause 6, who are appointed by the President of Trinidad and Tobago, must be independent, well-qualified, upstanding citizens. Medical cannabis, clauses 41 to 45. Medicinal and non-medicinal cannabis. The definition of medicinal cannabis is included in Clause 3 of the bill. However, there is no definition for non-medicinal cannabis. I believe there needs to be a distinction between prescription and non-prescription over-the-counter cannabis medication. Prescription cannabis are oils, capsules, tinctures, and other non-intoxicating products. Non-prescription cannabis includes flowers, raw extracts, cannabis-infused food and drink, and topicals such as lotion, balms, and sprays. Cannabis prescriptions, clauses 42 to 45. There must be regular and rigorous audits of the pharmacies to ensure that they are only dispensing medicinal cannabis products to persons with a doctor's prescription and under the specific conditions detailed in the bill. Currently, pharmacies regularly dispense prescription medications such as antibiotics and cholesterol drugs without the required doctor's prescription. This is a widespread practice. These pharmacies do so without any sanctions from the authorities. Madam President, I believe that we need to implement a seed-to-sale tracking system. This system will allow legislators, law enforcement, and the cannabis company to track cannabis products from this planted seed through cultivation, harvest, testing, and other processing to product delivery to the patient or consumer. Each plant is assigned a RFID, which is a radio frequency identification number, and is then weighed in different stages: harvest, drying, at the dispensary, etc. These numbers are then sent to the inventory tracking system, where they are stored and available to enforcement officers and legislators. The main goal of this system is to prevent cannabis sales to minors and counter the black market. Health benefits of cannabis include relief from pain, muscle spasm, anorexia, anxiety, insomnia, etc. And benefits can be seen in the immune function, neuroplasticity, emotional and mood regulation, vascular health, and digestive functions. However, Madam President, as with any drug, the potential for misuse and harmful and unwanted side effects is ever present. These include impaired driving, increased risk of stroke, brain changes, and mental illnesses involving psychosis. Edible cannabis products such as cookies, chocolates, candy, etc., have dangerous side effects for children. There needs to be further strengthening of the legislation to protect children in this regard. Of critical importance in the actualization of the measures contained in the bill is a comprehensive information dissemination campaign. It is vital that both the public and law enforcement are well informed to avoid missteps as the law takes effect. This cannot be a one-off exercise, and continuous efforts must be made to reinforce the important aspects of the bill. Madam President, cannabis is an addictive drug and can be abused by users. The legislation before us does not provide sufficient scope and details on medical treatment for addiction. It is, in my view, that this is a necessary bill which requires more work and considerable effort to become fully operational and achieve its intended potential. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs.
Madam President, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Before I begin, Madam President, I want to join with my colleagues of this Senate and congratulate our newly minted Attorney General on his first contribution in this most esteemed and honorable chamber. Madam President, I am excited by the prospects this modern, forward-thinking legislation will bring to the society and economy of our twin islands of Trinidad and Tobago. You know, Madam President, I recall being in Tunapuna in 2020 on a political platform, on the political hustings, and saying to Trinidad and Tobago then, to the ganja farmer, the ganja user, "Jah bless." Now, and this, Madam President, was when we amended the Dangerous Drugs Act. Now, Madam President, 2 years later, with pride, I can say to Trinidad and Tobago, you don't have to dread to be Rasta, because this is not a dreadlock thing. This is a divine conception of the heart. It takes me back to Morgan heritage, Madam President, and I will tell you why. Because what we are doing today is not a Rastafarian thing alone. This particular bill that appears before this Honorable Senate is now a diversification thing. It's an economic thing. It's a medicinal thing. It's an export thing. It is something that stands to contribute significantly, Madam President, to the society and the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. That being said, Madam President, it will be absurd of me not to salute the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago for being a forward-thinking political leader. Sir, I bow before you today in this Honorable Senate, because it is through your leadership we are here as a Senate to debate this forward-thinking piece of legislation. Now, Madam President, in my contribution, I would like to focus on Part 8 of the bill as it relates to inspectors. And, of course, in doing that, I will address some of the concerns that the Honorable Senator Lakshmi Dayal raised relative to the issue of constitutionality. Madam President, if time permits, I would want to also look at what I perceive as the potential of a black market cannabis trade that may be developed, and of course how this bill will be able to treat with same. And again, if time permits, Madam President, in my contribution, I would also look at administrative fines, clause 64 of the bill particularly. But before I jump into the crux of my presentation, Madam President, there are a couple of things that I would have to address as it relates to the contribution made by the Honorable Senator Lakshmi Dayal, and this is for the purpose of the record, Madam President. Now, Madam President, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, in her presentation, raised the issue of dispensing of cannabis for medicinal purposes and the presence of cannabis products where there are minors. Most respectfully, Madam President, and to those present in this honorable chamber, what the Honorable Senator has failed to consider further is that this falls squarely, Madam President, under the remit of parental responsibility. Even Section 35 and 36 of the Children's Act, Madam President, speaks of exposing a child to a dangerous drug, which carries, as we all are aware, a penalty of $5,000 and imprisonment of 9 months. So certainly, this is my attempt to debunk that concern or that submission made by the Honourable Senator. Senator Lachmidial, Madam President, also stated that the requirement for a license are so stringent that they are far beyond the reach of a small farmer. But, Madam President, even the small man, as we are aware, when we look at this bill clearly, is afforded a fair chance, Madam President, of applying and securing a license. Madam President, I submit to this country equity is given to all applicants, as there is no onerous threshold, Madam President, to be met to satisfy eligibility. Now, Clause 30, Madam President, is referred. The person, and Clause 30 in this particular bill is referred. The person must be able to show that he is above the age of majority or a permanent resident of this country, a CARICOM citizen, or a company, firm, partnership, cooperative, and for the religious aspect, an NGO. So it is absurd to be saying and placing on the public record that the small farmer or the small man will be locked out from making a said application, Madam President. And of course, for the purpose of the record, it was necessary for me to state that. In addition, Madam President, the Honourable Senator also stated that religious bodies need to be regulated as NPOs. Madam President, I would like to remind the Honourable Senator that the current Non-Profit Organization Act 2019 mandates that NPOs must be registered. The mandatory registration, Madam President, was transposed to the proposed law. Now, this is seen where the controller of the religious organization, Madam President, may, on behalf of the religious organization, apply for a license under the proposed section 29(3), where the said religious organization is registered under the NPO Act. And if we look at, okay, let's say B, the documents for the organization in registering that the cannabis is for religious purposes. So in the actual registration of a religious, or in the actual registration process of a religious organization, the current application to register anybody as a NPO, you would have to expressly be able to make that declaration stating same. So there are checks and balances in place in other operational pieces of law, certainly at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, when those applications are made to register NPO. I know particularly, and I could place on the record, our Registrar General and her team are particular and keen in combing through these applications. And Madam President, for the benefit of the viewing and listening public, this is one way in which we can ensure, and there are measures that have already been put into place to ensure that no person or entity just decide that they want to register an organization for religious purposes. Now, Madam President, there were some other points made by the Honourable Senator. The Honourable Senator, Madam President, Honourable Senator Lachmidial, she spoke of an investment being made in rehabilitation, and the Honourable Senator also identified her dissatisfaction that the regulations are not here before us today. In essence, the Honourable Senator called this bill a shell. Most respectfully, Madam President, what we have today is a 68-clause bill. How can we say that this bill is a shell? So therefore, I totally denounce that statement made by the Honourable Senator. Now, The Honorable Senator also in her presentation made the point that she believed that an investment ought to be made in rehabilitation. And now, don't get me wrong, Madam President, I too believe that rehabilitation is critical, but I personally believe, Madam President, this ought not to be legislated at this time. My reason for this is because we would need to give the industry, Madam President, a time to establish and flourish before it is prescribed in legislation that this said industry is now called upon to make some sort of investment in rehabilitation. Now, Madam President, I also want to remind the Honourable Senator and take this Honourable Chamber to Clause 6.2 of the bill that appears before us. In Clause 6.2, the authority, it says, inter alia, that the authority shall be managed by a board. Now, that board shall comprise, and if we look at that 6.2, Madam President, it says that the board shall comprise of persons appointed by the President and so on, and it lists the persons, the kind of skill set that would be sitting on this board. We're looking at someone with 5 years experience in law, management, finance, medicine, scientific research, agriculture, law enforcement, education, and drug or rehabilitation. So in response to the Honourable Senator's concern that we have not prescribed in the bill that appears before us some sort of provision for rehabilitation, I respectfully submit this is where the board, who is going to be charged with the responsibility of directing the authority, creating policies and so on, based on the composition of that board, the skill set of that board, we would have the opportunity of that person who is versed in drug or rehabilitation to be able to create policies that would treat with that issue. And therefore, respectfully, Madam President, it is my personal view that at this stage, an investment, we should not legislate in the bill that appears before us that, there ought to be a rehabilitative investment. Now, concerns, the Honourable Senator did raise medical concerns and manufacturing and export concerns. Madam President, respectfully, I will bat in my crease and I will leave those technical areas to be addressed by my more experienced and learned colleagues who I know will follow and deal with those issues in their contribution. Now, so I would have already dealt with the Honourable Senator's concern about the religious organization. One thing I want to place on the record, Madam President, if and when this authority is established, we must remember, and this is especially for the benefit of our viewing and listening public, this authority does not, existing law, Madam President, does not disappear because we now have an authority being placed. The Dangerous Drugs Act is still in existence. And other criminal law as it relates to the abuse of drugs and any criminal activity is still very much alive and well. So therefore, we cannot expect that the current bill that appears before us is certainly not going to deal with criminal activity in its entirety. We have to remember that there are other good written law in our books that would be used if and should any person who holds a license pursuant to this bill commits a criminal offense. So, Madam President, those were just a few things that I wanted to address for the public, for the purpose of the record that the Honourable Senator Lakshmi Dayal would have raised. And I particularly, in my contribution, Madam President, I would be looking at, God willing, I'd be looking at Part 8, which is the inspectors and the roles of the inspectors. And my hope is that during that contribution, and during that explanation, Madam President, more than likely I'll be able to also deal with the issues of constitutionality that was raised and the concerns that Senator Lakshmi Dayal raised on the point of constitutionality with respect to the rights and privileges that would be given by the inspectors pursuant to the bill that appears before us in this current incarnation. Now, Madam President, I must say, before I begin the crux of my presentation, I had the benefit as well to sit on the Joint Select Committee in the first session of the 12th Parliament. That particular committee, Madam President, it met 18 times during the period of November 18, 2020. to June 4th, 2021. And of course, I believe Senator Lakshmi Dayal made mention of it. It was indeed for me as a newly minted politician then and parliamentarian. It was indeed an eye-opener and a great experience. And to that end, I must, for the public record, publicly again recognize the chair of that committee, who was the then Attorney General and now Minister Faris Al-Rawi, for his work in that committee. Madam President, I stand without fear of contradiction. There is no member who sat on that JSC can say that they were not given an opportunity by the chair of that committee to express their opinion and their views, even if it was a dissenting opinion and a dissenting view. And that is critical for the public to understand, because every single member who sat on that JSC was given an opportunity at those sittings to be able to ventilate their concerns. And then, of course, Madam President, we know how the thing go. If it is there were concerns that were so severe that was not dealt with, each member, opposite and independent, could have at that stage filed, could have issued a minority report, which when this bill was debated in the other place, we know that there was no minority report. But I would leave that there. So, Madam President, again, for the record, I want to sincerely thank the Minister, the chairman of that committee, Minister Al-Rawi, for his contribution that he would have made in that, at the JSC committee, and of course, in the creation and the work that went into the creation of this particular bill. Now, Madam President, as I indicated, in the substance of my presentation, I would like to look at Part 8, which deals with inspectors. And I also previously indicated the attempt in doing this is to dispel the fears that this inspection program will trample over the rights or the rule of law as it exists. Now, Madam President, in looking at Part 8, the inspection program, the first place we have to start, Madam President, is by looking at Clause 34.4 of the bill that appears before us. Now, Clause 34.4 of this proposed bill, Madam President, what this proposed section is doing is simply, Madam President, establishing that a cannabis licensee is giving consent in advance to the entry of inspectors or any premises specified in the license. Now, this, Madam President, is simply ensuring that inspectors are given the powers to carry out their roles and functions to ensure there is full compliance, Madam President, with the cannabis law. However, Madam President, it is important to note that the powers, even of these inspectors, it is not an unlimited power, and it is set out in this bill in Clause 63. So from the get-go, when we look at inspectors, we have to remember that there's a contractual arrangement that is going to be created pursuant to Clause 34.4 between the cannabis licensee and the authority who is the one responsible or charged with the responsibility of granting the license. As with every contract that exists, Madam President, parties to a contract, upon given that notice, we all know it is up to the party to that contract to decide whether they want to follow through with this contract or not. And therefore, any person applying for a license is fully aware that they are granting consent in advance, pursuant to Clause 34.4, Madam President, to the inspectors. Now, Madam President, the question, of course, now is whether or not this is good law by giving this advance consent. And I have to say for the record, respectfully, Madam President, it is my submission that it is good law. For example, not too long ago, Madam President, we were here as a Senate looking at the Special Economic Zones Act 2022. What you would notice is that there was a similar provision. So there is an alignment of law position in this current bill, Madam President, and the regime of inspectors, Madam President, that was created in the Special Economic Zones Act 2022. If particularly for the benefit of my colleagues, if we look at Section 50 53(5) of the said SEZ Act, what we would note is that there's a similar regime or a similar program of inspection and responsibilities and roles of inspectors that are created. So firstly, in answering whether or not the creation of this inspection program is good law, I have to say of course it is, because firstly, we have an alignment of law position. As legislators, we're ensuring that all of the pieces, as the previous Attorney General used to say, and even the tagline at the Office of the Attorney General speaks about bringing the pieces together. This law does not depart from what is already in existence, because again, it is in alignment with what similar systems that would have already been created, as we would have seen in section 53(5) of the SEZ. Now, Madam President, moving from that, so I answered the first question, is this good law? And I gave one reason why. If you may permit me now, Madam President, to look at the roles and the powers of the inspectors. In looking at the roles and powers of the inspectors, Madam President, it will take us to clause 62 of the bill that appears before us. In a nutshell, Madam President, the roles of the inspectors, it states, only inspectors established under clause 58(1) of the bill will be able to conduct inspections. Inspectors will embody a high level of competence as prescribed in the legislation, that they will be trained and will have the requisite qualifications established by the authority, and this, Madam President, is dealt with in clause 58(2) of the bill that appears before us. Now, this begs the question, Madam President, by allowing inspectors to enter a person's property, seize belongings, etc., are we breaching any constitutional rights? And Madam President, respectfully, I want to state for the record that this government is certainly cognizant of Section 4 of the Constitution. And as responsible legislators, Madam President, we certainly would not advance any piece of law that certainly departs from the rights and privileges afforded to our citizens via Section 4 of the Constitution. I know Senator Lakshmi Dayal spoke about, she hoped that she doesn't hear about Surat, but Surat to this point still remains the law as it relates to looking at instances or looking at when we are passing laws that will affect people's rights and freedoms. This can only be justified, Madam President, by looking at the legitimate aim of the law. So Surat, until the courts say otherwise, it remains the law. So, Madam President, in looking at inspectors and looking at that regime of inspectors that were created, it is fair, we as legislators, and on this side, we would have certainly considered the Section 4 provision of the Constitution. We would have considered case law, even as it relates to Surat, looking at the legitimate aim of why inspectors in this particular program, why certain rights and privileges, not privileges, but certain responsibilities are placed on their shoulder. And the legitimate expectation, Madam President, of creating such a regime is of course, we are looking at inspectors being the ones who are solely charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the license which is granted is in no way breached. The inspectors are the ones who will be who in essence would be the ones responsible for doing the site visits, for being able to accrue evidence that if indeed there is a breach of or there's a criminal activity existing, then of course this is what would provide evidence in which we can then tap into other pieces of legislation, criminal law, and charge the parties accordingly, depending on what the offense is committed. So, Madam President, certainly in taking into consideration the Surat provisions, taking into consideration Section 4 of the Constitution, we have considered all of that. But based on what we are attempting to create today, we would have failed as legislators if we did not ensure that inspectors had certain rights to be able to enter into premises, into property in which cannabis is being manufactured or dispensed. Because certainly we would not be regulating the industry. We would be granting license to every Tom, Dick and Harry and just allowing them to do whatever they want. You understand? So, Madam President, respectfully, Surat, and I will will say that again. We would have considered some of those provisions, looking at the legitimate aim of why we would have created this particular regime of inspectors. And I want to at least, for the benefit of the listening public, understand this is rarely the purpose. It is not that we're a government who are oblivious to the rights of our citizens. It is not that we want to trample on a man's rights, but it's simply because it's mechanisms that we have put into place in order to ensure that we are able to truly regulate this industry. Now, Madam President, on the point of proportionality side, we have checks and balances. These checks and balances, Madam President, with regards to clause 34.4, particularly the licensee, Madam President, as we have seen, or as we will see in that particular clause, has consented as a condition upon receipt of such license to all the powers of the inspectors, which I already alluded to, by respecting the law of contract, Madam President. We must understand that a contractual relationship would have been created, and I know I alluded to that already, between the licensee and the Cannabis Authority. Now, Madam President, within this law, I respectfully submit there is also due process within the bill. For instance, Madam President, if we look at clause 63(1)(h) in particular, this states, Madam President, an inspector appointed under this act shall, for the purpose of the enforcement of this act, have the power to direct the temporary suspension of any activity which he reasonably believed to be in contravention of this act or breach of terms and conditions of the license. But it goes on to say a licensee can pursue the avenue of clause 62(3)(c) by an appeal under 67 of the or judicial review. So that's 67 in the current clause 67 in the current bill, or judicial review, and clause 62(6), Madam President, the licensee will have the right to submit explanations or objectives within 7 days of the issuance of a report. Now, why am I dealing with due process that exists within the parameters of the bill? Of course, that is for the benefit of the public to understand that certainly this would have also been a consideration of us, and by ensuring due process exists, it's a way to be able to deal with if an instance someone believes that they are treated wrongfully by an inspector, if it is they believe that their rights in any way is being trampled upon. There are clauses and there are systems within the parameters of this bill, Madam President, that affords the ordinary citizen due process. So if there is due process in this bill, Madam President, as I would have placed on the record, if I have made an attempt to identify the legitimate aim of why we have created the inspector regime that exists in this bill, if we have considered Section 4 and case law as it relates to constitutionality. Therefore, Madam President, it is safe to say that we have crossed our T's, we have dotted our I's, and therefore we have ensured that we have not run awry of the rule of law or the constitutional rights of our citizens in the creation of this particular piece of legislation. Now, Madam President, what I want to know, so that is my attempt to deal with some of those constitutional issues. I am most certain that our learned Attorney General, my new senior in his winding up, would also add and, of course, develop more clinically the discussion as it relates to this constitutional issue. Now, Madam President, if you permit me, I would now like to go on to clause 63 of the bill that appears before us. In this particular section, Madam President, what it says is that an inspector who is conducting an inspection may be accompanied by a police officer. Now, Madam President, understanding that inspectors are given the powers to carry out their roles and functions to ensure there is full compliance with the bill as stated earlier, it is important to note, Madam President, that these powers are similar yet hold various differences, significant differences, Madam President, when compared to those of police officers under the bill in section 63 and 63, Clause 63 and Clause 63 of this bill. Now, Madam President, Clause 63 states that an inspector who is conducting an inspection may be accompanied by a police officer. So this may beg the question, we have inspectors, we have created this regime of inspectors. Why did we see it, or why was it necessary to now further go on to say that there are instances in which a inspector will have to be accompanied, the use or the need of a police officer is necessary. Now, to put this into context, Madam President, it must be noted that police officers accompanying the inspector to enter and search a premises is solely at the discretion of the inspector, as we know, based on the wording of the bill. This is because the inspector, Madam President, is not mandated to go with the police officer. Therefore, when the police officer is asked to accompany the inspector, the officer at that point is playing a supplementary role in the search and seizure process. Now, however, police officers are critical to the carrying out of certain aspects of, site visits and so on pursuant to this bill. Why? Because if we apply Section 62, Madam President, if we look at particularly Section 62, even without the police, as I said before, an inspector can enter premises, right? However, what an inspector cannot do, if we look at the bill, what an inspector cannot do without being accompanied by a police officer is that he cannot enter premises unless it is within the working hours or such other times as the premises are often open to the public or otherwise in the use by the licensee. What an inspector cannot do is detain persons. What an inspector cannot do is use force. So it was critical in the creation of this bill, and again, in an effort to secure the constitutional rights of our citizens, in order to ensure that inspectors do not jump out their skin and do what they ought not to do. There is a provision in this bill, Madam President, that speaks clearly to instances in which a police officer will be called upon to accompany the inspector. So the inspectors, Madam President, for the benefit of the listening public, we need to, again, I want to reiterate, even though they are given roles and responsibilities under this particular bill, it is not as if they are unlimited powers. And what we have done, we have built, what this bill does, Madam President, is that it also builds in processes to ensure that even an inspector, there is a check and balance on that inspector. In the instance of police officers, Madam President, accompanying said officer. And as I said before, I would have identified the instances where police officers particularly would be called upon is when the inspector, of course, wants to visit a premise outside of working hours, if there's a need to use force, or if, Madam President, there's a need to detain persons. Of course, those would be the instances in which police officers would most certainly be called upon. Now, in Clause 63 of the bill which appears before us, Madam President, we also see that there is a warrant, a search warrant provision that is provided. And this, again, Madam President, is another mechanism of due process which exists in the bill that appears before us. And again, another check and balance in ensuring that the rights of our citizens are certainly protected. Now, Madam President, we have inserted even more due process, as I said before, by the inclusion of Clause 64. And with the inclusion of this clause, Madam President, we have resorted to well-established processes and procedures such as applications to the magistrate for a warrant. And for the lawyers inside here, we understand what is the process in order to obtain a warrant. We understand that the judicial officer is going to be called upon to hear the evidence, albeit a prima facie case, and then, of course, determine whether or not a warrant is granted or not. So again, by inserting this warrant provision, it is my respectful opinion, Madam President, that we are this is yet another mechanism mechanism, Madam President, to ensure that the rights of our citizens and the constitutional rights more so afforded to our citizens under Section 4 of the Constitution is not trampled upon. Now, I mean, of course, there are numerous cases relative to search warrants and so on. We have AG versus Williams et al., 1977-51 West Indian reports, 264 PC. And, of course, that is just one of the many cases that would have gone on to the threshold, of course, that has to be satisfied when that application, Madam President, is being made for a warrant. Just simply to say that this warrant provision, again, in my respectful opinion, it ensures that the rights of our citizens, because of the process in which a warrant is obtained, that the rights of our citizens is taken into consideration. Now, Madam President, how much time is full time? How much time do I have?
You have 7 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Now, Madam President, so that being said, respectfully, I have tried in my own way, Madam President, to dispel the concern, any concerns that persons may have that by the creation of this these inspectors, that we are trampling over constitutional rights of our citizens. And as I said before, I'm sure my other colleagues will dig deeper into that point as this debate continues. Now, Madam President, as I continue my contribution, I recall in preparation for this particular debate, I did some reading on a black market cannabis. And of course, you know, the reality is the more we try to regulate things and put systems in place, we have to be cognizant that it gives the smart man and smart woman out there ideas to still see how they can find ways in order to circumvent the system, right? Or to cheat the system. I recall it was the Honorable Prime Minister who used the term smartmanism. And we know very much in Trinidad and Tobago, like very much other parts of the world, smartmanism is very, very much prevalent. Now, bearing that in mind, I would have read, I recall in preparation for this. Now, of course, Madam President, this is not a concern unique to Trinidad and Tobago. It's concerns that would have faced other countries, especially countries, for example, Canada in particular, in which we have the Cannabis Authority existing and you know, in full force. Now, actually, it was a Canadian Special Committee on COVID-19 pandemic. It was called Hot Issues Notes Public Safety Canada Cannabis Black Market, dated June 15, 2020. I just wanted to read that into the record. And
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. What this particular report said, Madam President, is, and the government here referred to as the Canadian government, the government is also taking steps to disrupt the cannabis black market and to ensure that organized crime does not infiltrate the legal framework by working in partnership with other federal departments, provinces, territories, and as well as law enforcement. Now, we cannot, Madam President, ignore, as I said before, that even in the creation of this authority, we would have persons, for example, who cannot get a legitimate license and wants cannabis, a person who wants more cannabis than what he's qualified to get, a person who may not be able to afford the prescription and wants to get the cannabis cheaper by someone else. There would be instances where the man who is trafficking for those persons who want it for recreational purposes. These are some of the few reasons, Madam President, why we may have the creation of a black market cannabis trade creating. Why am I bringing up this, Madam President? I'm making reference to this because this, in essence, should cement in our honorable senator's mind why it was necessary for our inspectors to be given the kind of responsibilities as they have been given under the bill that appears before us. We have to be cognizant that even in regulating cannabis, we may very well be creating a avenue for black market cannabis. And as a consequence, in order to ensure that we curb, and mind you, for the record, this is not going to be a unique phenomenon in Trinidad and Tobago. It's something that Canada has already faced and other countries have faced. But But what it does is that it's simply in recognizing that in the creation of this authority and stringent measures, that we may have the emergence of a black market cannabis trade. It should cement in all of our minds the necessity for us to give, as we would have done in this bill, inspectors the kinds of powers that we have given to them. This should cement in our minds why it is that police officers are critical at times pursuant to clauses in this bill to accompany an inspector, why warrant provisions are critical in this bill that appears before us. Bearing in mind, Madam President, that we may very well have, we will at some point or the other have to deal with the creation of a black market cannabis trade. So, Madam President, with those few words, I want to recommend this bill to the Senate. I do hope that the honorable senators, those opposite, would be willing to give us, the government, the support that we require in order to pass this landmark, forward-thinking, Madam President, piece of legislation which stands only, Madam President, to redound to the benefit of the people, all people, Madam President, of Trinidad and Tobago. With these few words, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Dial Singh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this debate today. Madam President, I must say that this legislation brought to me some distress, in the sense that a few years ago, I was totally against the use of marijuana because in my profession, I've been seeing what marijuana does to young persons. I've been seeing psychotic illness. I've been seeing admission to St. Anne's Hospital. So therefore, it caused me a little distress, and I want to just give a bit of history. So, in 2014, the CARICOM Regional Commission looked at the marijuana issue, and in 2018, the report on the Regional Commission on marijuana was published, and it was a report done by the present principal of the university, and it was entitled "Wait and Exhale." And it actually looked at safeguarding our future through social and legal policing. So when those reports came out, it was, in a sense, giving me an idea that we were now about to be changing the landscape. Because in 2014, the heads of the CARICOM region met and decided that this is the time that they would look at the benefits of marijuana to the economy. And I must say, I saw initially the Prime Minister came out in 2019, in the early 2019, where he said decriminalizing marijuana is not a priority. And when he made that statement, it was published. And then I must say, my wife, who wrote a column in the Express, she basically wrote a critique on that and actually tried to outline the benefits of the marijuana. She tried to say that there was the economic benefits. She mentioned about the amount of money in Colorado. She mentioned that even other countries would have been benefiting. And we had a lot of discussion in my home because of this. And, Professor Rosemarie Bell Antoine's report that came in 2018 gave me the idea that I may have to now start to revise my thinking about it. You see, and it caused me a lot of what they call a cognitive dissonance, because I was trained against marijuana use. I had journals given the so-called dangers of it. And I was seeing patients at St. Anne's Hospital coming in with this. So therefore, my wife actually tried to change my mind when she showed me that there's a condition called endometriosis. It's a painful condition in women where the lining of the womb is deposited in the abdomen, different regions. And just before the period, this swells and gives you a lot of pain. And she had tried in this condition for a patient of hers everything, from the opiates, NSAIDs, the whole spectrum. But this patient came one day and actually told her she has no pain again. And the patient actually mentioned she was using a CBD product. She had another patient who came in who actually had cancer of the breast spread to the bone, tremendous pain this patient had. Again, this patient used the CBD oil. Now, Madam President, those products were already in Trinidad up to 5 years before. It was there. People were buying it. They actually purchased the products, the CBD oil, from a pharmacy in Diego Martin. So therefore, when I looked at the Prime Minister's initial comment, I was a bit pleased. But after that, there was a change of heart where he now, latter part of 2019, the government said they were going to move ahead as the rest of the Caribbean. And I say as a leader, I have to commend him for listening to the voice of the people, listening to what is happening. I have to commend him. And he did it for the pepper spray too. So again, we had a leader who would listen and who would sometimes change his viewpoint. So my problem, Madam, is that I now had to say what was the benefits. And my wife was saying, if there is a benefit to patients, we should not be held with our old views that we learned. I should not be in that mindset that I would not want to be flexible as how our Prime Minister was. So therefore, I looked at literature. But you see, Madam, literature was coming out that it was helpful, the CBD was helpful in anxiety, OCD, certain medical condition. And I reached a stage now in my life thinking, should I give somebody Xanax or should we go to a natural thing that can help anxiety? I also looked at the fact that, I recognize the dangers of addiction and whatnot, but Madam, the alcohol has much greater dangers than the marijuana and the marijuana derivatives. So again, I also looked at the fact that, when you looked at the fact that persons have been using the marijuana before, persons have been using it for medical purposes, the whole market was opening up all over. In fact, as I say, we caught on late. And we found that the other countries, Jamaica, you found that St. Vincent, all those countries, Barbados, had one up on us because they had started. So Antigua, Barbuda, Jamaica also had a company called Jacana, which has been certified to export medical cannabis as a natural relief for chronic pain through its alliance with pharmaceutical company. But Madam, even quite as 1982, when I got into medicine in Jamaica, there were reports that it was being used for glaucoma. So it's just now, I had to open my mind to say, hey, there are the benefits. Let us see what we are going to accomplish, the good out of it, because there's always some sort of good out of it. So therefore, I realized that there would be dangers, but I'm happy that the Minister of Health has appointed a Director of Mental Health, because I think a senator mentioned that the fallout of the addiction fallout. But we have Dr. Hazel Otello, who's there, and she worked at St. Anne, so she knows the shortcoming, and she would be one who would look at our free services that we have at Cora. There's a substance abuse prevention treatment center there, which, once we get that, a little better staffed, we would be prepared for any sort of fallout that I thought may have happened. So then I looked at the fact that I think Senator Lachmidial made mention of the fact that we need more training. More training are needed for doctors before they can prescribe the marijuana derivatives. But I must say, this CBD seems to be harmless. It's not to say it's had addictive potential. And doctors already out there, without any additional training, we are already prescribing things like petadine, morphine, Valium, other substances which are very much more addictive, which have shown to be problematic. In fact, it has shown, because the opiates right now in the United States, there is what you call the opiate epidemic, and doctors are also blamed for giving prescriptions dispensing these prescriptions to persons and are considered as probably the new drug pushers. Here in Trinidad, I must make mention, I was the president of the medical board, and we had like 2 cases coming in where locally doctors would have been prescribing petadine to patients, and knowing that the families would have gone to them and actually try to get some sort of a restriction on these doctors and punishment. So you would always have certain doctors who misuse, but the medical board is there for that. So in terms of having training, once we get the basic training in the University of the West Indies to say that there are side effects, what to expect with overdose, this should suffice. We don't need any extra sort of training. Doctors are there, those who step out of line, medical board is there once you complain. However, what I must say that is, we have to remember, even in the United States, is a Trinidad doctor who actually caused the demise of the god of Popper. And again, we have to look at prescribing practices of individual doctors. What I must say, madam, is that when I look at the fact that the history of this whole thing, it was really the United Nations who put on these restrictions on us years ago, since I think it was 1920. Because before 1885, you could have gotten marijuana all over. The Lion House used to sell it, and and you had ganja cultivation license. So it started as a restriction. I think Senator, the independent Senator Sipasad mentioned that the restrictions came in. So the United Nations restricted, and after all these years, it caused a lot of problems in persons, criminalized persons, and finally, you find that on the 2nd of December 2020, the United Nations realized now we would have now to revisit this, and they had given us that they're no longer putting it in that schedule of dangerous addictive drugs, and they were following the World Health Organization guidelines, the 41st Expert Committee on Drug Dependence. So we had changed. We had now come back after a full circle to say. So it is a fact that marijuana was used for recreational purposes, it was used as medicinal, it was used for trade, and we have now come back after all these years to see how we are going back to this system. So therefore, as I mentioned before, I do not think the traditional CBD being given as medicinal marijuana could cause much concern. I do, however, have some concern where you are having like the edibles, because, madam, we have to appreciate that according to the bill, when I looked at the section where it made mention that the authority should be the one to, take measures to be the one to advise the minister to take enforcement measures for non-compliance, etc. And also, the authority is there according to section 4, well, part 2, section 4, and I'm looking at part 3, where the authority could formulate standards, scientific research, and it made mention also that the fact that the authority would also look into the edibles. And you see, my problem is, right now in the United States, there is a problem with the edibles. Even the edibles here, we have to appreciate, madam, that in our country, I think it was in Couva, a school in Couva, where a child bought edibles outside the school from a vendor, brought it into the class, and the children got ill. And we have to be aware that if you are someone selling these drugs, and suddenly you figure that everybody could have their 3 plants. People could have their plants, they could use it. You may think your market is drying up, so what do? You look for another market. Who is the other market out there? Children. So this is where we have to be very, very cautious what's going on. And I saw the fact that even in this piece of legislation, it made mention of protection of children. So it was really in February 2020, the 16th, where 5 children had brownies and they got ill outside the school. So we have to worry now that a new target from these drug pushers would be children. And why I mentioned the edibles, madam, the authority would have to do everything in its power to see the levels of active material in these edibles. Because according to Part 429D, when you're getting a processor license, it speaks to medical cannabis including but not limited to edibles. And the fact remains, Madam, Barbados still has not, Barbados has restricted the sale of edibles, still hasn't opened up. I don't know if they will consider. And Jamaica in 2017 also had to ban the sale of infused edibles. So the authority has to be aware of the dangers of edibles in the sense that you may not know the fact that it could be contaminated. It could also not have a standardized amount of active chemical. And the fact is, I would have faith in the authority keeping aware of the latest information that is coming out internationally. Because up to a week ago, the Food and Drug Administration in the United States had to warn the population of something called Delta 8 THC. Delta 8 THC is really a psychoactive substance that certain persons are taking. It's concentrating it, and it actually manufactured from a hemp-derived product, CBD. So it is marketed as a hemp product, but it has a high level of this Delta 8 THC, which has been causing, according to the FDA, it is marketed in a way that puts the public health at risk and should be kept out of the reach of children and pets. So even brownies and these sweets, they are now marketing it into packaging that looks like normal gummy sweets. Actually packaging, and the packaging looks similar to sweets that children will buy, but they just have medicated product in brackets next to it. So the FDA has been warning about this. And right now, I think the FDA now is trying to see how it can address this problem, because it's noting that it's a harmful effect to children. Children might be having an overdose, and also the labeling of these products is also vitally important. And the fact is, persons are just going in the groceries and getting the gas station. So these are things we have to be aware. If it happened there, it could happen here. So therefore, the authority, which would have a set of persons, I think, within their composition, would be aware of the dangers of the contaminants, the dangers of out there. And what I may say also is we have to be assured that when they are given that processor license, they may make those brownies into a package, child-proof package, because you have something looking like little gummy bears, the children will go after it. So this is something I'm thinking, I don't know if it's the regulations, the authority will actually have to ensure that they would give that directive. Madam, when I looked at the fact that the authority was, there were 9 members of the authority, I was wondering about the fact is, I have seen there that one of the persons could be a doctor, and I'm thinking it might be better, in my opinion, to have that person not just as a doctor, but a psychiatrist. You see, a psychiatrist could easily, so I refer to section 6, when we're looking at the board shall comprise of certain persons, lower management, etc. Medicine, I think it should be a psychiatrist, and the drug rehabilitation person, a psychiatrist will know about drug rehabilitation. I'm also thinking that if you have somebody there who has been an advocate or had been advocating for this piece of legislation, there's, as the Attorney General mentioned, Mr. Marcus Ramkisoon, and those persons would have seen the need for it, the way how we could put it in a position where it reaches to the amount of the ordinary man who can get it, and not the persons out there who build companies. So I'm thinking probably we may want to consider putting one of these persons who have been advocating for it. And I also make mention to the fact that I was fortunate to have a correspondence from Ms. Nazma Miller. She has been an advocate for this for years. And I asked her, what is her view on this? And she has been someone who, a leading advocate for legalization. She had discussions with former Attorney General and Junior Minister then Fitzgerald Hines. And she mentioned the fact that it's taken 2 years to reach this stage, and many thousands of citizens' lives were negatively affected. And she's even saying that we're still waiting for the Mercy Committee to meet to begin the process of expunging the convictions. However, what she mentioned is that the Cannabis Control Authority may take a while to set up. And I think she was a bit cautious about this. And part of her writings to me, she said that we're yet to see the regulations that Mr. Alwari said were ready since the bill was first submitted in 2019, but given the problematic contradiction of the DDA amendments, 4 plants but only 30 grams in possession, one anticipates serious hiccups with implementation. So this is her view, and she also, in her view, said that we should have gone on to look at hemp also, which we could probably do in the future. And her view too is to give ordinary citizens access to these licenses. And again, this is something I think the authority may have to look at it in future and give recommendations as this, this whole situation now evolves into what we are dealing with. So I must make comment, Madam, also that I make mention to Part 2, Section 4, where it makes mention of the provision of analytical services that the Cannabis License Authority must have. And this is, I think, is important to analyze what is out there. I think it is important to see the ingredients, the quantity, and in the past, testing seems to be a major issue in any sort of adverse outcomes. I also look at the fact that the License Authority would also provide for the distribution of education materials, and we have to really re-educate persons on the misinformation we had for all these years about the ills and the ill effects of marijuana, and let them know of the potential, the good effects on the CBD. Let them also know the fact that it is safer than the alcohol. And Madam, when I looked at the landscape out there, it's not just marijuana is good for CBD. Ketamine, which was something we knew used to cause date rape and people use the ketamine to get high. We are now looking at ketamine in terms of helping persons with depression. Even the psychedelic mushrooms are now being put into medication. So the landscape in terms of psychiatry and what is available to aid our patients will be changing. So soon we may have to come back and look at the Dangerous Drugs Act and look at those things like the ketamine and mushrooms, which will be in medication soon. I would like to say, Madam, that the fact of this piece of legislation here, we had noted that the transparency is there. I look at the transparency, looking at members who would be there, looking at how we could monitor them. But you see, the role of the inspector, Madam, is a very important role. And in the past, persons may abuse their authority. So that section where it gives the power of the inspector to go in, I am a bit cautious with that, because we have to have an idea, if you have a person as an inspector, how do you prevent something like an abuse of power? How could you prevent an inspector from trying to get a little money on the side to turn a blind eye? And this is why in this legislation, Section 60 also speaks about an inspection team. I would rather visits be done by a team rather than one person. I also would rather somehow we could get those inspectors to have go in with a body cam so nobody can accuse them after, because we have all that allegations we may have coming up, we'll have to defend. I also would like to see some way that the hiring practices, if just as how you have the Integrity Commission, could ask for the finances of persons. I think inspectors may have to declare their accounts. We had a high-ranking police officer recently with millions in his account, and so an inspector to prevent things. I'm thinking they should be put some under sort of a financial scrutiny to see that they are not going to be turning a blind eye, they are not going to be abusing their power. I also would like to say, Madam, the fact remains that the inspection team, I was pleased that they would have to notify the authority within a short space of time. And this, I think, will go well in terms of cutting down any sort of searches, just going, you're just going into a place to cause mischief, to cause hardship, to try and see if you can gain something from these persons. So, Madam, I also looked at the fact that a person who contravenes, I'm now looking at part 4, cannabis for religious purposes, where you're looking at, for religious purposes, you say that a person who contravenes subsection commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction to a fine of $10,000 and imprisonment for a term of 6 months. While you found that, I think we should increase this. I think we should increase this to the $100,000 and 10 years that was in the legislation previously, where you're looking at persons who breach it. And I'm thinking that to prevent people from misusing this piece of legislation, you should at least have that sort of a buffer to prevent these people from trying to say they could pull a fast one or get a religion and somehow invent a religion to get this thing. So, Madam, I looked at the fact that medical cannabis, you have to get the permits, and it seeks to protect children, because part 5 definitely looks at the fact that a parent or guardian of a person with responsibility for a child must have who fails to comply with subsection 2 and permits or causes the child to use medicinal cannabis commits an offense and is liable to $100,000 and imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it should go to also the religious aspect also. And I'm saying that the fact is, we have the fact that I was puzzled a bit where a medical practitioner shall maintain a record of every patient to whom he has prescribed or recommended the medicinal cannabis. Now, Mr. Vice President, if I keep that document, a patient may still go by another doctor and get another prescription. So I'm thinking it might be a better idea for the pharmacist to give to the authority any prescription that has come about for medical marijuana. So they will have that list with the patient's name, with the patient ID, rather than, because a patient could go from me, go to another doctor, and get 2 different prescriptions. I also make mention to the fact that the CBD that we have, the CBD derived products for the epilepsy, that we know the Epidiolex and also the Salivex, those medicine are in prescription form. As doctors, we know how much we are given dosage per milligram. And I will feel comfortable in prescribing this because I just look at the dosage information. I know how to give somebody that. But you see, if I'm going to recommend, sometimes I wouldn't know. I may feel uncomfortable recommending a flower, an extract, not knowing the standardized medicine. And if a patient has an adverse effect, would I be liable now to be given the recommended? The recommended one, I'm saying prescription, it's not a problem. You have the full dosage. You have everything scientifically put there, the amounts and everything there. So I would also like to say that the prescribing information, as I mentioned, we have to get that information into the authority, but I think the duty is more for the pharmacists. And there's a situation where when we're looking at the caregiver, and this speaks to section 44.4, a person who is designated as a caregiver under this act, we have to ensure that caregiver is not addicted to dangerous drugs. So therefore, it might be difficult to test because everybody could have their 3 trees and use the marijuana. Come to me, I get marijuana in a caregiver urine. I think he's using marijuana, but I can't see if he's addicted. So this may be a little onerous on a doctor to say if the caregiver under this act is addicted to the drugs. And also, if a patient changes his caregiver, shall notify the medical practitioner. Again, if you look at this, sometimes we have cases where a caregiver may come with the patient the first time and keep subsequent visits, come back for a prescription and say the patient is home. And this is where duty of care is given by the doctors who may have to do home visits to ensure that they are not being taken for a ride by the caregivers. I also would like to say that even though we are having all of this talk about having fields set up, having the farmers get involved, I wonder, access roads, what about the normal farmers, not the ones who want to plant marijuana? They've been calling years for access roads and better equipment. So, we need to feed the nation, I think, rather than jump down this marijuana bandwagon. Granted, people say it's, there are persons saying that there's a great profit to become from it. But you have to appreciate, madam, they are now making the marijuana in labs. In fact, there's a drug that it's a drug that you couldn't get it from the lab. So soon, would a drug company rather buy a whole set of buds, try to all this process, or would that company simply manufacture the marijuana in a lab, the THC in a lab or CBD in a lab? And in a sense, we might be going into an industry where soon the lab may be able to be the big pharma company would be able to be just mass producing this, and then everyone who has set up their farms may be left there just holding on to these farms. So we have to keep in mind, even though people are saying there's a great money involved in financing countries, big pharma could easily make that version, and they have already made versions, I think in Israel, where you can actually use a drug for chronic pain that is derived from the THC. So, Mr. Vice President, I would like to say that at this stage, I think government has tried to put things in place to give us a piece of legislation that, with some safeguards. It's not perfect, as the AG said. There will be changes. There will be other things, wanting to add to change. And in time, I'm hoping that, we can get this thing right that would actually give us a better care for our patients who need the CBD. And for those persons religiously minded, would be able to get their flower that they could use for religious purposes. And also the small man could be partaking in the market if there's a industry to be had for that. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for recognizing me. And may I also thank the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Amory Brown, for extending a very courteous invitation for me to come from the lower house to contribute to this debate. Thank you, yes. Mr. Vice President, the debate thus far, and I listened to all in my office before I came, and I must say, the debate so far has been rich. The debate so far has been constructive. And I want to congratulate my Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, for being at the vanguard of this issue. And yes, we have altered our positions over time. And I want to recognize and congratulate the speaker before me, Senator Varma Diyal Singh, for also recognizing evolution in thought is important as science teaches us more and more. The other person who I think we owe a debt of gratitude for this evolution of thinking is one Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who is a medical correspondent for CNN. And I will refer to the particular patient he spoke about, Charlotte Figge, later on in my contribution about evolution of thought, about cannabis and medical marijuana. Before I get into my substantive debate, and I thank Senator Diyal Singh for raising the issue of Delta-8 THC, and to inform the country through you, Mr. Vice President, that his concern about Delta-8 THC is real and what steps we have taken to protect the population. But first of all, I must explain what Delta 8 THC is. Delta 8 THC is a similar compound to THC, which is the psychoactive component of marijuana. Both compounds are what you call isomers. In chemistry terms, an isomer or isomers are compounds with the identical chemical formula, same kind of atoms, same number of atoms, same number of molecules. However, their spatial arrangement is different. And it is that spatial arrangement of different isomers that give them different properties. The issue of Delta 8 THC is already controlled in Trinidad and Tobago under the Dangerous Drugs Act, and I will now refer to the Act so that Senator Dayal Singh, who has raised a very important point, could be comforted, and the rest of us can also. So under the Dangerous Drug Act, tetrahydrocannabinols, the following isomers, as I have just explained, Delta 6A in brackets 10A, Delta 6A in brackets 7. So all of these are the same compound, same atomic formula, but different orientations in space. Delta 7, Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10, and Delta 911, and their stereochemical variants are all already captured under the Dangerous Drugs Act. So I hope that brings some clarity to the issue. Mr. Vice President, marijuana, ganja, pot, weed, and there's a famous band, people of my vintage who grew up called the Doobie Brothers. They were named after a doobie, which is another name for a spiff. So the Doobie Brothers, it has found its way into pop culture. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, as directed by the Honorable Prime Minister, had a government's policy position, and the first policy position we took was amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act to decriminalize certain quantities of cannabis. That has been done and dusted, and the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act has been made. But today, we are here to debate the Joint Select Committee report on the Cannabis Control Bill 2019, which was first read in this honorable chamber on Wednesday, the 14th of October, and then Friday, the 23rd of October, 2020, and then sent to a Joint Select Committee. First meeting held on Wednesday, 18th November, 2020. I was honored to be a member of it. My focus as Minister of Health in this honorable chamber is to speak to the country through you, Mr. Vice President, about cannabis, the medical use, and my responsibility to 1.4 million persons for bringing drugs and pharmaceuticals to the populations that are safe and effective and fit for purpose. All of this is tied up to the Dangerous Drug Act, Chapter 1125. And then the short title of this act is an act to provide for the control of narcotic drugs and psychoactive substances, etc. So medical marijuana, which is psychoactive, will be captured here. The issue of the inspectorate was raised by, I believe, Senator C. Prasad quite wisely, and also Senator Varma Dayal Singh. Any drug falling under the DDA will be falling under the inspectorate of the Ministry of Health under the Dangerous Drug Act. And the Dangerous Drug Act, Section 12, speaks to that, and the appointment of inspectors under Legal Notice 143/2001. So the formula for inspection is there, and hopefully that will be strengthened. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's get straight to the point now. Medical cannabis. I listened to all contributions before coming here, and Senator C. Prasad referred to Peter Tosh, and I also looked at Bob Marley's song, I Shot the Sheriff, kill the seed before it grows. But what I found out, Senator Sipasad, through you, Mr. Vice President, that song may have a double meaning. It may be about marijuana, it may also be about something else. So I leave that to the radio DJs to have a field day on tomorrow as to what is the exact meaning of kill the seed before it grows. But the issue is one in pop culture and has now found its way into this honorable chamber. So, medical cannabis. Cannabis, as already said, it's a plant that has about 500 chemical compounds. And we are talking today here about two of these compounds called cannabinoids. THC, which is psychoactive because it binds with certain receptors in the brain and is covered under Schedule 2 of the amended Dangerous Drugs Act. And CBD, which is non-psychoactive because it binds with non-brain receptors. Senator Yal Singh made an important point. And the population must be advised that medical marijuana, or THC, is not the be-all and end-all of medicine. This is not a silver bullet. But it also must be considered in the context. There are other drugs already on the market that are more psychoactive. Because there's a narrative out there that in approving the sale of medical marijuana, we are unleashing some force in the country that will get everybody high and everybody addicted. Ketamine, under my tenure as Minister of Health, recognizing its dangers, we upgraded that under Schedule 2 of the Dangerous Drug Act. LSD is already under Schedule 2 of the Dangerous Drug Act. And also MDMA, commonly known as ecstasy, or methyl dioxymethylamine. So the point is, approving medical marijuana, it joins a list of other psychoactive substances, some of which, as Senator Diaz said, like pethidine and morphine, which are even more addictive, more dangerous. So I just wanted to put that on record. The National Institute on Drug Abuse defines medical cannabis as using the whole unprocessed marijuana plant or its basic extracts to treat symptoms of illness and other conditions. And just for completeness, cannabis is also included under Sections 1 and 4 of the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs 1961, and also the International Narcotics Control Board 2018. Point to note for me mentioning all of this is that marijuana or medical marijuana is not to be treated lightly like all other psychoactive drugs. It has its pros and cons. It can be dangerous to the uninformed or the uninitiated, or even those under 21, because research has shown it affects the brain in the under 21s in a different way to the over 21s. The Joint Select Committee would have asked for submissions from the Pharmacy Board, University of the West Indies, Association of Psychiatrists of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Pediatric Society, because we are concerned about the effect of medical marijuana, cannabis on children. So my role as Minister of Health is to have an overarching responsibility for the safety, as I said, of 1.4 million persons being exposed to pharmaceuticals. It's prescribing, it's dispensing, and the education of those charged with this onerous responsibility. Senator Lakshmi Dayal, and I listened to her carefully, spoke to the issue about training for doctors and so on. It was echoed slightly by Senator Sipasad, but also mentioned by Senator Dayal Singh. So I would like now to give some details, Mr. Vice President, because it is important to know how we are preparing prescribers and dispensers for this. So I contacted the University of the West Indies, and thanks to Professor Terence Simangal. I will now give some details about what is happening on the undergraduate level. At the School of Medicine, which includes the MBBS program and the DDS program, that is both doctors and dentists, it's a common course. Course MDSC 2402, Neurosciences and Behavior. They are taught about neurotransmitters and addiction, with special reference to endocannabinoids. I will leave this with the Hansard so they will get it. At the MBBS program, years 3 and 4, course code MDSC 3313, Applied Paraclinical Sciences 3, Pharmacology of Cannabis, under course code MEDC 4303, Common Drug Abuse, Marijuana, Cannabis. At the School of Pharmacy, BSc Pharmacy, course code PHAR 4103, Pharmacy Seminars, Medical Marijuana, Evidence for Safety and Efficacy, taught in year 4. At the School of Dentistry, Smoking and Risks for Oral Cancer for Smoking of Marijuana. At the School of Veterinary Science, course code VETM 3013, Veterinary Toxicology, Introduction to Veterinary Toxicology and Poisonous Plants, taught in year 3. At the postgraduate level, so that's the undergraduate level, Mr. Vice President. At the postgraduate level, at the DM program level, Doctor of Medicine, DM Emergency Medicine, because many persons will present at the emergency at the A&Es. Course code DM EMME 7637/7647, acute cannabis overdose, acute psychosis secondary to cannabis, which dovetails with what Senator Diyal Singh was talking about. How do we train people to recognize these things? And general toxicology. DM program anesthesia and intensive care, course code DMANIC 7671/7647, cannabis use and its abuse as it relates to anesthesia for emergency and elective surgery and cannabis use in chronic pain. The DM program for obs and gyns, course code DMOBGY 7630/7635, cannabis use and its abuse as it relates to the effect on the fetus, which must be, Mr. Vice President, a very important consideration for our pregnant population. At the DM for internal medicine, what is taught, pharmacology of cannabis and cannabinoids, the therapeutic effects in neurology conditions such as epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, and Huntington's chorea, the therapeutic effects on chemotherapy-induced nausea and chronic pain syndromes, the systemic side effects on pulmonary, neurological, cardiovascular, gastrointestinal, sexual, and reproductive systemic use, and lastly, the cannabis use disorder. It may be important to note, Mr. Vice President, that one of the DM resident research projects is cannabis use in patients with epilepsy that has been presented at the weekly research meetings, and I will come to that later on because Senator Diyal Singh raised it and it's a very important point to raise. What about training of existing pharmacists, the older heads like myself, who are not in the program at this point in time? Well, through the Pharmaceutical Society of Trinidad and Tobago, they issued their position on the Cannabis Control Bill. And if you allow me just to quote, Mr. Vice President, the Pharmaceutical Society of Trinidad and Tobago is of the opinion that the potential therapeutic uses of marijuana have been sufficiently documented to permit, and this is a crucial word, its cautious use for therapeutic purposes. And I think that's the message. Medical marijuana can be used, but let's use it cautiously. And as I said, this is not a silver bullet for every ailment under the sun. They have a three-pronged approach to retrain pharmacists like myself. One, they will adopt a three-pronged approach to ensure the fraternity of pharmacists are prepared for their role as defined in the bill. Priority will be the education of pharmacists on medical cannabis and related substances through their monthly Purple Table educational platform. The aim of these sessions will be to provide guidance for pharmacists on the law and the current state of the trade. Pillar 2. The Society also plans to raise awareness of the Cannabis Control Bill through a workshop with expert stakeholders. And lastly, they're in the process of developing its website, and they will use a finished web page to provide additional content for our members. So I want to congratulate the president of the Pharmaceutical Association, the president, Ms. Alison Pouchet, for working with us and for being very proactive with this. Mr. Vice President, as been spoken about in this House, the use of medical cannabis, some of the advantages for its use has to do with pain management, nausea and vomiting, especially that due to chemotherapy. So it is vitally important for our cancer patients who are on chemotherapy, and only they know what they go through with nausea and vomiting. Only they know. We wouldn't know unless you are there. Glaucoma. However, we must also recognize that the use of psychoactive marijuana, like all other psychoactive drugs, can lead to addiction, distortion of perception of time, and we must marry the both. I now want to turn to an issue that was raised by Senator Diyal Singh, which I had to speak about, and which, as I said, I will come back to from Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who had a revolution of thought like all of us. And I must admit, like Senator Diyal Singh, I too, 20 years ago, if you'd asked me about this, I would have had the same perception. Why are we doing this? But science has a way of teaching us, and that's what research is. More and more scientific evidence comes to the fore. In Trinidad, and it goes back to the issue of Charlotte Figge. Charlotte Figge was a little girl. And again, unless you are a parent of a child having 300 seizures a week, you would not understand the frustration that drives you to look for non-traditional cures. Charlotte Figge was a little girl suffering from something called Dravet syndrome, an epileptic disorder, having 300 grand mal seizures a week. No parent, no child should have to go through that. And every single traditional Western scientific drug failed to control her condition. So in Trinidad and Tobago, and again, I say the point, this is not a silver bullet, and I will say why. We estimate by Dr. Bob in 2018, speaking at the Seizure Awareness Foundation of Trinidad Symposium, I believe at Central Bank, estimated you have about 40,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago living with some sort of seizure disorder. But medical marijuana is not for all 40,000 persons. That's the point we keep making over and over. The population that we estimate in Trinidad and Tobago of children suffering from Dravet syndrome, which normally kicks in after 1 year of age, is about 5 children. 5. One hand, 5. And another syndrome called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which kicks in later at ages 3 to 5, we estimate is about 8 to 10 children. So in total, you're talking about 20 children for the absolute most that may benefit from Epidiolex, as Senator Diyal Singh said. And this came about because of Charlotte Figge, who reached age 13 and eventually, unfortunately, died, maybe not of epilepsy, but possibly of COVID. Main takeaway point for the population in Trinidad looking at medical marijuana. There are benefits. The government has taken a very proactive stance in bringing the issue of medical marijuana to the fore. And And on the issue of medical marijuana, for these children, it's a very small population we are looking at. And I want to congratulate the Seizure Association of Trinidad and Tobago, they do a lot of excellent work, Dr. Harris and her team. They do a lot of excellent work, helping parents navigate through this disease, this electrical disorder of the brain that really, really is heart-wrenching to see a child or adult having a seizure. Mr. Vice President, may I ask how much time I have again, please?
You have 27 minutes.
I won't be taking that long. So, Mr. Vice President, I just want to put on record that the government's position is one that has evolved over time. It has evolved with increasing scientific data coming out of the scientific community. And as I come to a close, just to reiterate that the issue of medical marijuana is one which is engaging all the stakeholders to train its practitioners, whether they are doctors, pharmacists, vets, dentists, ongoing training with pharmacists, with the Trinidad and Tobago Pharmaceutical Association, and it is my intention to engage the Trinidad and Tobago Medical Association to do some ongoing training for their doctors who may not have been exposed to training in this aspect of medicine in years gone by. So, Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I hope I have done justice to the issue. I hope I have continued in the same vein that all senators, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, Senator Trotsi Prasad, Senator Varma Dayal Singh, the Honorable Attorney General who piloted, and congratulations to Attorney General Reginald D. Armour, SC, for making his maiden contribution in his honorable chamber. And with those few words, Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I am very happy for the opportunity to join this debate, to contribute to a bill entitled the Cannabis Control Bill 2020. Let me also thank my colleague, Senator Jayanti Lakshmi Dayal, on her sterling contribution to not only the Joint Select Committee, but to contribution here in the Senate. Now, Mr. Vice President, the essence of this bill is to establish the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, which is a statutory body, or we call it body corporate, with responsibility for regulating and controlling the handling of this plant type substance called cannabis. Some call it marijuana, some call it ganja. But, Mr. Vice President, in addressing this matter, many of my colleagues have looked at the therapeutic, scientific, medicinal or medical benefits, and even the spiritual and sacramental benefits of this particular plant-like substance, or as we call it, cannabis. My contribution today, whilst I will focus on some aspects of the benefits, I also want to take this opportunity to address what I call governance issues. Governance issues are very critical if this industry is to thrive and survive without any irregularities of a corrupt nature and without any kind of monopolization of that industry by either foreign big business or local big business. We have to ensure that there is proper accountability and transparency, and we have to establish the relevant, pertinent governance values and principles to ensure this. But I will show, when we look at some of the mechanisms and structures inserted in this piece of legislation, they undermined existing institutions. And in this context, we have a lot of proposed changes to this piece of legislation to ensure that the Constitution of our nation is not either innocently, unwittingly, or deliberately undermined, contaminated, or subverted. Mr. Vice President, I want to tell you that there's no doubt that this is a very lucrative industry. We have estimated the value thus far to be between $1 and $2 billion in Trinidad and Tobago. On a global scale, the value of this industry is between 20 and 30 billion US dollars. And it is estimated that by 2026, Mr. Vice President, we are talking about an industry that can be valued at around US $100 billion. So we have to be extremely careful, Mr. Vice President, in ensuring that in this lucrative industry that is about to get off the ground, bad laws are not introduced, bad measures are not placed in this legislation that will result in a few benefiting and the majority suffering and not prospering. Mr. Vice President, we need to recraft, refashion, and reshape some sections of this bill to ensure that there are appropriate checks and balances in this exercise. Mr. Vice President, this bill is going to see that agricultural land will again be high in demand. It will give a boost to production, to diversification, to the generation of foreign exchange, to the generation of employment opportunities in our country. It will also, if properly shaped, managed, fashioned, and crafted, allow a new class of entrepreneurs to emerge in Trinidad and Tobago. But we must avoid measures that is going to promote inequality and injustice in this bill. We must ensure that the small man who have made sacrifices thus far benefit from this effort. Mr. Vice President, let me begin by sharing with you and this honorable House areas of concern. Mr. Vice President, I go to the bill. This bill establishes in Part 2 something known as the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority. Many functions are outlined in Clause 5 of this bill, and in Clause 5.2.3, we are seeing where they have to establish standards for this industry, codes for this industry. Mr. Vice President, we are debating in the dark. The Attorney General Office has over 300 pages of draft regulations in their possession since 2019. We are debating a bill in 2022 coming from a JSC. And even though the Attorney General is on record in both houses of Parliament, boasting that the regulations have been drafted and they are available, 3 years later, no regulations. None. So we are shooting in the dark. We don't know what is the cost. What are the fees for a license? We don't know. We are being told, according to the law that is before us, the bill, those things will be addressed by the authority. Mr. Vice President, we have heard this before, and we have seen the outcome. So let's go to this board that is going to be established to give effect to the authority. We are seeing in Clause 6, subsection 2, the disciplines. I have no problem with some of the disciplines. I want to ask the Attorney General to consider the discipline of psychiatry in this particular framework that he has advanced. I also would like to indicate, Mr. Vice President, that there is need for civil society to be part of this arrangement. Some countries have included the Rastafarians. Some countries have included the clergy. Some countries have included the National Rehabilitation Councils, so that civil society will have a role to play in this particular industry. There is no such provision in the current legislation. Mr. Vice President, we are seeing where the government is seeking to determine the perks, the stipend of the board members. But why not leave that to an independent body? Why does the government want to get involved? Why does the P&M cabinet want to get involved in determining remuneration for board members? And you know what, Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President, they are saying the SRC, under the Constitution, the government can prescribe, according to the Constitution, new office holders, including bodies like what we have here. They have the power to do that, but they choose not to. So games have begun. So you know what is the game, Mr. Vice President? They are going to propose packages, and then they're going to send it to an independent commission called the SRC for their approval and possibly review. That is what they claim they would like to do. Mr. Vice President, you know what is even more serious and more alarming? Is the composition of this. Who is appointing, Mr. Vice President, the board, the members of the board? Mr. Vice President, it is the cabinet. The cabinet is appointing 9 members. So we are talking about a lucrative industry that is emerging, and there is no check, there is no balance. Everything is in the hands of the P&M cabinet. Mr. Vice President, we are proposing that there should be balance, there should be checks and balances. So what we are proposing for your consideration, through the appropriate amendment, 4 members be appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister. 4 members appointed on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. And you know, the final person is the 9th person. There will be consultation between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition through the President. And if there is no decision, the President, in her discretion, will be able to finalize that chairperson. Mr. Vice President, we want equity, we want justice, and we want fairness, because this government is going to set up this authority, and it will be their friends, their families, and their financiers who will benefit from this exercise. So we want to ensure that there is justice. So that is why, Mr. Vice President, this thing might look very simple. This is a very lucrative industry, and we want to make sure that the taxpayers have the necessary checks and balances, and it can only come through this balance that we are talking about. You cannot have the P&M dominating this entire board. That is what I'm saying. Mr. Vice President, what is even worse in this piece of legislation is that the board, the authority, will be employing everybody. All employees will be employed by the board known as the authority. So you have an authority appointed by the P&M, then the P&M board will advertise for all the employees, including the CEO, Mr. Vice President, where are the checks and balances? This is a statutory body that we are establishing. What is the role of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission? Is the government using legislation to abolish and undermine that particular authority? Is that the purpose of this piece of legislation? So why you want to give the authority, which is being run by a board, the authority to hire the CEO, fire the CEO, and hire and fire all employees because you want to employ your friends and your family in that particular industry? And Mr. Vice President, that's wrong. We are talking about a period of good governance, good values, good principles. We are talking about accountability and transparency. But you bring a piece of legislation to this parliament to give you total authority as a party and as a government to appoint everybody and to employ everybody. Mr. Vice President, that cannot be fair. I am proposing fundamental amendments to ensure that there is protection and there is balance and there are institutions in this country that are established in law to deal with these things. And the government is seeking in this piece of legislation to avoid these very important institutions. Mr. Vice President, you know what had me... Look now, Mr. Vice President, imagine the government brings legislation and they're talking about they're going to employ people to run what is going to be a multi-billion-dollar industry. And there's no provision for rights as it relates to pensions. They leave out that word completely. That don't exist for them. They're talking about gratuity, Mr. Vice President. You know what the government is about to do, Mr. Vice President? Is to reintroduce slavery. That's what contract labor is.
Mr. Senator Mark. No. It's not a matter of withdrawing that. Remember, you can have a seat. In your preamble to reaching to this stage, you are taking common practice and the regular practice of board appointments, as we have with all other laws and legislation brought to this House. And you are singing a tune to make it sound as if it is improper motives being put upon the government of the day, when it is common practice to formulate these boards in the same manner it has been done all along via precedent. At that point, although you're going down a wrong line and making the public believe that because of it being a lucrative industry, the government of the day is taking advantage of the situation, I have to caution you upon going down that line. I have allowed you a lot of leeway. And furthermore, your last comment, albeit being about slavery, is absolutely uncalled for in this good House. I ask you to kick your contribution down, take it down a notch or two, and kindly stick to the matters on hand, please, and let us have a fruitful debate, Mr. Mark.
President, listen, Mr. Vice President.
No, Mr. Vice President, please, on a point of order, 46-4, he has to retract that statement.
But I did. I said, what do you think is the answer?
Yes, he withdrew it immediately, and that has been upheld. Proceed.
Please. Mr. Vice President, all I'm saying, I'll put it in another way. Do not use legislation in this parliament to introduce on a legal footing permanent contract for workers. I am saying there's something called security of tenure for our citizens. And we must bring security of tenure back. Don't come here, bring a law, and you're employing everybody on contract. You know, nurses today are on contract for 3 months and a year, and they can't get a loan. And you're bringing a law here, Mr. Vice President, to continue along that line. How can I support this? So, Mr. Vice President, I'm saying that we are going to make the necessary proposals to ensure that there are checks and balances in this measure that is before us. Mr. Vice President, may I also indicate that when I looked at Part 3 and I looked at 19, 20, 21, 22, and I looked at 23. Mr. Vice President, go to 25. You go to 25. But before you go to 25, Mr. Vice President, go to 24. Clause 24. I have never seen this in my life. We are bringing legislation and we are entrenching in the legislation a private accounting firm that the authority will now be able to hire to do their financials. And these financials that they are going to do, Mr. Vice President, will be sent to who? The Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance will then have it tabled in Parliament. What is the role of the Auditor General, Mr. Vice President? They have the Auditor General auditing. If you look at this piece of legislation, the Auditor General will audit the accounts that is submitted by the authority who employs a private accounting firm to do the work of this authority. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry. And Mr. Vice President, if you don't know, let me remind you and this Honorable House. Section 116 of our Constitution gives the Auditor General the power to audit all the accounts of Trinidad and Tobago. And as far as I know, when I look at Section 54, Section 116 to 125 are entrenched in our Constitution. You need a 2/3 majority to change that. You cannot bring legislation to the Parliament, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, on a point of order, please. 46(1). The section does not say that. 46(1).
Senator Mark, he can, on a point of order. He raised 46(1) on the relevance on the matter. It is.
When it is in the law. I mean, I said, let us be serious.
Kindly proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Look, I'm in this house for years.
Would the member give
I
way?
understand my rights.
Would the member give way?
No. Mr. Vice President, let me make it very clear. I am here doing the people's business. And I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, what the government has done. Everybody's interested in cannabis. I believe we should go with it, with the necessary checks and balances. But don't come and do anything to undermine the governance of our country. And I'm saying when you look under financial provisions, the government is slipping in things that will result in an undermining of the Auditor General role. Well, Mr. Vice President, I am going to the National House the HDC. And the same provision in the HDC, I am proposing that we remove all these provisions in this legislation and put it, I want to make an amendment consistent with the Housing Development Corporation, showing where our Auditor General is the boss when coming to the accounts. And if anyone is to be employed, Mr. Vice President, as an auditor or as an accounting firm, that must get the blessings and the green light from the Auditor General. That is in the Constitution. And nobody can come and change that without a 2/3 majority. That's a constitutional provision. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm making it very clear. These provisions that are contained are ultra vires the Constitution of our Republic. And I'm going to make the appropriate amendments. Mr. Vice President, I know what this government did back then, you know. The cabinet of this country took a policy decision to allow state enterprises to employ their own auditing firm. They never brought any amendment to the Constitution, and they ousted the Auditor General. That was unlawful, illegal, and unconstitutional. It was then illegal, it is still illegal and unconstitutional. If you want to change the role of our Auditor General, amend the Constitution, bring the 2/3 majority, and have it passed. But don't undermine the Auditor General. And Mr. Vice President, that is what is contained in clauses 24 and clauses 25 of our legislation here today. And playing with words. You know what is nice about it? They're playing with words. And if you don't understand this thing carefully, you'll be misled. But you have to read it very carefully to understand where the government is coming from. I must support that. Because you bring cannabis law and you're undermining the Constitution? No. Mr. Vice President, we will have none of it. We will support none of it. And whereas in principle, we embrace this new domestic industry called the cannabis industry with all its prospects and benefits, there must be good governance, there must be good principles, there must be good values, there must be transparency, there must be accountability, and there must be no legislation coming before this House that is going to bring about irregularity, corruption, and malfeasance. I will not stand idly by and be party to that, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, there are some very important areas I also want to pay attention to. I raised the issue about gross negligence. And the Honorable Attorney General gave some example about driving, and you're looking back, and you get in an accident. He's not responsible. Mr. Vice President, I have never seen, Mr. Vice President, and you can guide me, and my colleague, Senator Mitchell, when he's speaking, when you rise to speak, you bring to this Parliament attention any law that you have passed, and we have agreed to, where the word gross negligence is included. Mr. Vice President, it's the first time the government has introduced this concept. Let the court decide that. If somebody is driving, as the Attorney General said, and you look back because you're getting something with a child, and you bang somebody, all right, that is negligence. But if you're eating, and you're on your cell phone, and you're driving, and you get in that accident, that is negligence? That is gross negligence? And you are saying that the person must get away? Mr. Vice President, I am saying that these are changes that have been brought into this piece of legislation that we have never seen before. And therefore, we'll have none of it. There will be an amendment to delete that in the legislation. Mr. Vice President, I also want to ask the government, and we need clarification. I'm not too sure. Maybe when Senator Anthony Vieira speaks, he might be able to clarify it. I have been advised, and I have nothing against religion, but I understand that these pieces of legislation are governed by clearly defined treaties internationally. And those treaties, Mr. Vice President, are supervised on behalf of the United Nations Office for Drug Enforcement Organization by an organization called the International Narcotics Control Board. That is what I have learned. And I have also learned that they have made it very clear to our government that if you put into this legislation anything relating to religion for use of cannabis, you could face a warning. I need clarification. I don't know. Because I love the provision that deals with the religious part, whether it's the Rastafarians, whether it's the Catholic Church,
Senator
the Anglican Church, it doesn't matter.
Would you be willing to give way?
If you're going to give me some time.
Sure.
You give me some extra time?
Would you be willing to give way as the Attorney General gave way to you?
No, not at this time. But not at this time. I think the Attorney General gave me some good advice. He said, allow me to complete my contribution. And I want to tell my good friend, Amory Brown, Senator the Honorable Amory Brown, allow me to complete mine. So, Mr. Vice President, I am in support.
Senator Mark, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Vice President, I'm in support of this provision that deals with sacramental benefits. And there are provisions there. All I seek is some clarification. Are we going to be in breach of international law if this is included? Somebody needs to clear the air for us on it because we are hearing this talk and we need clarification. Mr. Vice President, the other thing I want to get clarified is the whole issue of the licenses. If you go to the section on licenses, Mr. Vice President, you will see where they have something called, I think it's a cultivator. Just see if I get it right, Mr. Vice President. A cultivator license. I think that is what I read somewhere. I want to ask, Mr. Vice President, why did the government introduce a provision that qualifies the license of a cultivator? Why? We need to get some clarification on it, Mr. Vice President. We would like to know, Mr. Vice President, why it is the person who is involved in what is called cultivating, why can't that person not be able to sell to the retailer? Why? I need clarification from the Honorable Minister the Honorable Attorney General. Honorable Attorney General, in clause 29, it reads, a cultivator license which shall be issued to allow for the growing, harvesting, drying, trimming, curing, or packaging of cannabis. And then you introduce here or the selling of cannabis at wholesale to the holder of a license, and you outline B, C, D, and G. I would like to ask the Attorney General, why are we not allowing the cultivator to sell to the retailer? Why can't the cultivator, which is a small man, many of them will be small people, unless the government allow the big sharks to eat the small sardines? You know, you have something called, Mr. Vice President, the wolves of the sea. The wolves of the sea. And many of them are lurking. We understand that there are some right now waiting and knocking for this piece of legislation to pass, so that they can come in and monopolize the industry. I am asking the Attorney General to explain to Trinidad and Tobago why in A of 29.1, that individual called a cultivator who has a license cannot be able to sell directly to the retailer. Because, Mr. Vice President, if we are not careful and we do not study what we are doing carefully, we will end up with ACE.
Senator Mark, I thank you for your contribution. Your time is over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Vera, you may use the other booth, if you may. Senator Mark, kindly allow...
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much.
Senator Vera, you may start.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, like Senator Mark, I have mixed feelings about this bill. For one thing, and bearing in mind that this is a plant which grows naturally and is easily harvested, and bearing in mind that it has been used for centuries across many cultures without having to be prescribed by doctors and pharmacists, I don't think it's in dispute that there are benefits to cannabis. The Honorable Minister of Health made that very clear, whether you're treating glaucoma, seizures, chronic anxiety, and other therapeutic uses. But I have to ask, do we need an authority at all? And why is this legislation taking precedence in our legislative agenda when there's so many other pressing and important matters crying out for attention? Now, I acknowledge that there are cannabis authorities in Jamaica, in St. Vincent, and Canada. But do we have to follow fashion? Is this a case of the grass being greener on the other side? My other concern about the proposed authority is whether it can really assist in establishing a vibrant cannabis industry, or whether it will in fact prove to be a fetter, serving the interests of a favored few rather than providing equal access and opportunity to all. In their seminal work, Why Nations Fail, the authors highlight the difference between what they termed inclusive and extractive institutions. Inclusive institutions create incentives for people to invest in. They enable investment and growth through providing education and infrastructure. They work for the majority of people rather than just benefiting the rich and the well-connected. Extractive institutions, on the other hand, serve the interests of a few at the expense of the majority. Extractive institutions promote economic inequality and are the main reason for unfairness in many developing countries. So, an important consideration for me as I mull over the establishment of this proposed authority is ascertaining whether I'm in fact assisting in giving birth to an inclusive and not an extractive institution. I'm yet to be convinced one way or the other. Now, back in the day when I was younger, and I'm the same vintage as Minister Dayal Singh. Back in the day, marijuana was a symbol of the counterculture. The marijuana icon is essentially anti-establishment. And so, as someone from that peace and love generation, I really would not like to see marijuana purloined by the establishment and big business. Yet when I imagine forward, that may not be an unlikely picture, right? And I'm concerned that the ultimate beneficiaries of this legislation may well turn out to be big pharma and well-placed corporations. Now, I have nothing against big pharma and well-placed, ambitious corporations. They certainly have a role to play in developing cannabis for medicinal purposes, and perhaps even in projects geared towards ecotourism and the green economy. But if the unintended consequence of this legislation is to make it legal for big business to sell marijuana, but illegal for everybody else, well, that would be unfair and wrong. And I do think we should guard against this. I wouldn't like the proposed authority to be the instrument of monopoly for a chosen few. Accordingly, I would like, as a matter of policy, that the board must give due consideration to corporate social responsibility. And I would just throw out a few examples. For example, will the authority identify opportunities for small business in the cannabis value chain? Will the authority assist government and our environmental agencies in meeting our sustainable development goals, among other things, by requiring licensees to develop and to maintain good environmental practices in their operations? The new board and subsequent boards should establish and embed a culture of sustainable development in the operations of licensees. And in this regard, the performance of licensees should be measured, reported, and tracked against applicable targets and industry standards. Will the authority give due consideration to social responsibilities in the performance of its operations and interactions with stakeholders? In terms of intellectual property, will the authority, like the Cocoa Development Company recently did, will they have power to apply for a certification mark in the event we come up with something really exceptional in our cannabis industry? Also, would the authority take the initiative in exploring and supporting things like plant variety rights? I would like the authority to have power to remove and restore. So when the police or the military come upon illegal marijuana plantations in the forest, instead of just burning and destroying the crop, I would like the authority to have power to seize and to use that product for lawful purposes. Let it be put to good use. The authority should also be able to make arrangements for the damaged or destroyed forest areas to be restored. Now, I come back to the point about the need for this authority, because as Minister Dayal Singh has indicated, we already have a legal system in place dealing with dangerous and unlawful drugs, and we already have an inspectorate in place at the Ministry of Health. But if it is the considered position of government that we're going forward with this authority, I do think it would be ironic, it would be a travesty even, if marijuana were to become the enclave of big business and commercial interests solely. If the authority is going to be a dynamic support and not a fetter for this burgeoning industry, if the authority will guide the development of a safe and orderly cannabis industry and the use of its byproducts, if the authority will ensure safe and responsible practices, those are the assurances I seek before I give my support to this legislation. I thank you.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to join this debate, which is to state my opinions and my support of the bill that is before us. That is an act to provide for the regulatory control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, and connected matters. Mr. Vice President, all the contributions that have gone thus far for today, I think that for those listening publicly and in this chamber, save and except for the Attorney General maybe, you could see that there was a divergence specific to age. The older the contributor, the more reluctant they were to accept what is in this bill. And the younger the contributor, you would see that there was more open-mindedness. And there's a reason for that, obviously. Change is hard. We tend to feel very comfortable when we sit in our comfort zones. And Senator Vera spoke to it a little bit in his contribution, in that throughout his life there would have been a stigmatization related to this. And therefore it might be a little harder to let go when you see something like this come before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. I myself, and the generation that I come from, and the minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General would also attest to this, that we have seen quite a bit of changes throughout our lifetime. And in doing so, that has left us a little bit more open-minded and more receptive to things like this. I too, at a younger age, would have been subjected to the stigmatization of this particular plant in relation to the laws, not just the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, but the laws of other countries as well. And so, coming now after what the former Attorney General did, which is decriminalize a little bit, and now looking to in this bill, which is the setup of an industry, so to speak, around this particular plant, it does require some release of what you would have come through about, 10, 15 years ago. We are not the first to do this. We definitely won't be the last as a country. We are actually coming relatively late compared to others in terms of even looking at this. And I still think that we haven't gone far enough, because I think in Canada they had gone as far as to open it up quite wide in relation to retail, meaning that you can utilize the plant to retail directly to the public. You would not find that in this bill before us. What you would find in this bill is we are still at the level after decriminalization, which was done in the 11th Parliament. We are still focused on the middle level, which is what I would call it, which is medicinal cannabis, which is cannabis for research in laboratory settings, and the use of cannabis for religious purposes. And that forms the framework upon which we create the licenses, again, which is in this bill, that will help us create that industry. And then the entire framework by which that is managed, which is the authority, the inspectors, the regulations which are to come, and the stipulations which are laid out in this bill in relation to the management of the development of a cannabis industry. So, Mr. Vice President, I want to start by responding to some of the concerns that some of the speakers before me would have mentioned. Senator Lachmidial, in her contribution, like I said, being of the younger ilk, wasn't strongly opposed to some of the things that is in this bill, but she raised more what I would call tempered concerns as it relates to some of the clauses in the bill. And that's probably too because she sat in the Joint Select Committee, so they would have had a more robust discussion than some of us would have had hearing this and reading this for the first time as it was laid in this Parliament. But one of the things that she raised, which is what I think most people would have thought of when they first heard about the setting up of a cannabis industry, which is addiction. The Minister of Health, in his contribution, would have spoken to that, and the general response in relation to the possibility of addiction as you set up such an industry is that this particular item is not the only item in which addiction can take place. We have other items, both legal and some illegal, obviously, that could cause addiction. And I've heard a lot of people talking about alcohol, which we use and consume for recreational purposes, does not have any of the strictures that you would see in this bill in relation to the development of an industry, but there's also an addictive component to that. But what Senator Lachmidial was referring to, and she tied this into the medicinal cannabis aspect of this bill, and the ability to monitor the potential for addiction. And what I would respond to Senator Lachmidial and say is that if it is one aspect of this bill that I'm not worried about addiction for, is the medicinal cannabis aspect. You heard the Minister of Health speak to training. You heard him speak to the pharmaceutical industry having enough data being brought forward to ensure that they relearn certain things in relation to the use of cannabis for medicinal purposes, which is all well and good. But he also did make a very valid point in relation to other drugs which are used in the medicinal field, which also have very strong addictive capabilities, morphine being one, ketamine being another one, that he mentioned. And what he may not have gone as far as to say is that in the medicinal field, there are protocols that have been developed when treating with compounds, it doesn't matter if it's cannabis, if it's morphine, if it's ketamine, in relation to the potential for addictive traits to develop. One of the very simplistic ways to monitor that is by one, demand by an individual. If it is that an individual needs to have cannabis in this particular instance prescribed to them, and it is that they are coming on a frequent basis to get more and more from the doctor, then that is one of the ways that I know for sure that a doctor puts up a red flag to say, okay, let's take a look at what is happening here. Is this now a psychological addiction that is taking place? Meaning that the purpose that you were using the cannabis for is no longer just physical, because that aspect of it may have been downplayed a bit. And now you're into the psychological realm where you're just using it for the feeling that you may get from it. But the point that I'm making is that those protocols are well established in the medical field in relation to pinpointing addiction. And that's why I have no fear under this medical cannabis aspect of this bill that addiction is going to run away from us if it is we develop an industry, especially in that field. That demand and usage, some may argue that under the religious aspect, because there's really no threat of addiction when you're dealing with research and laboratory. That is specifically to develop new strains, that is to develop new compounds, and it's not a usage personally type of thing when you're dealing with that aspect in the bill. The other aspect, which is the religious use, that is another one that someone may argue that you could have addiction taking place there. But I am comforted by the fact that in this bill, you have the inspectorate that is developed in here. And one of the reasons that that is developed is that, again, the kind of monitoring that is to be taking place, the kind of recording that is to be taking place, the kind of registration that is to be taking place in terms of how much has been given to your flock, so to speak, and individuals, and the names and the locations of everybody. Those are the types of things that can be checked to ensure that in totality, for example, a religious organization that might be dispensing, let's just say for argument's sake, 100 grams a month, if the inspector comes in and realizes all of a sudden in the month of June, you're dispensing 1,000 grams, then you can delve deeper into finding out what is taking place. And if you're seeing it in terms of the usage going up and up and up, it is at that point in time that you have provisions in the bill where the inspectorate can indicate something is going on here. I suspect that there may be some addiction taking place because, for example, your usage is going tenfold from one month to another, and then certain activities can happen to ensure you reduce, whether it is the revocation of the license when it comes up for renewal, or just revoking the license absolutely, and explaining that what is going on here needs to be checked because addiction is taking place. So, Senator Lochmedial, there are provisions in this bill, both for the religious arm and both for the medicinal arm, that would help to treat with any addiction that will be taking place. Mr. Vice President, Senator Lochmedial also went on to speak about how it is that we're coming with a bill, and once again, you're not seeing any regulations. Of all the bills that I've done in this Senate over the years, where regulations were needed, I've always understood that regulations was, for lack of a better phrase, and probably adding to the phrase that Senator Lochmedial used, is the meat of it. It's where all of the strictures, where all of the guidance takes place in terms of what you want to be executed by way of the bill. And even in doing those bills, I understood that those things you needed to sit down and you need to take your time when setting up those regulations. This particular bill is one that I expect that the regulations would need to be done very specifically, and you would absolutely need to take your time doing them. Let me just give you an example of what I mean by that. So you have the medicinal cannabis pathway in terms of the application of licenses. We've spoken to some of the pros and the benefits of doing that. Pain relief is one of them. Now you have to understand that what you're treating with is an actual living organism. And in doing so, there's a wide variety of them. Within that variety, you have different levels of the active ingredient, which is THC, that has a different effect. We call it potency in the body. So when you're dealing with medicinal cannabis here, and you're talking about setting up an industry, in those regulations, I could tell you right off the bat, and Minister of Health spoke to it a bit when he was talking about coming up with prescription guidelines, and I think Senator Dayal Singh spoke to that as well, where he mentioned that he can't just prescribe a flower. He cannot go and prescribe to someone, especially if you're dealing with, from a psychological standpoint, go and take this amount of a bud or that amount of a bud. He needs a little bit more guidelines in relation to being able to prescribe something that would be able to have the effect that he needs it to have. So the point that I'm making is, in those regulations, what you can see coming forward is, by way of a cultivator's license being issued for a specific strain of marijuana to deal with a particular issue. So if it is that you're treating with pain, you might decide that strain A could be cultivated under a specific license because of the potency of the active compound in that particular plant to treat with, for example, pancreatic cancer. The doctors that would be going through the training would know that that particular strain has a certain level of potency that is most effective when dealing with the pain of pancreatic cancer. And that is where the regulations would have to delve quite deeply in order to manage the use of this particular product. And you can't prescribe for all of that in this legislation. So I actually agree with Senator Lakshmi Dayal when she indicated that this bill is a skeleton. And although she used that phrase in a negative light, it's not negative. We have to be able to build out on top of this bill in the way that I just described as it relates to the potency and the different levels of THC in the different strains of marijuana or cannabis. And that could only be done after. And that is just one instance. There are so many different others. If I was to talk about the transport license in this bill, the regulations that may come after would speak to how you handle that product. You're leaving the cultivating farm. You cannot just pick up all of this plant material with your hands because cannabis also has a topical application. So you would have to set up regulations for the transport license as to how it is to be transported, what type of PPEs need to be used, because you have to be careful. The last thing you want is an individual picking up the stuff with their hands, loading it onto a truck or the back of a Hilux, if it is that that's what they want to use, trying to transport it to point B, and they themselves being high off their rockers because of the way they handled the product. And that's why I'm saying the regulations for this, I don't expect it to be an easy task, and I fully well understand why it may not be here right now, but I would implore each and every senator in here to understand exactly what is needed and how deeply these regulations have to go to ensure that setting up of this industry is a success. And that was just 2 examples that I gave, and there are many, many more licenses inside here, all of which would need to have regulations applied to them in terms of how you treat with that particular product. Madam, Mr. Vice President, I want to speak a little bit about what Senator Mark would have raised. Now, Senator Mark, in his contribution, I wonder if it is that he actually read the bill that is before us. And I will explain why I say that. Senator Mark comes and starts to speak about the Auditor General being undermined in relation to this bill. But I want the listening public to remember this. Anytime you hear Senator Mark say something like that, and don't read out the clauses of the bill to you, the public who is listening and may not have it in front of you, understand that he's not being truthful in what he's saying. Let me read out the specific clauses in relation to the Auditor General, and you tell me if there's any undermining of the Auditor General's role in this. Clause 25. On completion of an audit of the authority, the Auditor General or an auditor authorized by him to conduct the audit as the case may be shall immediately draw to the attention of the minister and the board any irregularity disclosed by the audit, which in the opinion of the Auditor General or the auditor is of sufficient importance to justify so doing. It goes on to subsection 3. For the purposes of an audit conducted pursuant to this act, the Exchequer and Audit Act shall apply as if an audit referred to in this part is one to which that act applies. It goes even further. Subsection 4. As soon as the accounts of the authority have been audited, the Auditor General, nobody else, the Auditor General shall submit his report in accordance with the section 116 of the Constitution and shall simultaneously forward a copy of the said report to the minister. Mr. Vice President, and finally, nothing in this section precludes the Auditor General or an auditor engaged by the board or the minister from performing a management or comprehensive audit of the activities of the authority. What is Senator Mark talking about? Whether you hire an auditing company, whether the Auditor General hires an auditing company, as this bill states they can, the Auditor General is part of the process. There is no way an audit done by the authority will get past the Auditor General. And if there are any irregularities in that audit, the Auditor General is authorized to take action. So why come to this Parliament and say that the Auditor General is being undermined in this process? That person is not. It's laid out there in plain English. The language of this Parliament is English. So when you hear Senator Mark making those kinds of statements and not reading out the clauses of the bill, well, you know what he's trying to do. I don't have to repeat it. He then goes on to state that he is aware, only him, not the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, who's authorized to deal with these types of things, but he is aware that somebody associated with the United Nations or the United Nations themselves is indicating that under the part of this bill that treats with religious functions as it relates to cannabis, that if we allow that to happen, that Trinidad and Tobago as a nation would get some kind of a warning. Senator Mark, let me see if I understand what you're saying clearly. So what you're saying is that as far as we are aware, or better yet, that United Nations or somebody associated with the United Nations is going to look at a country that recognizes the right of religious expression, and in doing so say that if it is you allow that right of religious expression, as is laid out in this bill, that we are going to get sanctioned or warned? And you are telling me the same United Nations that we have been dealing with as a country for however long, that knows in our national anthem every creed and race finds an equal place, the context of which means that every religion finds equal expression, that with that being in that anthem, that all of a sudden, because we are setting up a cannabis industry in Trinidad and Tobago, and that we have incorporated religious rights, that we are going to get warned. Well, no, I don't believe you, Senator Mark. I don't know who told you that, but you need to check with them again. And I can categorically state, through the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, that no such correspondence as we are aware has come to his office. Everything else Senator Mark has said in relation to this bill, take it with a pinch of salt and a big question mark. This ideology that I've heard, that for some odd reason, the small man would not be able to benefit from this bill that is before us. I've tried to wrap my head around it. There are so many avenues for creation of business, for creation of jobs in this particular bill. Senator Lachmidial alluded to the ganja entrepreneur in her contribution, indicating that, and I understand where she was going with this, that what you're going to get is one entity that needs about 7 licenses in order to properly operate. And I would respond to Senator Lachmidial by saying, why does it have to be one entity? Why does it have to be a conglomerate? You can have a cultivator, one business. You can have a transport business that is licensed. You can have a dispensary that is licensed separately. You can have all of these things separately. So if it is that for whatever reason, setting up a cultivation business doesn't meet your financial capability, are you telling me that you cannot set up a transport business? Or that you cannot set up a dispensary? That is not the case. We are creating an industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And there are so many avenues as laid out in this bill by way of the licenses that are proposed in here, where any individual can enter that industry. That is just the reality of it. We talk about cultivation licenses. And for some odd reason, we believe that it's not accessible to the small man. Why? Why do you believe it's not accessible to the small man? Senator Lachmidial spoke to individuals who, maybe right now, engaging in that type of farming, and of course it's illegal, so I don't know how she knows about that. But once this bill is passed and this industry is able to be set up, any individual can enter this industry. The framework is already there. She was talking about the ability for people to get financing to be able to come into this industry. What about all of the agricultural incentive packages? All about the agricultural incentive programs? The fact that agriculture becomes tax-free. The ability to import machinery, tax-free. All of these things will apply. And these are things that are already being done for other crops. What about the ADB that would now be able to create a package for financing for this particular business? All of these are avenues by which the small man can utilize, and the small man is utilizing right now for other crops. Because at the end of the day, what you're setting up is another arm of an agricultural industry. It's a plant that you're growing. So everything that this government has done for agriculture will now apply. So no, it is not going to be for one class of people to be able to come in and utilize this. There's going to be access by the small man. There's going to be access by people on so many different levels. You're going to be able to pick and choose how you want to be able to contribute in this industry. Whether you become a processor, whether you become a transporter, whether you become a cultivator, whether you become a dispensary. The only difference is your willpower to do it. So that narrative that this is only for one type of people or one level of people or one level of financing is absolutely incorrect. Mr. Vice President, I want to respond to some of the comments that Senator Vera would have made. And Senator Vera, like I said, I understand the precarious situation that you would be in. Obviously, because growing up, several of us would have been trained and there would have been a stigma attached to this particular product. That is a hard thing to change. But I would implore that if you can, to try and keep an open mind. As I indicated, because you spoke about the regulations, it is not something that is going to be easy to pull off, just because there'll be a lot of minor.
Just to be clear, I have no problem with the marijuana, you know. Mm-hmm. Now that we have decriminalized it, I'm actually saying just leave things the way they are. I think that by going into a heavy regulatory system, You may be going backwards and recriminalizing the situation. So I don't really see the need for all of this robust legislation and the heavy-handed authority we are proposing.
Well, you would need it, Senator Vera. First reason being the amount of money that's going to be involved in this industry and the potential for the generation thereof as a whole industry. I'm not talking about one particular company or next particular, but as a total industry, the amount of money that's going to be generated, you kind of want to be able to regulate it. You don't want it to run away from you in a situation where, for example, people say, oh my God, it's cannabis. I'm going to be able to sell this really easily and export it or import it to resell or whatever to the medical dispensaries and whatnot. And then you now coming after that, when the horse has bolted from the stable, so to speak, to then try and regulate it. I think the approach that is being taken right now in relation to the inspectors in the bill, in relation to the individuals who are setting up the authority, that as we are building it out, let's do it properly one time. Let's not wait until that horse is bolted to then come with regulations and then to set up the bill with an authority to try and manage something that can be extremely valuable. There's a model when thinking about this type of thing that I got when I was going through university. And my professor told me this because the industry that I come from was relatively new when I was going through university. So there were no regulations, there were no laws governing it, but it's one of those industries that has an environmental impact. And what he told me at the time was, a lot of people got into the industry for the same reason, because they thought they could get rich quick and there was a lot of money to be made. And what he explained to me was, if you don't start at the beginning, when dealing with these types of industries, especially ones that has a lot of potential to make money, what happens is that the industry runs away from you really quickly. And the example he used is, if one person starts cutting down a tree to make paper, it's not a problem. But as everybody starts to realize that you can make a lot of money cutting down trees to make paper, you start losing forests. And you can't wait until the forest is gone to then set up an authority or to try and regulate the industry. At that point in time, you're going to find problems. And so it is that mentality and thinking that is in relation to this bill before us. It's much better to start now and build it out block by block, because you can make adjustments as you go along, especially in relation to the regulations, like I said, things like the level of THC in a particular variant of the plant. So you might find that you don't want particular variants that might produce 90% THC in the plant, because that is just not beneficial to anybody medicinally or otherwise. And you would want in those regulations to be able to fine-tune, or what I would call, adding to what Senator Lakshmi said, building out the body on top of the skeleton. This is just a skeleton that will support the building out of that body in terms of the regulations. That is why we would have to go this way, and that is my answer to what you've been indicated. I get what you're saying, where you might be regulating harshly, but I honestly believe we need to go this way.
Thank you. Again, I put my thoughts in the prism of extractive and inclusive institution. For me, that is the real core of my concern.
So the extractive and inclusive institutions that you're speaking to, like I said, we've set up the license regime, and there's no deterrence for anybody trying to get into this. And like I said, I fully well expect there's going to be a lot of run-on industries from this. The transport one, for example, is a good example. What vehicles you use to transport the medicinal cannabis. How are you going to engage with PPEs in relation to the movement of this particular product from one point to the next point? Like I said, I can't see it being in the back of a Hilux. Security would need to be engaged, so you're looking at the security industry also benefiting from this in relation to that. Treating with how you package the product. I heard people talking today, and I will speak a little bit about that, in terms of, I think it was Senator Diyal Singh that spoke to this, edibles under the processing license. and the use of edibles and being careful. That's another one that you'd have to look at in terms of the regulations being developed to further govern how that is brought forward. Because the thing about cannabis is that it's topical in terms of its use. It can be used to inhale, which goes into the lungs, and it can be used in terms of going into the stomach. Each one has a separate effect in relation to the response by the body. And if it is you're dealing with edibles, the real threat that I think Senator Dial Singh was alluding to was the fact that you could sit down and eat a whole pan of brownies. Because you're eating the brownies and going through that act of just eating and eating and eating, you're not really monitoring how much of the active ingredient you're taking in, and that's where the danger really comes in. So the regulations in terms of that would have to be THC content on the packaging, the ingredients that goes into the particular edible. He was indicating to having it being child-proof and whatnot like that. That's why the regulations are so important, and like I said, out of every piece of legislation that has come before us, this one is the one that I expect the regulations to go as deeply as possible to properly manage what is before us. So, Madam President, I have gone through so far, now that you've returned, several of the contributions by Senator Dial Singh, Senator Lakshmi Dial, and Senator Mark, who we can ignore wholly and solely because he made absolutely no sense in this contribution. I wish he had read the bill more. What I can say to those listening is that the bill takes on a very structured approach. I think that it would do well once it is executed. Just to repeat quickly the approach that is taken, you have an authority, you have the setup of a board. Let me respond to Senator Mark here. Senator Mark, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong. Did you actually suggest that the PNM and the UNC come together to form the board? Is that what Senator Mark suggested? I've never heard that before, ever. And then went on to contradict himself by saying that the CEO and the employee should be appointed by somebody independent of the board. I don't think you thought that one all the way through, Senator Mark. Try again. Try again. The appointment of the board, there's nothing untoward in that at all. The one argument that I would take, which I'm sure the Attorney General will speak to in his wrap-up, is the addition of psychiatry as a...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. As another field in relation to what is being added to the board, I think Senator Dial Singh was correct. Psychiatry, because of that psychotropic effect that the actual drug may have and the addictive qualities, that addition to the board might actually help in terms of making policy decisions. But nonetheless, the board, in terms of how it's set up, is actually done in a manner that is normally done for boards in Trinidad and Tobago. There's nothing untoward there. Same thing with the CEO and the employees to be added. What I would say in this particular bill, it goes even further to ensure that individuals report constantly in relation to any pecuniary interests that they may have. It goes on to, in the definitions, to indicate exactly what pecuniary interest means, so it's not open to interpretation. It goes even further after laying out the authority by way of the board and the employees to lay out the licenses, to then lay out exactly how those work. As I indicated before, you have them as medicinal, you have for research and laboratory purposes, and you have for religious purposes. You would notice that the religious purposes are sufficiently different from medicinal purposes, where you only have a cultivator, a dispensary, and that is pretty much, and a transport license, for example. So you grow it, you transport it to the dispensary, and you dispense it to your flock. It actually goes in to stipulate that you cannot in no way, form, or fashion sell or gain money as a religious entity growing cannabis. It is simply to be used for your religious purposes, and that is it. Again, moving on to the inspectorate, which is there to monitor, evaluate, and manage what is happening in all of those categories. And I've heard members speaking about the inspectorate encroaching upon rights in relation to citizens' rights. I don't think that is the case, especially dealing with this particular product. I think that they've been given enough powers and enough teeth in this bill to enter upon premises to ensure that what is to be adhered to under these various licenses is being adhered to, and as is the case that I have seen where we have indicated that there should be an inspectorate in every single bill that has come before us, there's always the avenue of the High Court if it is you feel aggrieved. Madam President, as far as I'm concerned, I look forward to this industry being set up. I look forward to the diversification that will be taking place. I think that we are all open-minded individuals in here, and that this is something that would benefit the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. With those few words, I thank you.
Senator Richards.
Got to have Kaya now, for the rain is falling. Madam President, I thank you, and I asked the presiding officer if I could sing, so I would not be breaching any standing orders. Thank you for the opportunity to enter into this debate today on an act to provide for the regulatory control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority, and connected matters. I had the honor to serve on the Joint Select Committee, which was convened to consider this legislation in both the 11th and 12th Parliament. So I sat through, I think it's just over 2 years of meetings. So I have, and I think if I remember correctly, I missed probably one meeting. So I was exposed to quite a bit of the conversation with the scores of stakeholders, local, regional, and international, which the committee brought to try to ascertain what would be best practice that we could glean from in the context of what is best for Trinidad and Tobago in this regard. So I have quite a bit to say on this bill. And, you know, it's interesting, I was doing the research to come here today. Rolling Stone magazine, on April 19th, 2020, published a list of the 20 greatest songs about weed. And that's just the 20 greatest songs about weed. We know through our research that marijuana and its derivatives have been used for thousands of years, even being found in the Great Pyramids of Egypt, in the sarcophagi, I think that's the pronunciation, put there to help guide the pharaohs into the afterlife. So marijuana use is not new to mankind. But and even in Trinidad and Tobago, before the decriminalization a couple of years ago, which I think was a very profound move for this country, we know of the profound and quite prevalent use of marijuana in Trinidad and Tobago because of the impact on our courts and our prison system. And I think that was one of the reasons, one of the critical reasons, that we decriminalized the use of marijuana in specific circumstances, in specific quantities, in specific locations in Trinidad and Tobago. So, while we move that next important step today, and I will say from the start, I am biased toward this bill because I served on the committee for over 2 years. So I know the amount of work that went into this. A tremendous amount of work went into this, led by the former Attorney General and then Minister Rambarat, and also with striking and sterling contributions from members of the opposition, including Senator Lakshmi Dayal and Dr. Ragbir in the other place. So quite a bit of work from all sides went into this. And the stakeholders in Trinidad and Tobago and in the region also made significant contributions, which were considered, most of which or many of which have ended up in this bill today. Let's not fool ourselves. Marijuana is a psychotropic drug. It has advantages and benefits, but it has some seriously dire effects. Let us not forget that. Marijuana's pros include its use in the mitigation of glaucoma, asthma, pain management, muscle spasms, nausea management, appetite restoration, anxiety management, sleep aids, for its mitigation of epileptic seizures. And in new research, it has shown promising results in slowing Alzheimer's progression. And the list goes on and on. On the other side of it, marijuana has been known and linked to memory loss, in particular short-term memory, impaired cognitive function, particularly in younger persons and persons who use it excessively, lung damage, motor skills impairment causing accidents, and of course, addiction issues. So there are pros and cons, and I think this debate is important in elucidating the balancing of the benefits with the protections, the important protections and regulation of the use of marijuana and the development of a marijuana industry sector in Trinidad and Tobago. It is a dangerous drug, as I've said before, because of its psychotropic qualities, and the psychotropic drug is one that can affect how the human brain works. It can change mood, feelings, awareness, thoughts, and behaviors, and impair all of them. Its use by adults must be heavily regulated, in my opinion, with specific parameters and circumstances, which we've taken that step already in Trinidad and Tobago. The authority, the setting of the authority, and I beg to differ from my colleague, Senator Vieira, that we don't need an authority. We need an authority. If we are to do this in a responsible manner, we have to have the authority. But the authority must be constructed properly and must be operating effectively. And we have several instances in Trinidad and Tobago where authorities have been known not to effectively operate and not to fulfill their mandate. And in this case, a poorly functioning authority will have seriously dire consequences in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's why I think the elements are so detailed in this bill, because it has, we will not get it right, but we have to get it as right as possible because of the possible consequences in terms of providing protections for the population and also the business community in Trinidad and Tobago. Because we are, although I understand it's, as proffered by the Honourable Minister of Health earlier on, it's a vanguard move by this government. We are still behind the curve. Let's not kid ourselves. We are way behind the curve on this. The bill also has to really provide substantial penalties for abuse and misuse in the industry, monitor medicinal uses, prescription and disease management, craft regulations for, provide oversight for, and regulate the industry. Very, very importantly, as mentioned by several persons, including Senator Diasing before, and you will know I'm a great proponent of this being a person who's involved in social sciences and education. Rehabilitation of persons who fall victim to addiction issues, extremely important. Monitor and administer the religious and sacramental purposes, and also champion the academic research, and I don't know if the correct phrase is patent, Senator Vieira would be the expert on that, for strains that we develop that are of value around the world. So it's this authority has wide-ranging responsibilities, and each of them extremely critical for the success in moving in this direction. You know, it's interesting that I'm contributing on this bill today because I have first-hand knowledge of the advantages, because I've seen family members around the world benefit from the medicinal use of marijuana. I've seen family members and friends fall victim to addiction issues, starting with marijuana, Just this weekend, I was out of the country, and it's interestingly providential that it happened. And I was staying by a friend of mine, and someone brought edibles for her. And she took the slightest, not even the fingertip of a bite of an edible on Friday night. And she came to pick me up after I took a little trip out of New York on Saturday and parked up outside a pharmacy where I went to get something. I'm talking to her right next to her in the passenger seat while someone else went into the pharmacy. And while I'm talking to her, she said, I said, why are you sounding like that? And she said, I'm feeling a bit drowsy. If my eyes close, you'll have to drive. And mid-sentence, she blacked out. Blacked out for 5 to 7 minutes. I had to slap her face to bring her to. We didn't know what it was then. I thought it was a stroke. So I called her husband, and he said, bring her home, because she was living not too far away. He decided not to go to the doctor because she was revived. The following morning, which is Sunday morning now, at 6 in the morning, we're talking, and she collapses again. Blackout. This time for about 20 seconds. I happen to be speaking to her, and I'm saying something is wrong here. They eventually went to the doctor, and the doctor eventually realized it was the taste of the edible that she'd consumed that had that significant negative effect on her. Imagine if she were driving and that happened on a freeway going through an intersection. That is why the regulation of this is so important. And an authority, a properly functioning authority, is critical. Because I will say it again, we have a history in this country of passing pretty strong legislation, and then the agencies and entities charged with the responsibility of fulfilling the mandate fall short, and all hell breaks loose in Trinidad and Tobago. And in this case, the ramifications are dire. Madam President, the potential for this industry is enormous. Markets and Markets.com predicts the global cannabis market, valued at USD $20.5 billion in 2020, is projected to reach US $90.4 billion by 2026. $90.4 billion from $20.5 billion. That is the level of exponential growth expected from the cannabis industry globally. The growth of this market can be attributed to the growing medicinal application of cannabis in so many different medical areas. The expansion of investments in countries that have legislation that encourage those investments and have the regulatory framework to manage it effectively. New product launches and development will offer lucrative opportunities for market players during this forecast period. But you have to have your systems in place, because the investors are not going to come if you don't have your ducks in a row. And you know what? With the greatest of respect, Minister of Land, Senator De Freitas, is that his correct designation? Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture and Land. I am not too sure that I can dismiss concerns about an equal playing field in this country. I am not too sure. Big business rules in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's not pretend. As a matter of fact, big business is awaiting the passage of this because they have the capital to invest and they are already putting systems in place. Let's not kid ourselves. And there is a serious and valid concern that smaller players are going to be squeezed out. Because this type of industry requires significant capital, especially given the kind of regulation that we are proposing today. So systems need to be put in place so that the authority is held to a certain standard of an egalitarian approach to dispensing licenses and the several different types of licenses envisioned in this legislation. So let's not dismiss that concern totally, because it is a valid concern. Because during the pandemic, the businesses that suffered the most because of a lack of access to support capital are the micro and small businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. This is going to be no different if systems are not put in place. So let us not dismiss that as totally erroneous. And going back to the issue of regulation and use, let's not pretend we have an alcohol abuse problem in Trinidad and Tobago. We have a tobacco abuse problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And they both have been legal for decades. This is adding another potential addiction issue in a space with very limited monitoring and policing resources. We have to be very, very careful. What we don't want is that the authority is depending on the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to monitor the law, even though the inspectorate will be doing quite a bit of that itself, and end up in a situation where the demand-supply situation precipitates increased use in Trinidad and Tobago of strains that we're not monitoring, with devastating physical and psychological effects on the population. If we do the research, Amsterdam, which is usually cited as the poster child for marijuana legalization, went through 15 to 20 years of addiction spikes of not only marijuana, but other drugs. Do we want to fall into that category? And this is a European country with resources that struggled to recover from that. There were people in addictive states walking around all over who ended up in all sorts of activities because of that. Because all the ducks weren't in a row to deal with the addictive properties. Because marijuana doesn't come alone when it goes to industry sector size, commercial size. It also sometimes exacerbates a drug transshipment situation in most countries, in many countries. Have we considered that? And are we, as a country, capable of dealing with a marijuana industry that is poorly regulated, that invites more transshipment of not only marijuana, but other drugs, which we already have a problem with in Trinidad and Tobago, which is fueling some of the gang activity and the crime we're seeing? Have we considered all of that? So while I support this, I want to sound the cautions. It's not, oh God, let's all just do this and all will be well. No, absolutely not. We can end up in serious problems. Madam President, let me go to the ambits of the bill itself, because I made quite a number of notes. I support the addition of a psychiatrist to the list of persons that should be on the board because of the psychotropic effects of marijuana, documented so. The board now in clause 6(2) shall comprise 9 persons appointed by the president from among persons with qualifications and at least 5 years' experience, which I think is a low bar, quite frankly, for some of these disciplines, in law, management, finance or accounting, medicine. My suggestion would be to probably put medicine or psychiatry, because it would dovetail either or, because a psychiatrist is a medical practitioner, but it should be specified as one. Scientific research / academia, agriculture, law enforcement, education, drug rehabilitation, and I am not totally against adding a member from the interreligious organization, because of the religious aspect of it. Because I think one of the speakers before me have mentioned the issue of religious organizations, and I'll get to more detail of that later on in my concerns, which were concerns that were discussed at length in the committee. Also, moving along, I want to go to Part 3, financial provisions, and my concern, and I'm hoping the Honorable Attorney General can add some clarity in the winding up when we get to that stage. 22C, sums borrowed by the authority for the purpose of meeting any of its obligations or for discharging any of its functions. And how we are going to, and I know it's going to be as approved by the Minister of Finance or a minister, and how are we going to manage that in the context of what could be a billion-dollar industry? And I know the suggestion may be that, well, we will get to that in the regulations, but the question marks arise over those particular circumstances, right? The monies of the Fund 21, Madam President, Clause 21, which focuses on the monies of the fund, may only be applied in deferring the following expenditure. And I agree with Senator Dial Singh, because this was discussed in the Joint Select Committee in detail, and I believe agreed upon, in principle anyway, where A is the acquisition of property by the authority, and I'm praying here, B, the remuneration of allowances for members, C, the remuneration allowances and gratuities payable to the CEO, employees, and persons engaged on contract by the authority, D, capital operating expenses, E, research, training, education, public awareness, and other related matters, F, other expenditure authorized by the authority in the performance of its functions. I am suggesting an amendment to be move F down to G, and new F should be, and for rehabilitative operations. That is very important. It's actually to the point that is that critical that leaving it out is tantamount to irresponsibility. Rehabilitation is critical in this, because we will be burying our heads in the sand if we do not believe that we may become victim. And even if we weren't doing this, because of the addiction issues we have in society already, we'd be very proactive in using some of these revenues to deal with the wider issue of addiction in Trinidad and Tobago, not necessarily only related to marijuana abuse. So, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity to us to show in legislation, in law, that we are serious about rehabilitation in Trinidad and Tobago, including gambling addictions. So I think that is a suggestion I would make. Moving now to Part 4, licensing provisions. And maybe it's an omission, or maybe I'm not understanding the application, but the licenses possible are A, cultivator license, B, a research and development license, C, a laboratory license, D, a processor license, E, retail distributor license, F, import license, G, export license, and H, transport license. Now going further down into Part 3. The authority may issue any of the following licenses for religious purposes, and I'm citing this part, but I think it's applicable to other licenses also. A cultivator, because this was discussed in the committee at length, a cultivator religious license which shall be issued to allow, and I'm reading, Part 3A. A cultivator religious license which shall be issued to allow for the growing, harvesting, drying, trimming, curing, or packaging of cannabis. Be a dispensary religious license which shall be issued to allow for the storage. And the word storage is very important here, because in the other licenses that I've identified before in Part 29A, a cultivator license needs to have storage in there, including trimming, curing, packaging, because if it's mentioned further down, storage is important. Research and development to allow for conduct of scientific research, improving further development. Storage should be included there. Laboratory license, conduct of testing and analytical services, storage should be included there. And so on and so forth, because if storage is important in one subclause, it needs to be present in the others, unless I'm interpreting, and it's applicable to all because it's down below. Because it was discussed in the Joint Select Committee. Because if someone has an import religious license to allow them for the importation of cannabis from any country where it's legal to do so, why does B have storage and why does C not have storage? And it was an important consideration in the Joint Select Committee. Another concern I have, and I may have skipped over it in the going through the bill, is the issue of religious organization and sacramental use. There was quite a bit of discussion centered around that because of its importance for not only the Rastafari faith, but I think some persons mentioned in the practice of Hinduism and other religions. And I didn't see, and I know the religious organizations fall under the NGO Act, but I didn't see religious organization defined in the bill. So there was quite a lengthy discussion, and it became quite a humorous point in many of our discussions in the committee, where I asked the then AG, so what if I decide I want to initiate the cult of Paul? And it became a reference point because then the then AG indicated, well, you'd have to fall under the NGOs Act and there are accountability structures in place there. But what specifically is defined as a religious organization? It appears in the bill several times, but there's no definition for it. So I could say whatever I want in a religious organization. That, to me, needs to be defined. It's a very difficult prospect because we did not, I don't think we were able to come up with a definition because of the nuances involved in religious and spiritual practices. But I think it's a lacuna that may be exploited if we don't find some sort of solution for that. Because a lot of the religious use and sacramental use has the term religious organization in it. And the controls are in place for those that have been registered as religious organizations because they will have to fall under, they fall under the NGO, the recently amended NGO Act in Trinidad and Tobago. So that is an issue. There's also a part that, that I need to find because it's quite important in terms of the religious dispensation where, and I'm not finding it now, but I can describe it from memory, where a provision is made for no more than X amount of grams to be dispensed for religious purposes. But it doesn't give a time frame. Is it 30 grams per day, 30 grams per week, 30 grams per hour? And that is a lacuna. It is something that can be exploited. So while a pharmacist can only do it for 30 days, there is no parameter for religious organizations to give a devotee dispense in that way. And I think that needs to be addressed through you, Madam President, to the Honorable Attorney General. I forget what part of it is in the bill, because I was just going through quite a bit of it. So I hope we can address that. So moving along, I want to also focus on the issue, and maybe a legal drafting issue that I'm not aware of, but in clause 36, where an application for a license under section 29.3 shall include A, the name and address and contact information of the controller referred to in subsection 5, the name and address and contact information of persons appointed as leaders of religious organization. And I think there needs to be address, open bracket, S, close bracket, to include more than one addresses. Because that may be a scenario where, and it goes down to Part C, where the address of a place of worship for the religious organization. Many religious organizations have more than one point of worship. And if we don't put S, it will only leave room for one address. So that may be an amendment. I don't know if it's understood as plural in the law when it's written like this, but I just kind of picked it up there. Going down again, in 39, an applicant for a license who knowingly provides false or misleading information to the authority commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $150,000 and to an imprisonment term for 2 years. Madam President, through you to the Honorable Attorney General, this in $1 billion industry is a joke. $150,000, and I know it says and to imprisonment, not or, and or, of 2 years. I think, and I'm being facetious, but I'm not being facetious. A gang member can break this law, decide to spend 2 years in jail, and $150,000 is nothing in the context of $1 billion industry. Am I wrong? Because they might go in jail for 2 years anyway. And we all know of the prevalence of gang members in Trinidad and Tobago. So this fine needs to be significantly increased because we're talking about millions and millions of dollars. That fine is way too low. And if we are to show that we're serious about this, because by my understanding, someone told me earlier today, one plant can yield up to $8,000 to $9,000, depending on where you're selling and the quality and the grade of the product. So a field of marijuana could yield easily $500,000. $150,000 is nothing to pay to. That's operating cost, quite frankly. So that needs to be increased significantly. So those are my main points that I wanted to identify. And 34.1, license, because this engaged the committee in quite a bit of discussion also. 1A, capital A, a license shall not be granted in respect of a dwelling house, but also conversations ensued about business areas that may be given a license and the authority really being vigilant that schools and or schools that may be located adjacent where thoroughfares pass by that establishment needs to be considered, because the establishment may not be next to a school, but school-aged children may have to pass there to get to their point of transportation or to get home. And I think it may end up in the regulations and the regulation of the authority and the industry. But we need to be very careful where that is concerned. Also, vehicles that are granted licenses to transport marijuana and taking shortcuts by educational institutions for minors. It may seem that I'm overthinking, but I know how creative we can get in Trinidad and Tobago. And I just want to, at all costs, protect children. Children, we need to go as far as possible in the protection of children as we expand this regime in Trinidad and Tobago. We can't pull it back after. Right. Quite a bit of conversation in the committee focused on the issue of medicinal cannabis. And I would say again, Dr. Ragbeer and the other place really made some astounding contributions, and he needs to be congratulated. And to be also commendatory, the then Attorney General was extremely facilitating in engaging all perspectives. So it was, as Senator Lakshmi Dayal said, a really collegial atmosphere and one where we work together for the best possible outcome. So I want to congratulate him in that way. And I spent a lot of time focusing on the rehabilitation aspect of this because of the list of issues that can arise physically and psychologically with marijuana abuse in Trinidad and Tobago or anywhere else. You know, there's so much research out there, and like the tobacco lobby around the world, I can bring 50 studies that show that cannabis can be damaging, and the lobby can bring 100. That's the way science goes, unfortunately. Now, science is sometimes for sale, but we cannot use that as a reason to diminish our responsibility to protect the population from the documented possible ill effects of marijuana. And we need to put everything possible in this bill for the management of that. Because, as I said before...
Senator Richards, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. We are already at the possible foothills, like many other places in the world, of an opioid epidemic in Trinidad and Tobago that is not being tackled. We have an alcohol abuse problem in Trinidad and Tobago that is not being effectively tackled, that precipitates sometimes domestic violence, traffic accidents, etc. We have a tobacco abuse problem that facilitates cancer and other diseases. We don't want to add on top of that by not being vigilant enough in the law and in the design of this authority to regulate and supervise this industry effectively. And I was hoping, and I've never seen it in law anyway, but for some sort of, particularly in the first few years, mandatory accountability to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago of this authority, to give an update every 6 months, particularly at the start, and when it's setting up, because as many speakers before me would have said, it's going to take a while to set it up and get it right. But the population sometimes gets the impression that when they hear that the legislation is approved, or it's going through various stages post-approval in the Parliament, that they can start doing stuff, and that's not the case. And even when it starts, the authority will still have, as any entity, teething problems and a vetting of its systems and provisions to ensure all ducks are in a row. Right? Quickly, 44, 1C, the subject to subsections 2 and 3, a patient may designate a person as a caregiver, and any person so designated shall be responsible and in part of C, acting in the best interest of the patient. That is way too subjective. Because my interpretation of the best interest of the patient may differ vastly to yours, particularly if the person is not held to some sort of medical training or part of a medical association. So that best interest of the patient I'm very discomforted by it because it's way too wide and opens the door for way too much mischief. And in part 7, a patient who changes his caregiver shall notify his medical practitioner of the change and give that medical practitioner such information as the medical practitioner may require in respect to the new caregiver. And I would add, Honorable AG, through you, Madam President, within 1 month, because there's no time frame on that. And the open-ended obligation may lead to mischief. I found the part with the sacramental religious organization. It's in 47AB that I referenced before, where there are several references to religious organization. And as I said, too, also that needs to be addressed. And also the part that I referenced, part AC, part 47C, dispense no more than 30 grams of cannabis to any single adherent, and there's no time frame within which the religious organization can or should do that. So that opens the door to either every hour, every day, or every week if a specific provision is not put in terms of that. So, Madam President, I think I need to start wrapping up now, if I'm not mistaken. I support this in principle. A lot of work has gone into it, but I think I went into quite a bit of detail of the concerns I have and how we can remedy it to ensure that we have the best possible legislation at this time, because this will evolve. This is an evolving industry and sector around the world. So everything we do now needs to be revised in 3 years to meet the dynamic changes that are happening in this sector globally and for us, especially in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, with those 3 words, I thank you.
Senator Leida. Senator Leida.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, we are called to this Honorable Senate to debate what I would call a landmark piece of legislation, which is the short-term, the Cannabis Control Bill 2020. And Madam President, it does not escape me that this is a historical occasion in this Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, where we make legal the commercialization of the plant that is universally known by many names, inclusive of the herb. Whilst this is a landmark legislation, it is not without its imperfections. It is these imperfections that will occupy my time at the crease today, Madam President. Farming and processing of cannabis is a focal issue here, and there are lessons from our regional neighbors and trading partners that will feature in my presentation as we seek to give birth to this industry that supports the broad spectrum of our society. Madam President, in preparation for this debate, it was necessary for me to contemplate the fate of the scores of farmers, farmhands, and persons involved in the agriculture supply chain. And when I looked, Madam President, at Section 30 of this legislation, it proposes to restrict the participation of persons based on specific infractions with the law. However, Madam President, my focus is narrowly on the impact of this potentially on the agricultural sector and the challenge of ending the unauthorized and unregulated cannabis production from an industry perspective. Madam President, if we were to follow the law, and I quote, Section 30, subsection 2 provides that a person convicted of an indictable offense under the Dangerous Drug Act or the Proceeds of Crime Act shall not be eligible for a license under Section 29, subsection 1. Now, Madam President, there are some small cannabis farmers who may have been convicted for cultivation of marijuana in the past and would now be caught up in this section and subsection today, Madam President. And I respectfully submit that it may not be an effective method to attempting to destabilize the illegal market by keeping them out of this industry after it's been legalized. Without the opportunity to access the legal industry, these individuals may continue to strengthen in the illegal market, Madam President. And I heard Senator Sagram Singh Suklal talk about the black market. So, Madam President, these individuals who are involved in the cannabis cultivation before the coming into the force of this law should be given an opportunity to participate subject to the ruling of a judicial officer, and have this conviction possibly expunged. This layer of scrutiny will allow for persons who are not connected to organized crime to actually participate. These farmers, many of them, Madam President, they are not murderers. They are not thieves. They are not rapists. They don't belong to drug cartels, Madam President. They merely got a criminal record for farming cannabis at a time when it was unlawful to do so. And now that the laws have changed, they should be given an opportunity to live their lives in an upstanding manner. From the perspective of farmers, this amendment will allow for those persons to be beneficiaries of social justice, Madam President. So therefore, Madam President, I wish to propose this amendment based on this policy consideration of social justice as follows. To amend Section 32, subsection 2, to read, a person who has been convicted on an identifiable offense under the Dangerous Drug Act or the Proceeds of Crime Act shall not be eligible for a license under Section 29, subsection 1, unless the conviction has been expunged under the Dangerous Drug Act or unless the conviction was received some over 10 years ago for cultivation of marijuana then. Should we not consider this amendment? What we are doing is keeping these past convicted farmers who are experts in their field from participating in a legal industry today. They may have served their time and they're free. They should be given the opportunity. This will see them continuing their practice in an underground manner parallel to the legal system. That's the possibility. This will fuel the trade of cannabis illegally through our porous borders potentially. My colleagues before would have outlined the issues with exports and trade should there be a large underground cannabis industry operating alongside an officially regulated one. Therefore, I wish to invite the Senate to consider the international tightrope of our economy, that our economy must cross to ensure our exports of medicinal cannabis are granted entry into trading blocs such as the European Union. Should there be an abundance of illegal ganja fields, it would no doubt cast a long, dark shadow over the prospects of Trinidad and Tobago exports past the non-trade barriers to entry into London, Stockholm, Amsterdam, and Paris, Madam President. The same challenges we would face if we were trying to enter into the US, Canada, Asia, or other destination markets. Madam President, in the interest of our economic prospects, I ask respectfully the Attorney General to consider this amendment that would assist in mitigating against unregulated cannabis production, hopefully not in a small manner. And I invite my colleagues, Madam President, to look at sections 35 and 36 as it pertains now to the duration of the terms and conditions of the license. Madam President, this bill proposes that the duration of the license should be for a period of 3 years. And whilst, Madam President, 1 year is witnessed in some other Caribbean legislation, we in the Trinidad and Tobago, and I heard one or two other speakers speak about it, don't exactly have the best reputation internationally when it comes to seamless bureaucracy in Trinidad and Tobago. So I say respectfully, and I say all of this respectfully, Madam President. You see, Madam President, if you are looking to establish a major plant as an investor, especially a foreign investor, you would not be encouraged by a 3-year license period. That time horizon would not meet within the 10 or 15 years necessary to pay back the millions you've invested, or if you've taken significant loans, whether in the form of international lenders or venture capitalists or private equity firms with interest in cannabis. So 3 years wouldn't give that level of comfort, Madam President, to those who may have to borrow or invest heavily to get repayment after 10 to 15 years. And Madam President, we saw the same predicament happen in the short time horizons for licenses in a past legislation, which was the Special Economic Zones Bill. And I'm just drawing it as a reference, Madam President, that it was the Attorney General then who took on board both the concerns from the independent benches and the opposition benches at the time regarding the shortness of the time allocated for economic zone operating licenses, and the impact it would have on investors domestically and internationally who would be equally concerned, Madam President, in recovering major investments or the ability to repay major loans, which typically, as I said, take between 10 to 15 years to repay. You see, and Madam President, at that time, the Honorable Attorney General at that time is on Hansard recognizing these concerns and had indicated that the government would take on board the view to extending the duration of the license in the bill. So here we are now in the same predicament with a short license duration, albeit with a different bill, and as such, I ask the Honorable Attorney General to consider a longer period for licenses based on this need for commercial viability with respect to the cannabis licenses. Let's not make the same mistake as we made in the past bill, Madam President. Madam President, the offering of export license brings into focus the need for Trinidad and Tobago to examine our export market opportunities in the cannabis industry. The cannabis industry, as many of the other speakers have indicated, is growing rapidly worldwide. Our neighbors to the north, United States of America, are our biggest trading partners and potentially for cannabis as well, Madam President. The birth of an export legal cannabis industry in Trinidad and Tobago will require us to be familiar with the developments in the United States of America. I think that's fair to say. And it is therefore necessary for legislation and supporting regulations to set our industry on the right path. Madam President, that's why the licensing regime is indeed essential to that. And it must be noted that despite licenses being offered for 3 years for export and import, the partner jurisdictions such as the US may have shipment-specific licensing regimes as an additional step. And as a result, we may wish to align our licensing regime with whatever remains the prevailing international practices, Madam President. Madam President, as I move on, one of the questions I have is, why did we wait so long as a country to now bring this legislation? I mean, I'm happy it's here, Madam President, but why do we wait so long? Why did the People's National Movement government take so long when so many countries, not only the United States of America, not only Canada, but right here in our region, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, have bolted out of the gates, Madam President. And they have set laws in place for cannabis and are now enjoying the spoils of being the first movers in this region, and are now bringing millions of dollars of revenue into their coffers. So why do we wait so long as a country? Especially when there is an opportunity for significant tax revenue accrued to the state here. If we look, Madam President, at Part 4 and 5 of the bill, it treats with the licensing regime and special provisions respectively. However, Madam President, when I was looking at this, I did not see a special arrangement for taxation of cannabis distinct from what currently exists in the economy, nor do we see any mechanisms to protect the tax base, specifically where leakages may occur, in terms of producers accounting for taxable output and revenue. Now, this may come as part of the regulations. We'll wait and see if that comes. But with your leave, Madam President, I will give a short example of state benefit in other jurisdictions, followed by a proposed approach to ensure that state benefits apart from mere distribution of licenses. Madam President, when we look at Colorado, that by 2019 crossed over US $1 billion mark in state revenue for cannabis. They legalized the industry in November 2012. And the first retail marijuana store, Madam President, opened their doors in January the 1st, 2014. Madam President, the private consumption of marijuana in Colorado was added to the state's constitution in 2012. So this means that in their 5th year of marijuana being sold, and 7 years after passing the legislation in Colorado, they crossed the $1 billion mark. That's the size of the prize, Madam President. And we see in other parts of the US, similar decriminalizing and commercializing of marijuana done years before. And this government, Madam President, is in power for 7 years. So how are we now, 7 years later, coming to talk about this? It was only a few years ago, Madam President, that in Canada, they passed their own cannabis laws. Madam President, the consumption and sale of recreational cannabis was legalized and regulated on the 17th of October, 2018. And the Canadian Parliament, Madam President, passed this Cannabis Act. Now let's see how they benefited. The legalization of cannabis in Canada has given rise to income streams to the state via a 2.3% annual regulatory fee on the annual revenues of standard cannabis license fee paid by operators. And here's this, with the federal government holding 25% of taxes and 75% remaining in the provinces. So here's an idea for the government. We could look at a similar system, Madam President, in Trinidad and Tobago, where central government shares in the revenues with the municipal corporations and the Tobago House of Assembly. At this time, it would be far more attractive than the government coming to propose this dreaded property tax. Here's an alternative to get away from that and not suffer the citizens of this country. Madam President, as I move on though, Part 4 of the legislation outlines the treatment of the licensing regime in Section 29 through 46. However, Madam President, there's a difficulty with the participation of the state in terms of monitoring the volumes handled by the license holders. That's for NISO. And as such, if we don't look at this, we can possibly miss the opportunity to make additional revenue by taxing cannabis by possibly volume or weight, or as I heard Senator De Freitas mention, by the potency. So some measure we can tax it according to that. The state, from what I see in this bill, has no mechanism mentioned here to monitor and control the volume of cannabis produced and distributed by the license holders, and maybe again we'll see this in this famous regulations. But Madam President, I wish to, for the purpose of the Senate, for my colleagues to consider some possible regulatory fixes to this matter, Madam President, by using an example, if you permit me. Madam President, in Scotland, and I heard the Attorney General talk about, the Honourable Attorney General talk about when alcohol was prohibited. So I will use alcohol as an example. In Scotland, any distillery that produces Scotch whisky places them into barrels and then into a bonded warehouse. In the warehouse, they are under the control of the system under Her Majesty's Tax Administration. They would monitor the volumes of Scotch whisky placed in the barrels in the bond, and should the distillery sell bulk whisky or use the for bottling, where it's removed from the bond, taxes will then be paid by alcohol by volume, according to alcohol by volume. So the bond is also audited regularly by Her Majesty's Tax Office. So, Madam President, this goes above and beyond a simple inspector coming in to ensure that you are abiding by the rules as it pertains to volume. Should there be a discrepancy when the audit is done, fines could be imposed, as well as possibly even revocation of licenses. Madam President, in this way, the government properly regulates the volume or weight produced, as again, potency, as Senator De Freitas says, in ensuring that full taxes accrue to the state. And at the same time, it reduces the risk of alcohol, or in this case, marijuana, being illegally sold on the black market, domestically or internationally, Madam President. So there's a lot we can learn from other industries. Madam President, as such, I propose an amendment. As a result, I propose that the government consider, if not in this debate today, at least in a subsidiary legislation to follow, or in a future amendments, or in the regulations, to ensure that state controls under bond all cannabis produced by the farmers for sale either for medical or religious purposes. And that's at the farmhouse, Madam President. It may not be practical at the retail level. If we don't have strict controls on marijuana, Madam President, there are risks that the product can leave our borders. There can be the incidents of Trinidad and Tobago nationals taking cannabis and carrying it to countries where marijuana is not legal. This can result, Madam President, in Trinidad and Tobago falling on a blacklist as a nation with an uncontrolled industry. The channels that many of these people use typically also coincide with the channels of the cocaine trader. And as a result, it is incumbent on us to put in the right controls in place in this regard. And to impact a bonded storage facility may be helpful in this instance. Madam President, Clause 29 of the bill seeks to empower the authority to issue various types of licenses under medical as well as religious purposes. And when I look at the series of licenses, Madam President, the first concern I have is that nowhere in the legislation we are seeing the cost of these licenses. And I know several persons have said it, so I'm only going to brisk over it to set the context to what I'm going to present, Madam President, if you allow me. So I would imagine, as everyone said, that the cost may appear in the regulations. In fact, my colleague, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, indicated earlier that once again, we are debating legislation that is meant to impact and affect the benefit of all citizens in this country, regardless of financial status and station in life. And once again, we are debating this without us on the other side, in the opposition, as well as the independent benches, are debating a critical piece of legislation without even a first draft. of regulations. So I asked myself the question why, but I'm not going to go into that. I told you I'd move on. Madam President, it is important for us to know the cost of these licenses to understand whether or not the small farmer who is applying for a cultivation license, the small and microprocessor who is applying for the processor license, or for the medium-sized manufacturer, to see if they would be in a position to afford the license. And I heard, as he was closing, Senator Paul Richards say that this is something that cannot be overlooked. We cannot overlook the small farmer, Madam President, and I hope, without repeating, to at least address some of the concerns that Senator Paul Richards may have. Madam President, many of the small farmers who may be experts and may be knowledgeable in this industry, in growing marijuana, are operating currently underground, illegally. These farmers now may potentially find themselves restricted from license fees and other barriers to entry, from entering an industry that they have dedicated their lives and livelihoods to, Madam President, despite given the opportunity now to do so legally. Madam President, when we look at the barriers to entry, some of them could be, as I said, the licensing fees, infrastructure requirements to satisfy the authority. Madam President, these could restrict small farmers from entering and can result in the small farmer going back to growing illegally or having to resort to becoming farm hands working for the big cannabis. Madam President, instead of empowering our small farmers, we are now, as Bob Marley stated, sending them, and I quote, to trod on the winepress for far too long again, Madam President, or to toil for the big, rich, big cannabis. Madam President, let me make it clear, I have nothing against big business. I have nothing against big manufacturers or big distributors. They contribute significantly to employment, to our GDP. And it is big business, inclusive of SMEs, in the private sector that's been holding our economy together, Madam President, whilst this government continues to dismantle our institution and collapse our economy. Madam President, I make it lucidly clear, famous words from a certain man, that I have nothing against big business, but I am for equity, accessibility to all, and transparency whenever we make legislation in this Senate, this Honorable Senate. So let me now treat with some of the challenges that I feel that Senator Richards may have concerns with, and for the SMEs to qualify for license under Part 4 of the bill. The SME farmer, processor, and manufacturer must have the equal opportunity, as I stated, and capability to partake in this new vibrant industry. If the SMEs are not able to find the finance, for instance, if they are not able to afford the soon-to-be-determined licenses, fee, and infrastructure necessary, I ask myself the question, what is the government doing to support them, many of who are experts in this ministry today? And I've listened to many on the government side speak here today, and I have not heard one proposition made in their debate to see what the government will do to help the small farmer, to put them on an even keel with the big farmers, Madam President. If there's going to be criteria for I ask myself the question, these are some questions. Is there going to be criteria for the size of land, for instance, that might disqualify a small farmer? Is a small farmer required to have land tenure, for instance? Because as we know, this has been a major bugbear for farmers in Trinidad and Tobago. Will there be infrastructural requirements, such as security, which will be out of the reach of the small farmer? And other criteria such as cameras, tall walls, storage facility requirements, Madam President. All of these are factors that have not been properly ventilated, but we hear that they should be coming maybe soon in the regulations. Okay, we'll see. But let me say something else, Madam President. The cannabis industry today is one that requires significant investments, especially in technology, to remain competitive or for us to compete against those who have bolted out of the gate way before us. There's the increasing application of automation in processing, for example, and cultivating that would be beyond the reach of many small farmers. And, Madam President, so apart from the slew of legal hoops and industry operators will have to navigate to be able to obtain and maintain a license in Trinidad and Tobago, to engage in export, there will be a whole new world of regulations on top of tariff barriers that may prove insurmountable for the small and micro business and farmer in Trinidad and Tobago without proper government financing, and technical support. Madam President, in my research, I looked at an article in Green Entrepreneur titled, and I quote, "Small Business Face 6 Challenges in the Weed Market." The transition of legal commercial production of cannabis has had the effect of pushing out the small growers who were the bedrock of an industry in other territories, Madam President. And this too can occur here if we are not careful. To protect against this, there needs to be a concerted effort to provide space for the small farmer. The notion possibly, and this can be considered, of a quota system or a lighter licensing fee for the small producers may be something the government can contemplate, which was actually done in Jamaica, by the way. Madam President, licensing at times can be slow and expensive. Applying and maintaining a license, maintaining a business without turning a profit during the application waiting times. Big business could do that, small can't. Bearing all the costs with no guarantee of ultimately receiving a license. This can put a major risk to small farmers and could be potentially financially detrimental to them. But as I move on, Madam President, when I look at Clause 30, it speaks to the eligibility for licenses, and Clause 35 speaks to the terms and conditions. Madam President, again, the terms and conditions here are quite vague and that are absent of regulations once again. Madam President, the government, as I said, has had 7 years to bring these regulations for us to debate here today. As a result of no regulations being presented today, this bill will not provide citizens with the opportunity to launch their own cannabis business now, demonstrating once again that this government is falling behind the curve, Madam President, in terms of speed. So it would be of value, Madam President, to observe the experience of our Caribbean counterparts in their licensing regimes. Madam President, it was only yesterday I read in the Newsday, page 20, on Section A, and I heard somebody reference it, but I read it. I felt proud to see St. Vincent and the Grenadines make an announcement of the launch of the first medical marijuana cafe. They have taken it all the way to the retail level now, Madam President. The Greenhouse Cafe, Madam President, is a medical marijuana cafe which will no doubt support in diversifying not only agriculture, not only manufacturing, but will also diversify the tourism sector in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam President. And I see the Minister of Tourism has just come back in good time to hear us bring a solution to a beleaguered tourism ministry, that product, Madam President. So I'm glad he's here to share this with us, Madam President. This government has no vision to legalize and commercialize marijuana. They started by empowering the agriculture. Oh, sorry, I thought somebody was asking to give way. Sorry. Right, so I was saying, Madam President, that the government, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, had a vision to empower the agricultural sector and the tourism sector. This is advancement. This is leadership. The PNM government is behind the curve in the region. And Senator De Freitas even admitted it. The Honorable Minister De Freitas even admitted that they were late to bring this bill, and I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty. An honorable man. Madam President, according to the Jamaica Gleaner, the company was granted a license to cultivate, process, and retail medical marijuana grade. Oh, sorry, Madam President, I skipped a part that I thought very pertinent that I want the Minister of Tourism to listen to. Another example, Madam President, in August 2018, Jamaica witnessed the launch of its own cannabis seed store called Epican. According to the Jamaica Gleaner, the company was granted a license to cultivate, process, and retail medical-grade marijuana by the licensed authority in Jamaica. On the website, the company states that their mission is to help establish an international standard in the emerging global cannabis industry, pioneering the mass production of safe and consistent cannabis-based products while building a sustainable and healthy industry that respects the environment, local economies, and people's health. So, Madam President, Jamaica has definitely taken a serious approach to the development of the cannabis industry. It was last year, Jamaica Observer newspaper observed, Madam President, as at April, approximately 80 licenses have been granted by the CLA across cultivation, retail, transport, research, development, processing fields. Tourism, maybe? I don't know. Another 300 conditional licenses have also been issued. Madam President, however, many of those applicants have had to freeze their applications due to financial limitations. And Madam President, the reason for persons being stuck, as in terms of financing, is because they can't acquire the capital needed to build out their facilities to move to the next stage of the license to be granted to them. That's the small farmer in Trinidad and Tobago. We are here to contemplate the Cannabis Control Bill passage, which is needed to form the cannabis industry. It is impossible to debate this bill without understanding the financial predicaments license holders will face to start up their operations. I will show how this financial challenge will be a barrier to small business and micro businesses, Madam President, because we run the risk of what happened in Jamaica happening right here, with 300 licenses being stopped by small farmers. Madam President, so there are two lessons to be learned from this. In the law on its firstly, that the law on its own is insufficient to enable the industry to be fully operational. There will be an imbalance of access to financing. This is despite the catering for locals in Section 30, subsection 3 in the bill. Now, Jamaica, Madam President, has a similar restriction of foreign ownership as we have here in the industry. However, we see that it is not preventing many companies from facing financial challenges, as I stated earlier. So this means that companies with foreign investment, they may be okay. However, companies that are totally local and totally locally owned may have challenges securing the finances to get these operations, especially the SMEs, Madam President. As a former director in NEDCO, I would have heard directly the many pains and horror stories that many of the small businesses and micro businesses experience in getting funding in this country. And as a businessman, Madam President, of a medium-sized company, we too have issues raising financing in this country, Madam President. So the cannabis industry is a niche market, and the knowledge of it among the financial community is very limited at this point in time. So just like other niche industries, cannabis may be better served here today if commercial banks participate in a special fund with some government guarantee for financing lending. Or a special purpose fund, Madam President, is developed to provide loans to domestic companies in the cannabis industry because, Madam President, banks may not be able to support the cannabis industry at this time due to challenges with it yet to be a bankable business in the North Atlantic financial banking systems. We see some banks that will not touch cannabis, right? And we participate with these international banks, Madam President. By the way, Scotia, I read in my research that Scotia and RBC was not accepting funds coming from the cannabis business. So we could check that and just verify, but that is a concern. This, at Scotia, Canada, that is, this brings into view the challenges that small producer farmers, distributors, exporters, importers, researchers may face. Madam President, it cannot be difficult to foresee the trials and tribulations that the ganja farmer expression, please excuse my colloquial expression, in Moruga, for example, would face. But you see, the government will come and tell the people of Moruga and the farmers of Moruga, look, we're commercializing ganja. I don't know, maybe to win that seat, I don't know. But we're not seeing where they're making it possible here today for them to be equal players in this new industry. Madam President, to outline the supports needed for small farmers, we can take a look at the Jamaican system. In the legislation proposed in Part 4 treats with the licensing provisions. In Jamaica, they recognize that the licensing fees acted as a financial barrier to entry for small farmers. And as a result, the Cannabis Licensing Authority of Jamaica announced the introduction of a special permit. The goal being to lower the industry barriers by granting a low-cost 2-year cultivation permit to small farmers in order to help them to transition to licensing growers. Madam President, for the special permits, the CLA had proposed that all fees would be 50% less, and the current fee for a the current fee for a cultivator Tier 1 license. It would be of value for the small producers for the legislation to provide for them this special consideration by the way of a reduced cost to enter into the market, Madam President. Madam President, this will assist farmers in TNT to be able to get a heads up in the industry. But I heard the Honorable Minister De Freitas speak about other types of incentives coming out of the agriculture sector. But we know what we didn't hear, Madam President, coming from Minister De Freitas. We didn't hear anything about the incentives of the last year's 500 million and the now 300 million that is promised for diversification of the farming sector that never seems to make its way in full to the Ministry of Agriculture from the Ministry of Finance. I feel sorry about that. Minister of Finance, I hope he's listening and helps my colleagues because they can turn this around. I know they can. You need to get empowered with financing through the Ministry of Finance. And that money can be used to help these small farmers in the diversification process. And then you could come in the next budget and present it with pomp and pageantry. Madam President, when we look at Section 30 of the bill, it treats with provisions for foreign investors as partners with locals in the industry. Therefore, Madam President, it is important to outline the potential pitfalls when engaging with foreign cannabis investors based on the industry experience. I will look again at Jamaica for foreign direct investment experience. Globalization and Health Journal article from Richard et al. In 2021 on the, and I quote, foreign investment in emerging legal medicinal cannabis markets, the Jamaican case study, pointed to some very encouraging aspects to FDI in the expansion of the Caribbean cannabis industry. Madam President, the research outlined that foreign direct investment as an essential source of capital to finance the startup costs of medical marijuana cannabis business.
Senator Leiter, you have 5 more
Thank you, Madam President. The challenge here is this government's, the only challenge I see here is this government's abysmal record in losing FDI investment in the tune of over $10 billion in their term in office, on their 1.5 terms in office. So this doesn't give me too much comfort, but you know, or maybe ease of doing business is an issue here in Trinidad. Maybe that's the reason for the failure. But Madam President, furthermore, the research warned about the dangers of courting big cannabis, as we in Trinidad should be aware of the global industry players to ensure that we attract good partners, as opposed to entities that will use their global positions to exploit our fledgling status in the cannabis business. Madam President, ultimately the research outlined, and I quote, while foreign investment has facilitated the commercialization and professionalism of the medical cannabis sector in Jamaica, regulatory measures are also needed to protect the domestic industry and support the transition of small-scale illegal cultivation to the legal regime. So once more, there are things we can learn from Jamaica. Madam President, the focus going forward should also be which segments in the emerging cannabis market that we target. Jamaica has targeted the wellness industry, which is in excess of US $4.2 trillion globally, where Jamaica right now is netting some $700 million annually. This targeting comes from the Jamaica's Promotions Corporation, or JAMPRO. This approach is taken here stands to reposition our tourism production by adding the lucrative wellness offering. Minister, I'm glad you stayed with me. Minister of Tourism, through you, Madam President, I'm glad you stayed with me, so you could hear what's happening in Jamaica. So the Honorable Attorney General spoke about the economy and diversification of the economy. The Honorable Minister De Freitas spoke about all the opportunities, and here is an opportunity we should be focusing on, Madam President. It should be featured in this legislation. In fact, one would get the impression that the government is not even contemplating regulatory measures that is needed to support the wellness industry as it pertains to tourism, as our neighboring islands like St. Vincent and Grenadines and Jamaica is doing. Madam President, Part 5 and 6 outlines a regime of medical marijuana and religious cannabis in the bill. Madam President, there's a risk that to be too hard and fast here now and not allowing for the emergence of other economic avenues could be stymied with the desire to get into the cannabis, could stymie us getting into the cannabis industry, Madam President. So, Madam President, as I bring this presentation to a close, when we see that the world is moving away from oil and gas and getting to a carbon neutral footprint. And when we see that the government is failing to diversify the economy outside of oil and gas, it is imperative that we as a nation now look towards new revenue streams that can be gained through the cannabis industry should this legislation and its accompanying famous regulations be passed in Parliament and by a committee and properly implemented by a government. Senator Richards said that, and Minister De Freitas said, properly implemented by the government. Madam President, in addition to this, Madam President, I wish to remind the government that the legislation having been bought without the supporting regulations means that the work is incomplete. We have to wait for the final regulations to be determined to settle some key aspects of the eventual cannabis business. I had a list of questions I would have left, Madam President, but I don't have the time to do so. So I close by saying that with these reflections, I join my colleagues in tabling the amendments that, in my respectful view, will aid in strengthening the regulatory environment needed to support the small farmers and small and medium enterprise, as well as to maximize government revenues, Madam President. Madam President, it was indeed an honor and privilege to have played my part, to have contributed on behalf of the United National Congress to this most historic legislation. I indeed hope that the government has taken on board some of the advice that we are given. And Madam President, with those few words, I deeply thank you.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, which has been characterized on several occasions today as a landmark debate on landmark legislation. And I really want to begin right there, Madam President, in putting on the record the fact that I am very pleased. I have been very pleased and continue to be very pleased by the overall tone of the debate today in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to particularly congratulate the Attorney General and colleagues who have spoken on the PNM bench. I also want to single out Senator Richards, who gave us a very rich presentation, I believe informed by his work on the Joint Select Committee. So Senator Richards deserves commendation for a very productive and fruitful contribution. And even members on the other side, I would say, with the notable exception of Senator Wade Mark, really made an attempt to strike a note of balance, of productivity, and offered some insights which, as a concerned and listening government, we certainly will be taking on board, will assist in informing the final shape of what we as a Senate will emerge with when this debate is concluded at the end of the committee stage. So I really wanted to start by expressing my pleasure at the overall tone that we've been able to strike. And I want to give the AG credit for really fertilizing and nourishing an environment in his piloting, which has been conducive to such a tone. Madam President, well, it is happening. Step by step, Trinidad and Tobago is evolving, and our society is joining others in making advancements in how we treat with this issue of cannabis. And senators have given elements of that evolution. We all grew up when we were attending primary and secondary school, and those who went further, I myself went to medical school at Mount Hope. And this debate and the discourse we're having now really would have been impossible a generation ago and even a few years ago, because marijuana, cannabis, we were trained by rote that this is something that we should stay 1,000 miles away from. And I was very pleased by the comments of Senator Dayal Singh, who offered us a window into the mind of someone who personally and professionally would have been inclined far away from treatment of these processes and is now, in some cases, kicking and screaming, but finding ourselves treating with it, but doing so in a very responsible fashion. And Madam President, it is clear, not everyone is going to be happy. There are very few measures, especially those that treat with fundamental issues. There are very few measures that we would find ourselves debating or introducing that would make everyone in society happy. There are those who see no place for adjustment in handling and treatment of cannabis. There are those who want to see more jail time instead of moves toward decriminalization for possession of small amounts. There are those who would want to see no industry whatsoever, no medical use, no entrepreneurs, no businesses. There are some on the other side who would prefer a free-for-all environment. And I thought at one point that Senator Vieira was veering in that direction, but it didn't appear that that was the overall substance of his case in arguing against an authority. But there are those who would be more inclined, let's just, no regulation, no control, and introduce a free-for-all. But, Madam President, I don't think in the end that that would emerge as the responsible position. It is my humble and respectful view that most reasonable persons would want to find a reasonable middle ground as a society as we confront these matters. We've taken some of the courageous steps. Decriminalization of the possession of small amounts for personal use. Development of procedures to regulate and control the handling of cannabis for particular purposes. And we've gone through a number of the purposes to which we would have these regulations and control under the oversight of an established authority. And that's exactly what this bill does, Madam President. And, you know, we can't escape from the reality that cannabis does lead to addiction. And the research tells us that maybe up to 10% of persons who use this drug can become addicted and develop dependencies. But that is not uncommon in the world of pharmaceuticals. In fact, when we treat with many of the legal drugs, the drugs that we prescribe and manage and handle as doctors and dentists and pharmacists, many of them are addictive, and some of their dependency levels can be even higher. And then another drug that many of our citizens handle every day, sadly, alcohol, is even more addictive and leads to further dependency. So, and then with those prescription drugs, it's not a free-for-all, Madam President. We have authorities, we have boards, we have the pharmacy board, we have the pesticides and toxic chemicals board. And so things like Valium and Xanax and other products that our citizens utilize in legal fashion are regulated and controlled. So I wouldn't want us to nourish a line of thought that says we would go from a complete illegal view of cannabis and make that leap over to an environment in which anything goes. I don't think that will be a responsible position, and I'm pleased that overall the Senate certainly hasn't been inclined in such a direction. So I would want, in the early stages of this contribution, to single out, as others have done, and as the Attorney General has done, the former Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, who was chair of the Joint Select Committee in treating with this, the report and the bill that is before us. And Madam President, it is important to note that this is not just the product of government input. The opposition has been involved in these efforts. Elected officers of the parliament have been involved, as well as senators have been involved. So what has emerged here, this bill, is the product of our collective input. We've had some more of that today. I assume we'll have more in the committee stage. But when you listen to Senator Leiter, and if you dared even focus on what Senator Mark was trying to say, you can be forgiven if you get the impression that this is something that the government is trying to foist on the parliament. Au contraire, it's the exact opposite of how this has emerged. And I would want the population to be fully aware that this is the product of the collaborative effort of the elected and selected officers of the state. So that's a key point I would want to make. Madam President, I want to confess that I find myself a bit surprised at this stage of my life and career as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs in standing here talking about cannabis. I mentioned, back in the school system, but having come from a very conservative background, I have never to this day touched any cannabis product, marijuana, or in any shape or form. I've never used it. I've never gotten close to it, to my knowledge. I've never even held a lighted cigarette in my entire life until now. That's me. That's the reality. Madam President, I don't even drink coffee anymore because I don't like to feel dependent on anything. That's just me. I'm not prescribing for anyone else. And I will never forget years ago when I first got into politics. There was a gentleman from North Post. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us now. He sat me down a day and he said, Dr. Brown, the day is coming, One day you will find yourself part of a national effort to make weed normal. He said that. And he said, when that day comes, I want you to remember my words, and if you have the chance, share it with others. So I'm just going to share it without prejudice to the government's position. And what he said was, he gave me his own personal experience with cannabis. He said he tried marijuana on one occasion in his life. This was his first exposure. And when he woke up after that, he woke up in St. Anne's Psychiatric Hospital. Unfortunately, he was my friend. He was lost due to a cowardly murder some years thereafter. But I will never forget his words, and in what I've just said, I've kept a commitment I would have made to him. So that is one man's experience, and I would feel that such experiences must inform and form part of our overall consideration of these important matters. But just like on the other hand, you will have people who would have told us, well, my grandfather smoked cigarettes for 90 years and he never got cancer. One person's experience cannot dominate our consideration of a broad issue affecting society. And that's where scientific research comes in. And that's where peer-reviewed studies come in. So in making legislation, we won't just be making legislation for Winston from North Post or for Amy Brown or his children. We have to consider the entire society of Trinidad and Tobago. It is my view that this bill goes to great extent in doing exactly that. So, Madam President, we have to make laws for everyone. And like other speakers, I have some concerns. But before I get to those concerns, maybe I would want to flatter Senator Leiter
by addressing a few of the remarks he would have made. And he gave his usual sort of breathless style of contribution. And there were some notes of balance, but there were a few points that my colleague would have made, Senator Leiter, that I believe bear some responding to. And one of the points he made, which was, he wasn't the first on his bench to say this, is, why did we wait so long? Why are we here now? It's what year? We're in 2022. Why did Trinidad and Tobago wait so long? And it's just part of this overall negative psyche that they've been projecting on the population. That, you know, there's something wrong with Trinidad and Tobago, and everywhere else is better than us and more advanced. And then giving references to societies that are also struggling with developmental challenges, as we all are in this part of the world. So why did we wait so long, Madam President? Other countries have moved ahead. We have been left behind, etc. Well, I want to ask Senator Leiter, wherever he may be at this moment, I want to ask him, what about the period between 2010 and 2015? And to tell him, to assert to him, that his government did not have the courage to deal with the issues that we are dealing with today. They did not have the courage. So, and under a UNC or PP or whatever they call themselves then, the courts were filled with weed-related cases for possession. Prisons were filled. They didn't treat with any of that with respect to decriminalization or establishing mechanisms for regulation and control of cannabis. We are taking our responsibility today collectively, and your colleagues, our colleagues, the Senate, as the other place did, are contributing, and we are now moving forward. But this sense that we always feel that other places are better. Why did we take so long? And in fact, it was only in the year 2020 that the United Nations Committee on Narcotic Drugs made a landmark, using the phrase that's been abused already today, landmark decision in how it views cannabis and cannabis products, and how they are scheduled with respect to international law. So that is not 10 years ago and 15 years ago. And if there are other countries who, preceding that, would have made adjustments, well, that's fine. We're happy for that. It gives us now the opportunity to learn from them. So I just want to and the JSC actually did that and had consultations and interactions with authorities and colleagues within CARICOM and outside of that. So I just want to adjust the picture that Senator Leiter and his friends have tried to paint, and to say that Trinidad and Tobago is now, in my respectful view, in an advantageous position in moving forward responsibly, moving forward together, and learning from the experiences. And there have been some missteps along the way, learning from others, learning from our colleagues, and seeking to get it right for our people. So I don't join in that doom and gloom view of our nation and the actions that we are taking today. And then Senator Leiter also said, he asserted that past ganja farmers are not thieves, rapists, and murderers. I hope I'm not misquoting him, but I believe that that's the exact phrase that he used, and he said so in a pitch of advocacy. And he seemed to have been vouching for all of them. And I want to tell Senator Leiter, to advise Senator Leiter, careful, my friend, be careful in making such assertions. Because the reality is that we are not talking about possessions of small amounts for personal use. We are talking in some cases of cultivation, sometimes large-scale cultivation of what up to now has been
highly illegal, trafficking of an illegal substance, sometimes involving the application of trap guns, booby traps, heavy weapons, shootouts with police officers, kidnappings and murders of rivals. That's a description. Let's not pretend that's limited to the cocaine industry. Up to this point, that has been also associated with the marijuana cultivation, the illegal cultivation. Now we are looking to change that picture and draw strength and energy away from those illegal activities. But to come here to the Senate and make a pitch that we must regard all of those activities, and I'm excluding possession of small amounts, regard all of those as somehow in angelic and saintly conduct. I have an issue with that, because in doing so, we would be setting a very dangerous precedent, and the fact is serious transgressions would have been committed in the past. I don't agree with an approach that says wipe the slate completely clean. I think the government has already taken the responsible position, made the responsible decisions in that regard, and we've already heard evidence of the benefits our society and our judicial system have been reaping from a more responsible approach than that which Senator Leiter appeared to be advancing. So I want to give him a little note of caution in that regard. And then the last point, maybe, or penultimate point from Senator Leiter that I want to touch on. And again, he wasn't the first. I think Senator Lutch-Medial, who was better today than maybe on some of her prior outings, but she also attempted to make this point. And I listened carefully because I was trying to understand. You know, you can learn from anyone or anything, that supposedly. And so the point that I heard, they seem to want the fees and an elaboration of the regulations before the legislation. And I couldn't work the logic, and I see the AG is shaking his head. I suspect he's also struggling to extract value from that perspective. I can't make sense of it. And Senator Leiter went further. He said, we should have had the regulation 7 years ago. What is he talking about? 7 years ago. So, Madam President, just for the record, in case there's anyone in society who would have been seduced by that upside-down thinking, the logical approach is, first of all, to get the policy right. The government, in my view, has done that. The second level will be to get the primary legislation right. We are doing that today. That's what we're doing today. And then we can have the elaboration of regulations. And just on the issue of regulations, I want to invite Senator Leiter to clause 67 of the bill, which I would assume he took the time to read. 67.1. The authority may, with the approval of the minister, make regulations generally for carrying this act into effect and prescribing anything required to be prescribed under this act. So we are putting in place through our actions today an authority, our actions in this debate, an authority which then is empowered and mandated to evolve and assist with the elaboration of regulations for the regulation and control of this sector. So to come here and demand regulations 7 years ago or today, etc., before we have primary legislation, I think it's a recurrent theme from the opposition, and I want us to be able to call that out and to say that is back to front thinking, an unreasonable expectation. It shows that he was not involved in the Joint Select Committee deliberations. He hasn't exposed himself to the report of the JSCs, and it was really just filler talk, a cookie cutter debating, which they bring time and time again, poorly thought out, and really should not guide the thinking of any right-thinking citizens. Oh, yes, I said it was penultimate because I have one more. I don't know why I'm flattering Senator Leiter with responses to some of it. But the last one, sorry, Madam President. He went and bought some newspaper and got all excited praising St. Vincent. There's a cafe that was opened in St. Vincent, and took that cafe and stretched it and built it up to, he said, that is leadership. All I didn't hear is an endorsement of Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves. That is leadership. St. Vincent has opened a cafe. Great. We are pleased. That gives a sign, a little light for us that these are the kinds of developments that we can anticipate. But what is the big deal to say as if we have lost us? So St. Vincent has opened a cafe, and Trinidad and Tobago is somehow disadvantaged by that. You need to, Madam President, we need to listen to the opposition, and sometimes when they try to make these assertions, call them out on it. Senator Leiter, there's no big deal in what you're saying. He didn't tie that into any amendment or any suggestion. But it seems to be, again, any excuse to decry Trinidad and Tobago and praise any other jurisdiction, except when they're in power, they do the opposite. So, Madam President, through you, listen, there are no people more innovative or creative than the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's work on this. Let's get this right. I have every confidence that you put the people of Trinidad and Tobago, empowered and guided by the work that we are doing today, the final form of the act by the authority. St. Vincent and Jamaica and Florida and California, other places, will eventually be looking to us. Our creativity, our innovation, we will make magic out of these opportunities. So we're doing it now. I just don't accept that very negative view. We will have our cafes, we'll have other businesses once the opportunities are created, and we are creating those opportunities in the most responsible manner available to us. And as I said, we are now in prime position to learn from those who've rushed ahead. And that's completely fine. So, Madam President, I've treated with some of those issues as raised by Senator Leiter and maybe a few others. I'm not going to treat with Senator Mark at all. The minister in the Ministry of Agriculture has dealt with him thoroughly, and I just want to say to my colleague opposite, I didn't think he had a good innings today at all. It started with question time, and it carried over to this debate. I just hope that things will improve from here. So, Madam President, I mentioned that I do have a few concerns. It may sound surprising, right? Here's a government minister talking about government legislation and talking about concerns, but I did come into this with a few concerns. And one of them, anytime we're establishing an authority and hiring CEOs and other individuals, is the concern that we're dealing with a society in which corruption has become endemic at many levels. So you would want to ensure that the legislation has safeguards built into it and issues, and we've seen some high-level examples in the past where there have been attempts at insider trading, persons using their positions to gain some degree of business advantage, etc. You've even heard talk of persons using positions to withdraw shares and make other financial transactions. Maybe we'll talk more about that in the future. So, Madam President, but then I looked at clause 15 of the bill, and I see that these factors are taken into account. So both at the level of the board, at the level of the staff, at the level of the CEO, there are measures that the Joint Select Committee, the Attorney General, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Senate have put into place to ensure that those predilections can be minimized and there is
certainly significant effort in this legislation to ensure that persons do not use their position for personal advantage, and that should be something that would please us and would motivate us to render support to those clauses. So I won't read them out. Senators would be familiar. One of my other concerns predates, Madam President, my involvement in this debate, my role in this debate, and that is a concern about the need for more local research. We depend a lot, certainly in my own medical career, we have a dentist and other we have a psychiatrist and other persons of scientific inclination. A lot of the research we depend on is not done in Trinidad and Tobago, it's done elsewhere. And even as we enter this brave new world of harnessing the potential of cannabis for the benefit, in a regulated manner, for the benefit of our society, there is the need to ensure that the research we are applying can be done locally. We depend a lot on overseas research, mainly from northern societies, and sometimes the persons, the subjects that this research would have benefited from are of a different ethnic makeup, different diets, just different upbringing and environment. So it's a reality that research done in North America, let's say, their minorities are the majorities in our society. So I was very pleased because I followed the proceedings of the Joint Select Committee and read the report carefully. And in the legislation, there is a clear recognition of the need to fertilize and nourish local research in cannabis so that our local body of knowledge will improve and can guide our future decisions. So that concern has very much been addressed. And of course, it goes beyond cannabis. As I said, it goes to medicine, public health, etc. And, once again, research is not, well, my brother used weed and he didn't die. That's not research. It has to be peer-reviewed, controlled studies, with interaction, maybe with other jurisdictions. And again, I look at Part 4 of the bill, and this has been thought through very well. Madam President, my other concern is about an important part of our national community, and sometimes it has been a neglected part of our national community, and that is the Rastafarian brothers and sisters in Trinidad and Tobago. And we look across our society today, we see Rastafarians have important roles in leadership, in the cabinet, in the parliament, on our national teams, some of our best artists and performers, doctors, teachers. That's the reality now, but back in the day, certainly when I was growing up, it wasn't like that at all. And let's be honest, Trinidad and Tobago, through you, Madam President, Rastas have had a rough run in our society. And it was in my lifetime that I would have seen people in the news even putting on Rasta wigs to commit criminal acts, feeding into that discrimination that many in society have played into against Rastafarians. So very often they have been discriminated against, scorned sometimes. They've had a rough run. And some will assume to be criminals. And you know what? Some of their practices have been treated as such and certainly criminalized and sometimes enforced with aggression and passion. So we need to take into account the reality, and some who have preceded me have referenced this, that aspects of that faith belief were outlawed, have been outlawed in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm proud to say, Madam President, that the bill before this House seeks to provide those elements of our society and others like them
with avenues for the full practice and expression of their religious beliefs. And I believe that is an advancement for this country that we can all be proud of. Now, they probably need a proviso to say that not all Rastas smoke cannabis, and not everyone, I could say that loud, not everyone who smokes cannabis is a Rasta. You have bald-headed persons and others. I wouldn't even dwell on that. So, Madam President, I believe that this represents an advancement. We've taken many steps in this Senate and in this Parliament. We've dealt with child marriage. We've dealt with many other fetters in society, and I would want us to just pause a bit and to recognize even this legislation, and I'm speaking to Rastafarians and persons who have Rastafarians in their families. The best man in my wedding, Madam President, was a Rasta. And then I became his best man subsequently when he got married. And these are our brothers and sisters. We have found a way here as a collective to assist them in the full expression of their beliefs. And I wouldn't go into the details and the priority that cannabis has in that faith. It's not my faith, but it's one I can respect and recognize the facilitation in legislation of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is well taken care of in Part 6, Clauses 30, Subclause 5, Subclause 6. And then just to touch quickly on something, Senator...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Madam President. To touch on something that Senator Luchmedial seemed to have referenced about protecting children. And I may have misheard because I know Senator Luchmedial would have contributed robustly to the GSC and would be very familiar with the bill. But my reading takes me to a reality that specific care has been taken in this legislation to protect children, even in the places of worship and within the religious application of cannabis and cannabis products. So that, to my reading, is explicitly outlined in the legislation. So our children are well protected in those circumstances. So, Madam President, an essential part of leadership is that you must make policy and law not just for yourself, but for the entire society. It's really about striking a balance, and I want to take up Senator Richards on that phrasing, and I've spoken to 1 or 2 other colleagues, some of whom may yet contribute in this debate. And it's really about getting the balance right. And it is my respectful view that we are taking an important step in doing so with this particular legislation. I've listened, there's some very good suggestions coming out already. I heard the nucleus of some possible amendments, which certainly the government will be very pleased to consider. So I don't want to pretend that I'm rebutting all of it. There's some very valuable contributions that have occurred. It's about getting the balance right. It's my view, Madam President, as I seek to conclude, that this bill forms part of the legacy of a society that is progressing. So has it happened with lightning speed? No. But it is happening. It forms part of the legacy of a government that listens, a government and leadership and a prime minister who may have had one inclination at one point of his life and our lives, but with the ability to change, to listen, and to grow. And this legislation is a manifestation of those attributes, and it's something that I believe our society should be proud of, should embrace, and should herald as a very good sign for the future. Madam President, this bill, in my view, is bad news for racketeers, smugglers, traffickers, those who've depended for their profit on the illegal, the black market, the dark practices, because we are now regulating and controlling the handling and processing of cannabis. The bill is also bad news for multimillionaires who might have been rubbing their hands, hoping that this would have been elaborated differently, who thought the stage would have been set for just only conglomerate-type interventions, mafia-type, the empires of the region. We know who some of them are. Some of them may have, it's bad news for them because the government's policy is crystal clear, Madam President. I heard it from the minister in the office of the Prime Minister in the other place, and I want it to be part of our record here. The government, in its policy, is crystal clear. The small man, the younger entrepreneur, the sole trader, the family business can choose and can be facilitated in these emerging industries, and we will take all measures. The regulations will ensure that that kind of involvement is part of the future of these industries. That's the government policy. So the bill is bad news for some of those people who think along those lines, Madam President. It's good news for several of the subpopulations I've referred to. It's good news for the small man and woman. It's good news for budding businessmen or young people who would like to emulate some of their peers abroad and who ventured out into these kinds of industries. It's not for everyone. There's no compulsion. There are other businesses that will continue to thrive and grow, but these are new opportunities being availed in a controlled and regulated manner. It's good news for citizens with glaucoma, certain types of epilepsy, certain types of intractable pain, certain types of endometriosis, on certain cancer drugs. It's good news for them. One that wasn't mentioned is weight loss due to HIV and AIDS, a field that I'm drawn from in winding up, Madam President. Weight loss due to these illnesses. Cannabis helps as well. So, Madam President, with those very few words, I thank you. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, May 17th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m., at which point the government proposes to take this matter to its conclusion.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for a matter to be raised. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in the wake of many reports of this government conducting secret surveillance upon citizens, comes the news that since 2018, the government has failed to present in accordance with the law, the Interception of Communications Act, which was passed in 2010. Reports for 2017-18, 18-19, 19-20, 2021. So for 4 years, 4 reports, this government that is supposed to be governed by the rule of law has refused to table the annual reports. Madam President, under Section 24(1) of the Interception of Communication Act of 2010, the Minister of National Security is accountable to the people and is compelled to lay in this Parliament annual reports on the activities surrounding this particular body. Madam President, 24(1) states, and I quote, "The minister shall, within 3 months after the end of each year, in relation to the operation of the Act, in the immediately preceding year, prepare a report relating to the following, Madam President." This is why the government has broken the law for 4 consecutive years. They are supposed to provide in that report, Madam President, for the people's consumption, A, the number of warrants applied for to intercept communications, the number of warrants granted by the court, the number of warrants applied for and granted under Section 11, the average period for which warrants were given, the number of warrants refused or revoked by the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, the number of applications made for renewals, the number and nature of interceptions made pursuant to the warrants granted, the offenses in respect of which warrants were granted specifying the number of warrants given in respect of each of these offenses, the numbers of persons arrested whose identity became known to an authorized officer as a result of the interception under a warrant, the number of criminal proceedings commenced by the state in which private communications obtained by interception under a warrant were adduced in evidence, and the number of those proceedings that resulted in a conviction. Madam President, they are supposed to put in that annual report the number of criminal investigations in which information obtained as a result of the interception of a private communication under a warrant was used, although the private communication was not adduced in evidence in criminal proceedings commenced by the state. They are supposed to indicate the number of prosecutions commenced against persons under Section 6, 7, 8, 17, 19, and 21, and the outcome. That report, Madam President, is supposed to give us a general assessment of the importance of interception of private communications for the investigation, detection, prevention, and prosecution of offenses. Madam President, all of these are supposed to be made available in that report. But this lawless government have broken the law.
Senator Mark, it is
all right,
your mark.
I withdraw.
You know what you're withdrawing,
yes,
right?
Yes, I withdraw. Yeah. Madam President, why this is important, Madam President, is because the law called the Interception of Communication Act was amended in 2020, and we are supposed to have an annual report for 2020-2021. This is where the government has been able to amend the law to access stored data, meaning the state can now access data before the Interception of Communication Act became the law. This very annual report is supposed to contain information where the government amended the law in 2020 to authorize a constable to apply for a warrant without the authority of the Commissioner of Police to intercept communication. This is Section 17A of Act 13 of 2020. Madam President, they are supposed to provide us with record of information in any prison van or within a prison. All these were amendments made, and they are supposed to provide information to the public. Madam President, I ask through you, why has the government denied the population of these annual reports for 2018, 19, 20, and 21? Why? What does the government have to hide from the population? We of the United National Congress demand that the government immediately table these reports. We're giving them ample notice. Table those reports in accordance with the law and stop breaching and violating the law. I call on the Attorney General, who has now arrived on the compound, to take measures to ensure that the rule of law is upheld and this particular section of the law is observed and honored. Madam President, I call on this honorable Senate to demand of the government to submit these reports within short order, failing which, Madam President, we shall take the appropriate measures to force the government to table all those reports. I thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Oh, Madam President, I had cause to turn to a colleague while Senator Mark was doing his theatrics and to say that there goes Senator Wade Mark again, straining and stretching to take back what he lost earlier today during his earlier contribution. But it's too late for that. Madam President, I am responding on behalf of the Honorable Minister of National Security in this matter on the adjournment. And it is clear to me in listening to Senator Mark's elaboration of what he has phrased here as his matter on the adjournment, this is really a case of him stretching once again, trying to make something out of very little. And it reminded me of a Shakespearean dramatic play entitled Much Ado About Nothing. Now, I am pleased to inform Senator Mark, after all of his dramatics, that the reports to which he has referred today have already been prepared by the SSA and the Ministry of National Security. These reports, administrative reports, have already been prepared and will promptly gain the Cabinet's attention for due consideration, the normal processes of government administration. Thereafter, they will promptly be laid in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago as the SSA and the Ministry of National Security continues to ensure compliance with all defined statutory obligations. Madam President, it just remains to remind the population and colleagues that the period referred to, the 2018 to 2021 period, were dominated by factors well outside of the control of the SSA, the Ministry of National Security, in fact, of any government around the world, and that is the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which came to us globally in 2019, at the end of 2019, and remain with us to this day. So, with respect to the Interception of Communications Act, Chapter 1508, which does provide for the preparation and laying in Parliament of annual reports on the operations of the Act, it must be noted that these reports have normally and consistently been laid in the Parliament over the years, and the population is assured that the SSA places utmost importance on compliance with its statutory obligations. So that has to be part of the record of this discussion and contemplation. With respect to the last few years, the annual reports on the operations of the Act were yet to be compiled and laid, and as I said, that is being done instantly. There were a number of challenges due to the unprecedented implications of the COVID-19 pandemic, the public health regulations, the efforts made to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, all of which affected the usual operations and functioning of the entire public sector. And the agencies referred to have not been immune from those implications. The state of emergency was also a factor, and this is the accounting from the unit itself, from the agency itself. And even with respect to quarantining protocols, which affect us here in this House, have affected those who have been tasked to compile these administrative reports. So there have been several interruptions, several delays, which have hampered the agency up to now. It is assured once again that the reports have now been completed. They have been compiled, gaining the attention of the relevant approval body, and will promptly, shortly, and immediately be laid before the Parliament. Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, May the 17th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, May the 17th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.